You have identified that.
I keep
I've
voting for
identified
Bootleg.
that. Tucker Carlson has obviously identified that. Why then won't the Democratic Party do at least as well as Tucker Carlson?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that
What? Okay. The answer was actually stupider than anything I could have imagined. I feel like that's a genuine reaction from Brianna Joy-Gray. And again, I share in this exasperation. Yeah, no, I think this transcends Contra digging a hole for herself. I think this is stupider than you could have possibly imagined. Hello, Editing Y2K here. Before we get into this, I need to clarify something. I do mention it later, much later, but at the beginning of this React journey that we're about to embark on, I was a little bit gay for Brianna Joy-Gray, little Brianna Joy gay even. That is to say, quite a bit more charitable than I should have been. I don't know how I forgot about her history, but she is a grifter, plain and simple. She's been on the Jimmy Dore show numerous times, quite recently, in fact, and she regularly engages in the Tucker Carlson is outflanking the left kind of rhetoric, as well as the new classic of I know leftists who would vote for Tucker Carlson before AOC, which she's of course referring to herself, as is the case for that kind of rhetoric, where a take is spicy enough to torpedo your credibility if you front it yourself, so you act like it's an opinion somebody else holds. And other such silly rhetoric that indicates that her role is to lend leftist aesthetics and a degree of credence to the far right, at least on occasion. And she also started the Bad Faith podcast with former Chapo Trap House member Virgil Texas. I always get tongue twisted on that. Anyways, Virgil Texas sexually abused and solicited nudes from a minor. It was a whole thing back in 2021. I legitimately thought that the podcast had just been her the whole time. How did I forget about this? I don't know. My memory is pretty bad. That one's on me. Like, genuinely, my B. Anyways, if anything, that makes it more of the particular brand of political mental illness that I thought would be very interesting for like a debate review or React live stream content. So now let's actually get into the video. Enjoy. Okay. I'm seeing some liberal commentators, liberal parentheses derogatory commentators talking about the Bad Faith podcast. Oh, perfect. I went to the Bad Faith podcast YouTube channel, and lo and behold, the main event. This is probably going to be another multi-stream, like multi-parter. Sort of like my video way back in the day, Haas and Trevor Loudon. It's just rare. It's rare that I find something interesting enough to justify me sitting down and like watching a very long thing. This is 2 hours 48. I think the Haas Trevor Loudon debate on Tim Pool was like 2 hours, and that turned into a video that was like 6 hours. You can go watch it on my channel if you want. This is what I wanted to do. She looks cute. I know that these two are both people that I don't really care for the political predilections of at the moment. Brianna Joy-Gray is well, she's like the closest thing you can get to a left-wing grifter, I think. The reason I'm doing this is because, number one, it would be fun to make fun of them, right? But number two, this is a rare example of both people being intelligent enough that it wouldn't just be the same bit of me saying both these people are stupid and have no idea what they're talking about over and over and over again, you know? Basically, I'm saying this has the potential to be way the fuck more interesting than a debate where a conservative is involved, because it is not 2022 or 2023 anymore. Conservatives have nothing interesting to say. All of them sound the same. They all talk about the same shit, which you can cover in fucking 5 minutes. And, done my fair share of that. But these people are both nominally not conservatives. This is ContraPoints. She is a liberal. I believe she has self-described at a couple points as like social democrat. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen any of her videos. It's been a while since she's made any videos as well. And this is Brianna Joy Gray, former campaign manager for the unfortunately ill-fated Bernie Sanders 2020 campaign, and then kind of went on a whole purity testing streak with a lot of like goofy, bizarre lefty positions, where she's kind of caught up in the social media clout cycle. I don't watch the Bad Faith pod. I don't keep up with what Brianna Joy Gray does on the regular. So none of this will stop me from being biased to be charitable towards her, because she is cute, and I do like looking at cute women on the screen. So I do know that I have no chance, though, just to get that one out there. Anyway, Bad Faith pod. Vosh actually went on this one time, I think. There have been some people on the Bad Faith pod. She has like decent amount of reach. Maybe I should go on the No, that would be a really bad idea. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't fucking know. Whatever. Look. Let's just start watching the video.
Is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
My frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect.
Oh yeah, this is just like, this is the product of a like massive spiral from ContraPoints that started with, I think it started way back with like, God, you might even be able to pin the origin point of this at her beefing with Vosh, right? As like her starting to fall out with the left increasingly. But I think honestly, a better point where you can much more safely identify a Contra kind of falling off was her video about J.K. Rowling, and how like she was irrationally charitable. Irrationally, not irrationally. I'm cooked. It's late in the evening. Irrationally charitable to J.K. Rowling, the fucking queen turf herself, where her conclusion was like, let's all just block J.K. Rowling. Like, deep history of transphobia, anti-trans and anti-queer activism from women who style themselves as champions of women, culminating in the direct equivalence between these previous movements and the TERFs now, with J.K. Rowling being their queen, the sort of big figurehead. And her conclusion was, honestly, let's just block her. And also, like, J.K. Rowling, you should come out of the vortex before it's too late or something. Very bizarre, like, departure from all of that analysis. But ever since then, she has made more and more of her personality about, like, being aggrieved by the left, particularly when she talked about Palestine and Gaza. Her critique of the left boils down to, from that saga, I think, the left is too upset about Israel committing a genocide type shit. I could be butchering a lot of that because I haven't paid super close attention, though probably closer attention than anybody should be to any of this. But yeah, that's she's on her I don't like the left because they're meanies shit.
The energy is so oppositional.
Let's talk about leverage.
Yeah.
And also, I should mention as well, much of her fighting has been with the online left. When I say online, I'm talking about a particular kind of online. I've met, talked with, befriended leftists who have major online presence or who primarily exist online, who are perfectly like normal, as far as it's possible to be being online, normal people in real life who actually care about affecting political change and whatnot. And they are much more representative of the left as a bloc. than the people she's talking to, right? Some of whom are quite these reasonable people, but I think she like got ticked off by somebody on Twitter who has the hammer and sickle in their PFP and like defends Stalin or something. And now to her, that's the entire left. You know, she has a very, very monolithic and uncharitable picture of what the left is, when the person that she's thinking of in her head is a vanishingly small portion, even of the online presence of the left.
Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
I do like that question because it's like there's a very obvious answer. And the answer is before she's elected, especially if, you know, if she actually went through the primary process. I have a feeling that given Brianna Joy Gray, I think, likes to be pretty confrontational in this podcast. It's literally called the Bad Faith Pod. Kind of a like aesthetic choice that seems pretty consistent with the theming of this podcast. I do agree with being confrontational on this before we even get into it.
Protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right? Whereas there are...
Referring to the Green Party people here, the uncommitted people here, which, by the way, a lot of them voted for Kamala Harris in the general, or at least didn't vote for Trump. Like I said about her perceiving the left as something other than what it is, there have been numerous charts from numerous studies posted time and time again. The left are the single most consistent voting bloc for the Democratic Party. Even liberals aren't as consistent as socialists in their support for the Democratic Party. Socialists make the Democratic Party to the extent that they have a presence in modern American politics. Liberals either are flippant in their support, being, you know, more towards the center, somewhat like the sort of vaguely center to left independents, you know, either sometimes just choose not to vote or dumb enough to not know that there's an election or who to vote for. Some of them will actually waffle a bit more. Socialists vote for Democrats at like the highest consistency of any political demographic.
Are like centrist median voters that are more winnable.
And how has that been panning out?
If the Democrats pivot to the far left,
You know, liberals don't like to acknowledge the fact that they are tools to everyone. Yeah, they really don't. Because they like the idea that they're smart and in charge of whatever, right? Because they're like, oh, I deserve my position. I'm helping to run this thing, you know, competently. But they're actually the ones being ran.
That are more winnable.
And how has that been panning out?
If the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this like available...
If the Democrats pivot to the far left, motherfucker, do you have any idea how good this country would end up if the Democrats were a far left political party? Centrists have literally never done anything in American history that doesn't involve stripping the institutions of this country for the copper wire that runs through them.
The far left?
Well, by Democratic
not
Party
supporting a
standards.
genocide as
By
far
Democratic-
left?
By Democratic...
Thank you, Bria. Okay, yes. Finally, I have more justifiable excuse to fawn over my potentially bad faith queen. Yeah, the things that like these are the things that Contra had been characterizing online. I can't speak to this convo, haven't seen it yet, as like far left. It's funny she should say pivoting towards the far left, but because she has sort of pivoted towards the radical center. You could be moderately in favor of doing nothing, or you could be radically in favor of doing nothing, which Contra is. Again, the critique about the left not being serene enough in the face of genocide. Like, you mean you're not upset? Furthermore, you're not just not upset, you're mad at us for being upset that a genocide is currently happening.
Well, isn't that quite the admission?
You know?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how we would vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. There probably is a line.
There probably is a line? Probably.
I've yet not found it yet. of like what like moral depths to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
Weird to watch these people. It is kind of weird. I know this is like clips from the convo. There's no depth that I wouldn't stoop to stop Donald Trump, except apparently working with the left. It's always like that with liberals, isn't it?
Pretty low.
And keep in mind, when I say liberals, I mean neoliberals and like the online liberals. Real life liberals, I promise you, they are not like this.
Yeah.
So I'm here with Natalie Wynn, aka
They act like we're Satan, worse than Satan. Because with her, she said, like, people say, oh yeah, vote for Satan to stop Donald Trump. And with Satan, she was like, I don't know. But then she's like actively combative against the left, the online left, that is, what she imagines the left to be.
ContraPoints, who is one of the biggest and most prolific, and I think most efficacious video essayists on
words. I don't think she definitely didn't use prolific correctly. Because Contra does not produce that many videos. Efficacious. Yeah, I would say so. Efficacious, I think she used correctly, where it's like whatever she's trying to do in her videos, she usually does very effectively, with the exception, I think, of the last 2 video essays that she made. She's usually very well researched and, well,
the left,
efficacious.
BreadTube. I don't know if you embrace that term, but it's really nice to be. You condemn the term BreadTube.
You condemn BreadTube? That's crazy.
Well, I never thought it made any sense. Like, I mean, the phrase "BreadTube" is a reference to the conquest of bread, an anarchist book. I'm not an anarchist.
I feel like you have to be pretending to not understand what this means and how it's relevant to you. Like, Natalie, you're too smart to not know the association between yourself and the term BreadTube as affiliated with the conquest of bread. In fact, this could be a learning opportunity for chat as well. The term BreadTuber referred to, well, BreadTube. No, Gotron, you're right. And it doesn't sound narcissistic. They just hate that the left is right about anything, but the left has literally always been correct. Like, that's how the left is defined in opposition to the right. Progress as opposed to tradition, you know, which involves more freedom and human rights, etc. And, you know, economic equality and equity as opposed to economic inequality and inequity and imbalance. So forth. No, I guess this could be a learning opportunity for chat. She's pretending not to understand this because I think she wants an excuse to be more mad at the left, which is hilarious that this is happening already. But for those in chat not familiar, BreadTube is a reference to Peter Kropotkin's book, The Conquest of Bread. He was a Russian anarchist and wrote about how systems should, rather than being structured for the glory of nations or for the acquisition of imperial capital, they should be structured around human need. And it is a matter of restructuring. It is not a matter of additional production, because even in 1894 or 1897, he was writing in the 1890s. Even at that time, there was enough food being produced. Industrial capacity was more than enough to meet the needs of every human being on the planet easily. The problem was the systems. The problem was the way that political power had organized things such that many people's needs weren't met for the purpose of keeping them in line with the interests of a distinct class, right? The association with this book is because this book is a critique of existing structures of power, an analysis of how things are and how they should be different. You know, it could have been any book from any author, but like BreadTube has a good ring to it. The Conquest of Bread, you know, maybe somebody made a video early on talking about the Conquest of Bread. Critiquing systems is the theme of BreadTube, social commentary, socioeconomic commentary, cultural commentary from a generally left-leaning perspective that critiques the ways in which current systems are exploitative, flawed, incapable of meeting people's needs, and how they should change. That's BreadTube. BreadTube can encompass everybody from communists to anarchists to liberals, right? So long as you have a structural critique to offer. That's what it is. It is not anarchist YouTube. There are people who have more soundly embraced the label of BreadTuber that are not anarchists. And I know that she knows this. She did more research into she did enough research into the history of the sort of anti-feminism coming from reactionary women's movements to qualify for a whole fucking bachelor's thesis, potentially even like a master's thesis, right? She knows this. She's just pretending not to.
I don't know why this framing has been imposed on, but
You do know why.
It is what it is. You don't get to choose these things.
How do you identify politically?
I identify as a left liberal.
Liberal
is how I would describe myself.
By the way, she's not a liberal. Liberals, if we're going by the Enlightenment, the sort of guideline of what Enlightenment liberalism is, anybody who calls themselves a liberal today in the capacity of existing online and certainly arguing with other political factions is not a liberal. People in real life who call themselves liberals, who generally believe in societal progress and believe in the social contract and human rights and, not vesting unlimited authority in a single place, be it a king or a corporation. Those people are liberals. People who are willing to, support structural change and be loud and inconvenient if it means that these principles can be more realized. This person is not a liberal. She is not. One person said, eating the rich is a swear word. Yeah, if you say shit like that, you're not a liberal. Modern, neoliberals, the people that are billionaires create so much wealth, you're not a liberal. Sorry. You just like it when the king is wearing a suit instead of a crown. And sometimes that's literal because modern monarchical states are neoliberal in character.
I would say that I'm aligned with the left wing of the Democratic Party, AOC kind of politics.
That I'm more inclined to believe. But notably, yeah. I'm in line with this sort of faction of the Democratic Party when the majority of the Democratic voting base is to the left of AOC.
Well, AOC, at least at one point in her life,
But
self-described
this
as
all
a
introductory shit.
socialist or a democratic socialist, at
That's
least,
right.
did she not?
Yes, that's right.
Would you define yourself that way as well?
I think I would at one time also have. I think now I would say I'm probably more of a social democrat, but for me,
Definitely social democrat parentheses derogatory rather than Zoran Mamdani, who's a social democrat parentheses positive. For the social democrats who are in parentheses positive, that those would be the people who are socialists and have ambitions of eventually the world moving on from capitalism. But they operate within a liberal framework, so they end up just being better liberals than liberals ever have been, right? Whereas social democrats, parentheses derogatory, are people who bear the label but spend all of their political influence ignoring or chiding the left for wanting things to be better, which,
me, my attitude towards politics is very not. Well, it's very non-philosophical in a way because I feel.
Don't worry, we know.
Feel that I react to the situation that I'm in. So I think that, am I a social democrat in the sense that
Unintentionally quite revealing. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too far into this, but I do think it's maybe a little bit like honest in a Freudian sense, that she's like, oh yeah, you know, I'm very reactive. I react to the situation I'm in. Where, you know, certainly I guess that would be the best description of her that you could come up with. This, you know, a liberal social democrat with a generally reactionary approach to politics, in that you react to the moment, but don't necessarily have a broader vision.
I think capitalism is like this amazing system. Like, no, not really. I just think that social democracy is like the most plausible path to improving what we have. If I like,
And notably doesn't really like the left, who famously has made, like, all of the successes of social democracy come from the left, the people who wanted to eventually push past social democracy, when social democrats, even in their time, were like viewed some of these changes as excessive, you know.
found myself in, I don't know, a Stalinist country, I probably would not be advocating capitalist revolution. I would be advocating, like, you know, well, I don't know, some kind of
I must
like
say though as well, this is very, like, it's very online. It's very kind of it's very separate from what kind of political discussions, what kind of ideologies are relevant in real world political discourse.
Dangest reforms or something.
So, I mean,
Pog, Dengism, Pog? Not really.
from my perspective, you know, as someone who's obviously been a witness to some of the backlash, and at least your career over the last, you know, 5 or 6 years, when I've been more plugged into the online left, it does feel some.
Also, how's the audio? I meant to ask that earlier. How's the audio for you guys? Is it okay? Like the video audio, like the audio from the video versus the audio from me speaking into the mic? Is there like, it's not, the levels aren't too different, like I'm not too much louder than the video or something? Hear every word they said? That's good.
Sometimes like some of the pushback you
It's
get
peaking in the
is
high
because
green, which I
there's
think is a good sign.
a gap in your perceived sort of identification or self-identification, at least at one point, in some of the political stances that you take maybe in a post 2020 world. D- does that feel right to you?
Yeah, I do think there is like a definite proportion of the backlash that I received that's based on a kind of misreading of me as
Mm.
being sort of having always been more radical than I really.
To an extent, this misreading did exist, including from people like me, because she's trans and made videos critiquing capitalism, which I think fairly could lead everybody to think that you are a anti-capitalist, you know, for whom your politics would be pretty radical. Um, that's fair, I think. Where a lot of people did sort of project that onto her. But keep in mind, a lot of the people that she's like getting into it with are young enough that they wouldn't have been watching her videos. Like, she's, in terms of like generations of YouTubers, she's like a generation or two before a lot of the like Twitter lefties that she's arguing with, you know? So they didn't watch the videos where ContraPoints was significantly more left leaning than she is now. What they know is the ContraPoints that freaked out at the left for being upset that a genocide was happening, you know, and then started exclusively punching left, as it were,
Was.
you know?
Mm.
I mean, I think that part of it is like the aesthetic of what because I started out doing, you know, I'm like this like transgender YouTuber who is making videos about how fascism is bad. This is very like
There you go.
communist coded behavior, you know, at least in like
Yes, it is in fact communist behavior to be trans and to hate fascism. It is true. Um, I do still maintain that eventually we will be like, you know, which way Western T for T enjoyer. We've upgraded from Western man. Now we're at Western T for T enjoyer. Which way? Socialism or barbarism? Like, we are going to arrive at that either way, because the system that has come to represent liberalism is reaching its fucking limit, you know? So it's only natural that people would have that interpretation, and I think perfectly reasonable. If anything, I feel like that should prompt you to kind of reflect on, I wonder if there's some merit to that identity being attached to me. You know, maybe I should consider some of the more radical implications of the politics I discuss in such and such video, but meh.
That internet culture, right? Like, is the, if you're a trans person on the internet,
Also, I've been doing this for like 25 minutes and I'm 4 minutes in. You love to see it. Typical React streamer behavior.
complaining about Nazis all day, you're probably
When you think of anti-capitalism, they think of evil cartoon villain. Yeah, I just kind of, it's kind of surprising that she didn't even say that she was making videos that were anti-capitalist in nature, because she was. But yeah, a lot of people have like anti such and such as like such a big component of somebody's identity that they sort of paint somebody in their head with that in mind.
probably a communist, right? And that's true. You are probably a communist if you fit that description. I mean, I think that I kind of did have a more. So I mean, I used to be quite centrist in that, like in 2016, I think I was
Used to
like a
be?
Hillary Clinton supporter in the 20
Oh no. No. Look, credit for owning it, but all I'm going to say is she's not changed as much as she thinks she has.
2016 primary, for the reason that I thought that she was more viable than Bernie Sanders.
Cringe. Okay, for anybody that's going to vote in a primary election, you need to know how stupid this line of thinking is. And I'm sure Contra would probably agree with me here. You do not vote based on electoral viability in the primary. You vote based on who you think is better. That's what primaries are for. The objective of a primary is to put forward the best possible candidate for the general election. You don't do strategic voting in a primary. That's not how this works. For example, if the Democratic primary is Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, you vote for Bernie Sanders. And also, who the fuck looks at Hillary Clinton and thinks, yeah, she'd be more electorally viable against Donald Trump than Bernie Sanders? Motherfucker, she was one of maybe 2 people who could have lost to Donald Trump. The other being Kamala Harris. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Then she lost.
Yes, never listen to the neoliberals.
And I think that did prompt me to rethink a little bit what was possible.
Oh, a
Knowing the
little
fact
bit.
that Donald Trump at the time seemed like this kind of crackpot candidate who how could a serious country elect a person like this, right? Well, joke's on me. But like I think
Yeah.
that did make me
Yeah,
open
the joke
minded,
is
like,
on you.
well, like maybe like it is time to consider it. Because I had I had campaigned for Obama in 2012, and so my experience was like talking to these like median voters in like
Really?
Ashburn,
Jeez.
Virginia or whatever, and like
Did I adjust something by accident? I don't think I did. Ashburn? Wait, that's crazy. She was in Virginia? I didn't know that. I didn't know that about her. Sorry, I forgot to open stream labels. Might be.
the amount of effort needed to convince them that actually giving people access to healthcare, even if they have a pre-existing condition, did not amount to a totalitarian Islamic social.
Oh, yeah, classic error, by the way, as well. People are not convinced by, like, if people would be convinced, or rather, if people could be convinced by arguments from data and empirics, then they already are. The people who are not convinced of a certain candidate are not convinced on emotional grounds. You would need to make a purely pathos-based argument for somebody like Obama, right? Which is one of the things that Democrats have never understood in their modern history since the 80s, right? Secondly, access to healthcare. What are we talking about? We're talking about the ACA, motherfucker. Not having insurance is less expensive than buying insurance on the ACA marketplace. I would know. And then obviously, like, they don't know that. So that doesn't really matter as much. But, like, they don't care about any of that. The median voter, they care about Obama being black. And at a certain point, like, I feel like the signs were kind of there from the very beginning, right? You can't convince people like that. You have to, like, just bulldoze over them politically. You have to be like, yeah, we're making the country better. You don't get to have any input on this. You're going to have healthcare. We're going to do fucking Medicare or Medicaid for all, or like universal healthcare, the way that many social democracies do it. Fuck the private sector. No more of that shit. Every town will have a grocery store. Every town will have access to public transit, et cetera, et cetera. Like, you know, at a certain point, you can't actually. I was just talking about like what makes democracy more stable, but like it's important to distinguish between democracy and vulgar democracy, and you can't let vulgar democracy get in the way of democracy or good governance. You know, you can't let somebody saying, well, actually, I don't want this neighborhood to have public benches and public pools because then the blacks could use them. You can't let people for whom that is their political view influence politics.
Socialist takeover of the government. Like it made me think like, okay, everyone just hates
That sounds awesome, actually. Socialist takeover.
the word socialism so much. Like, why bother? But then I don't know. I guess I questioned if maybe that was. So I think
I feel like that could also be an example of a seed of negative polarization against socialism being planted in Contra's head from a long time ago too. Obviously, socialism has a history of a very toxic connotations in America. You know, the leftovers of McCarthyism, but like that shit just doesn't hit anymore. More and more people in America are openly willing to identify as socialists and are perfectly fine with other people in their lives being socialists if they're not. By which I mean liberals are fine with it because conservatives are basically not people, but even so, they have essentially the same reaction to somebody telling them that, hey, I'm a socialist, as they would to somebody telling them, hey, I'm like a liberal, or I vote Democrat, or I'm queer, right? It's no longer this unique evil that represents a sort of political uniting force. Yeah, they can't really act like socialists are going to kill everybody anymore, because what's the only remotely believable reference point for socialism is China, which is not socialist, by the way, but work with me here. Like, that's the reference point. And what is China known for? Funny haha TikTok guy who eats the watermelon and somebody slaps the watermelon and then he does, you know, like that shit. And like big cities, I guess. And I don't know, a lot of public rail projects and also President Xi type shit. Like, that's what China's known for. They're not known for like nuclear brinksmanship and representing this big bad geopolitical threat to America. It's kind of hard to do that with China because a lot of their strength isn't military.
I think I was experimenting
Anyways,
a bit more in that era, and also I did get audience captured.
Nonetheless, this is like Contra doesn't like socialism. We get it.
I think because I had a much more leftist audience, but I think we've clashed over that, over my like, I suppose, like more pragmatic, moderate stances on things.
Like what, Contra? What kind of pragmatic moderate stances? The pragmatic moderate stance that everybody should give up on hoping for better candidates in the primary cycle and just vote for Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom already type shit? What kind of moderate pragmatism are you referring to in an era where moderation is no longer pragmatic?
Things.
I cannot stand this political affect, by the way. Oh, the far left is so unreasonable, wanting genocides not to happen and for the government to do something, fucking anything, to provide a basic social safety net for people and being willing to like get mad to that effect. I, on the other hand, the ever reasonable pragmatist, believe in mildly good things. But in such a way that I'm unwilling to get animated over it. That's pragmatism, thus ensuring that my beliefs are always sort of progressive, but will never be realized. Is this a conscious thought process for her? No. I think she just doesn't like the left because they get emotional and mad, which is really funny because it's like, you could argue on some level it's like a leftover of misogyny, like that has burrowed its way into many people's brains, that like, oh, you're getting upset about this thing that you care about. Therefore, I'm negatively predisposed to care about it in the other direction to tell you to stop being upset about it or something. I don't
I
know.
want to come back to this issue of pragmatism, but
Siri butchered it. If you give up on hope, you will die. Yeah, kind of.
I want to say that on some level, I empathize with having the notion, especially coming, as someone who's, part of a marginalized group whose interests don't necessarily drive politics and sometimes drive people away from my politics, right?
Yeah.
That I remember in 2007 being asked.
I actually kind of wonder what Breonna Joy Gray identifies at, like, if she could reach for one of the political labels of just leftist, or more specifically social democrat, democratic socialist, anarchist, whatever, left libertarian. I wonder what label she would pick out of the hat and be like, yeah, I think I like this one particularly. Because I can refer to a bunch of those, and depending on how freaky I'm getting with it on a certain day, I might be like a fucking anarchist or a Stalinist or a Maoist or a fucking Trotskyite or something. Like, I get spicy with it. But I think labels are an interesting social beast. And I'm kind of curious whenever I hear people talk.
By like an adult, coming straight out of college, asked by an adult, who I supported in the primary, not really knowing anything about Barack Obama and kind of having the knee-jerk reaction that I should say Clinton, because I would be perceived as doing wish casting if I said Obama, or it was expected because I'm Black that I would say Obama, and that it was so unlikely that I seemed like the pragmatic person to say Hillary Clinton. And then I had a similar experience over the course, of the primary, when Hillary Clinton revealed herself in various ways and frankly actively talked me out of her support.
Oh yeah. If you guys ever wanna get a sense for how recent some of the like progressive social changes that America benefits from are, go look up some fucking shit from Hillary's 2008 presidential campaign against Obama in the primary. There, even John McCain, the Republican candidate for president, John McCain in 2008, was not nearly as racist towards Obama as Hillary Clinton was, member of his own political party. Seriously, this is what, like, you guys remember how crazy it was with Zoran Mamdani when Andrew Cuomo's team put out an ad that darkened, it artificially enlarged Zoran Mamdani's beard. We took a look at that. I took a look at that on stream. They like actually added a little bit of beard that he didn't have to make him look more like Muslim and like less like well groomed, You guys remember how crazy that was? Hillary Clinton literally put out an ad that darkened Obama's skin, made him look more black. And it was like an attack ad. Don't trust this guy to run for president. And they make him look black, like blacker. I think that there was also, this might have also been the same ad where she like made it a point to post a picture of him wearing a turban, which is like just traditional Kenyan wear. He has family that's Kenyan, which is the fucking, like one of the most fucking normal things. Is like, oh yeah, I have family that's German. Sometimes they wear lederhosen or something for this dance festival or something. Like imagine somebody posts a picture of you at a festival one time wearing traditional clothing like lederhosen, and they're like, don't trust this guy. Look at him wearing the lederhosen. He's clearly German. You know, like imagine how fucking weird that would be. You know? That's the kind of shit that Hillary Clinton was getting up to in 2008.
And then by the time 2016 came around, oh, and I also wanted to validate that, you know, many black voters did not think that Barack Obama could win and did not align behind him until after he had won Iowa.
That makes sense. Black people are like the most conservative bloc of the Democratic voting base, unfortunately. So that would make sense that a lot of them would tend to vote that way.
And demonstrated his viability with white voters, right? So like, I think there's something very relatable about your approach. I think the question people have is, once this lesson was learned in 2016, that who we were told was electable wasn't who was actually electable. And that there was this appetite in the country for somebody that was more radical, that was more anti-establishment in the form of Donald Trump. And that there was this phenomenon of the Bernie to Trump voter where those same Trump voters would have been interested in someone like Bernie Sanders, who didn't just, you know, talk about healthcare the way that Obama did, but did so in a much more radical way.
I think that's a good opportunity to pause. I want to slightly critique this parallel here, which is the notion of the Bernie to Trump voter. This person does exist. I don't intend to say that it doesn't exist, right? Because it's people who vote based on vibes and feelings. You know, everybody knows about that one guy that voted for Trump and then voted for Mamdani. There are like Trump AOC voters. There are Trump and then Mamdani voters, because some of these people vote based on emotional appeals. What's like narratively satisfying to them, right? And Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders were both candidates that contributed to a sense of narrative satisfaction. Not only did they offer an affirmative vision, they offered an affirmative vision that was being actively threatened by a political enemy that wanted to see you fail, right? And certainly life doesn't always have as neat of narrative logic, but in a broader sense, it does exist, you know? Particularly if you're on the left, our mission is to decommodify certain things that people need to live, decommodify food, decommodify healthcare, decommodify housing. But there are various interests that benefit from these things being commodified, therefore, by extension, benefit from you not having them, and from thousands of people dying every year from not having food or medicine or housing or some such, right? They want to see us fail. And I want us to succeed so that you can have housing, you can have medicine, you can have food, and you can actually live in society, right? Yeah, essentially, like people vote based on who's the most successful political aura farmer, right? Or like who has the most aura, you know? And you have to engage in this very narrative-based form of aura farming, you know? And unfortunately, the right wing has the advantage of they can just fucking lie and say anything. Meanwhile, people on the left are generally pretty concerned with what is and isn't true. But yeah, that's how the majority of people vote, which explains the existence of the occasional Trump to Bernie voter. But this demographic of people is not nearly as common as the Hillary to Trump voter. Like the Bernie to Trump voter, not anywhere near as prevalent as the Hillary to Trump voter. There are many people who voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016 who voted for Donald Trump in 2020 and 2024. The neoliberals, the ideology of person who is likely to vote for Hillary Clinton is much more likely to cross that gap and vote for Donald Trump. In fact, I might want to look this up right now. Here, Hillary to Trump voters. No, not the fucking basket. God, Google loves to just fucking throw the same old shit. Okay. People who voted for Hillary Clinton and then Donald Trump. None of these Google results are even remotely helpful for what I'm looking up. People who voted Hillary, then Trump. Are centrist. Don't think I'm going to learn anything from our centrist. Okay, this is where I'm going to enlist chat's help. If anybody can find the statistic I'm thinking of, everybody loves to talk about the Bernie to Trump voter, but nobody likes to talk about the more common Hillary to Trump voter, somebody who voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016, but then subsequently voted for Trump in later elections. Much more common than people who voted for Bernie Sanders and then voted for Trump in subsequent elections. I cannot seem to find that statistic. It's not like neatly listed. Here, hold on. SDL Hillary to Trump voter. No, SDL. Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to have to defer to chat to try to find that one. The one account I was thinking of was SDL, Socialism Done Left. You know what, fuck, I'm getting annoyed by this. I actually want to take a minute to look this up and then we'll return to the video. I'm looking for this. Here, hold on. Advanced. Hillary to Trump. Search. I don't know why I thought the internet would help me in this. Fuck, whatever. Regardless, they're talking about the Bernie to Trump voter, but the Hillary to Trump voter was actually more common. Fitting because both of them share Epsteinite ideology to the extent that Trump has ideology at all, but beyond that he personally should be allowed to fuck kids on Little St. James. But yeah, when we're talking about people who style themselves with populism, it is important to recognize that people do not look at the spreadsheets to decide who to vote for. They vote based on emotional appeals, which is why you see all those fucking videos of people who voted for Trump and now their livelihood is specifically being demolished by the war in Iran that, mind you, Trump started for fun, for no reason. Because Israel, it just gets to do whatever it wants. And Israel's like, hey, we should bomb Iran. And Trump was like, it sounds great. That sounds good. I think if I'm remembering right, Israel actually bombed Iran first. No. That's not right. It was actually the other way around. America bombed Iran unprompted. And Marco Rubio's justification was we had to bomb Iran because Israel was going to bomb them and then Iran was going to bomb Israel. So we had to strike first. Not joking. That was his argument. Anyways, you know, people who vote for that and then their lives are specifically being impacted by that, they're not voting based on the fucking spreadsheets and who's actually the better candidate. You have to understand how to work the masses, which is why you need populism in a moment like this.
Thought to be somehow alienating to the public, but which was in fact populist. If that lesson was learned in 2016, I guess the question people have is what caused you to sort of move back to this idea that a more centrist pragmatism or incrementalism was going to be a more electable and politically viable route?
Well, I think part of it is in,
It's a
so
great
in
question.
2020, I supported Bernie Sanders in the primary.
Yeah, I remember. We
and-
talked about it on the show, I think.
Oh, we maybe did. Okay, so it hasn't been 10 years.
Has she been on the Bad Faith pod before? That's
Okay,
interesting.
but yeah, Biden won fairly decisively, both in the primary and the general election, which seemed like
Yeah, but okay. If she's going to make the argument that Joe Biden's victory convinced her that, like, oh, centrist pragmatism is the way, I think that's a profoundly not ill-informed, uninformed view of the situation. 2020 was a year of extremely extenuating circumstances. COVID was the reason that Biden won. In 2024, we saw that very plainly. And also some similar fuckery happened in the Democratic primary to prevent Bernie Sanders from getting the presidential nomination, where the Democratic Party machine had a preferred candidate already. So they spent a lot of capital supporting that candidate, not supporting Bernie Sanders. And a lot of news outlets being those interests of capital that Bernie Sanders made his political come up in the presidential on critiquing, they all excessively had Bernie Sanders on in a hostile environment. They were asking him, yeah, but how will you pay for it? How will you pay for it? How will you pay for it? Despite him explaining over and over and over, they all they wanted to hear was actually, we can't actually all of the institutions in America were leveraged against Bernie Sanders. And that's what prevented him from winning. It wasn't that his platform was worse. Politics is not decided based on who has better ideas or what would be better for society. Politics is decided by power. And right now, the capital class has the power. So they get to decide. Well, they are the ones who have the heaviest hand in deciding who will be such and such candidate for such and such office, including the presidency. They made the decision that Joe Biden would be the candidate for president in 2020. And the general election played out. The capital class would have been fine with either Trump or Biden, right? That's the selection process that happens. Republicans and Democrats both are parties of capital. They just had to let it play out. In 2024, the capital class had gotten much more hungry for, stock buybacks and fucking pump and dump schemes. So Trump won pretty handily. The scales were pretty slated in his favor. Kamala Harris was hamstrung, and she was in part selected because she would be unwilling to do anything inconvenient to capital. Right? There's all these big systems that are moving and using political power in ways that seem very undemocratic because they are undemocratic, which yields certain results that are contrary to things that would really fix problems that are facing this country. Basically, I am saying that this is a skill issue that you got radicalized to the center by Joe Biden winning in 2020, because everything we saw afterwards immediately confirmed how much of a flash in the pan that was.
to kind of step back from the edge to me. So
Also, step back from the edge is a curious turn of phrase for like being de-radicalized from the left. Like, wow, I was de-radicalized from believing that we should have less exploitative systems than capitalism, and that we should focus more on human rights than profit, and you know, stuff like that. And that we shouldn't have a ruling class who just does pedophilia in their free time and in their working time screws everybody else on the planet over. Like, yeah, wow, you really walked back away from the cliff and didn't take the suicidal plunge into wanting the world to be better. Come on.
I think that kind of pushed me in a more moderate direction also as a result of, I think, clashing with people who were abstainers. I felt
This is the main thing that radicalized her, by the way. Um, this is another one of those issues where she is way too smart for her to like her videos are well researched enough that she would have been able to identify things that indicated that like Joe Biden was a flash in the pan. My money personally is all on that she was radicalized to the center by having negative interactions with the left online, with, you know, online leftists who are probably, you know, the mentally ill Twitter left, let's be real. But like she let that color her entire vision of the left because to her political factions are just social associations rather than like political blocks, right? She engaged with the left and I think continues to view the left as though it's a social club, and she has readjusted her politics to disassociate from that social club. I think her beliefs are you know, some of her beliefs seem to be pretty weak if they can be malleable to such things. And I think she's to some extent aware of that, which is why she added the bit about Biden.
that, like, because I've always seen Donald Trump as like
But of course, I'm not in her head. I don't know.
very menacing, like as like a nightmarish presence in American politics. Who
Also, Donald Trump is not terribly scary. This is a very liberal tendencies, and why I do believe that she's genuinely is a liberal, which again is very vexing considering how well researched her videos are and how extensive an understanding she seems to have of history, that she's singling in on Donald Trump a lot, even just so far.
I am like willing to resist by any means necessary, essentially.
Except working with the left, of course.
And
or like listening to the left.
So I think that I got frustrated with the opposition to voting for Biden. And then in 2024, I think my frustration increased.
If anything, the political sentiment that you shouldn't vote for Joe Biden has been vindicated by time, right? Republicans have only been as destructive as they have right now because Joe Biden won and did nothing and thus gave them 4 years to plan, rearm, and come up with Project 2025, much of which was a failure, but that only because they didn't really need a lot of it, you know? If Trump had won in 2020, he would have botched handling COVID and the recovery from that. And people would probably be very polarized against the Republicans today. You know, the Democrats would have bought some goodwill back, you know?
And I feel like
And that stuff is like the benefit of hindsight, but it makes it all the more strange that she was like, yeah, I was frustrated more by the sentiment in 2024. Like, it doesn't make sense. I was frustrated more by that sentiment in 2020. And in 2024, now we have the benefit of hindsight. Biden didn't do all that much.
now, I mean, I see the second Trump administration as being like even worse than the first, which I thought it would be. So I feel like fairly disillusioned with any kind of like larger ideological project. I mean, I guess we could.
Why? There's been no broader ideological project. How do you get disillusioned from the concept of a broad ideological project when nobody's presented a broader ideological project? This is still just the neoliberal project. We haven't deviated from the course that we were on when ContraPoints entered politics is the same course that we're on right now. There's been no meaningful ideological change. You know? How?
Probably spend all day litigating like why exactly Kamala Harris lost in 2024 by the margins that she did.
It's just like, oh yeah, I was all in favor of this big transformational ideological project. But now seeing that nothing has fundamentally changed and neoliberalism is merely happening faster, I'm disillusioned with the concept of a big ideological project for positive change. I know I'm strawmanning a little bit there, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
But the way I diagnose it is largely that like voters moved to the right.
No, they did not. The Democrats moved to the right. The voting base, if anything, has been moving left. With the exception maybe of Generation Z. Generation Z doesn't fucking vote. With some exceptions in Gen Z, every generation's been more left-leaning than the last. Gen X more than the boomers, millennials more than Gen X. In some capacity, Gen Z more than millennials too. Voters did not move to the right. The Democrats abandoned their base. Democrats didn't lose voters to Republicans. They lost voters to the couch. Donald Trump had fewer votes in 2024 than he had in 2020. If I'm remembering right. Or it was about the same. The Republicans did not pick up votes from the Democrats. Democrats lost voters to the couch, which means their voter base didn't move right. They did. They abandoned their voter base. I talked about this as it was happening. You know, it was not difficult to see what was going on. I got the prediction wrong that I thought Kamala Harris was going to win, and then she lost. But when she lost, it immediately made sense. The Democrats abandoned their base. The Democrats literally removed the opportunity for people to voice concerns about Gaza. They banned an entire ethnic group from their political convention, the DNC. They banned Palestinians from entering. They removed Gaza as an option on their political surveys and questionnaires. Political parties do this when they're making phone calls. They're like, oh, what issue do you care about the most? And there will be a bunch of like major issues that are relevant right now. Gaza was on that list. And then post DNC, they removed it. Democrats lost because they would rather lose than do what their base wanted of them, which is move to the left. This, like, you have to have already decided that you don't like the left to arrive at this interpretation. Like, your politics already has to be defined by disdain and dislike for the left to in any way think that the voting base has like moved right.
So this has me feeling proud.
I mean, for shit's sake, just look at the Democratic voting base now. People are literally as dissatisfied from the Democratic voting base with their party as they ever have been. And who are they the most dissatisfied with? Oh, surely it must be the progressives, right? No, you fucking idiot. It's the centrists. The Democratic electorate is pissed, absolutely livid at their centrist representatives. That's why, like, every time there's like major Democratic victories, it's been new progressives getting in office. Zohran Mamdani, Katie Wilson, Graham Plattner soon enough. You know? Shoykat Chakrabarti in California. There have been all sorts of progressive names popping up. People are increasingly dissatisfied with the political establishment, with the pragmatic moderates. But Contra isn't approaching it from that perspective. She's approaching it from the perspective of her own personal experience, which is largely informed by dealing with random leftists online. And by random leftists, I mean like a hyper-specific clique of Twitter leftists who defend Stalin on occasion.
Probably the way that liberals felt, you know, around in like 1991 or whatever, when you had like almost 12 years of like Reaganism at that point, and it's just like,
I think I'm going to go to about 15
Wow.
minutes and then I'll end stream
my sense
on
of
this video. I do be yapping. Hopefully I will have something else going next stream, aside from just the video, but it's late today, so I feel like this is all I can put my attention to.
I mean, so there's a reason why I'm not like a Democratic Party press person, right? Because my messaging is not inspiring at all. Like,
Actually, that would make you perfect to be a representative of the Democratic Party. They're uninspiring.
I'm aware of this. And like, to be clear, no politician should say the things that I'm saying because they're not inspiring. They're depressing. But that's why I'm not a politician, right? Because
That does make her a good fit for the Democrats, though. Democrats are really fucking bad at their jobs.
I don't have an inspiring message, and you need, like, I mean, I feel like the politicians that I've seen in my life who have the best messaging are people like Barack Obama and like Zoran Mamdani, who both have this kind of like
Zoran Mamdani, famously a centrist pragmatist. Come on.
radiant energy of hope. That is, you know, almost more than any specific policy idea. It's the kind.
Yeah, the hope for change is a very left-wing thing. It's a very leftist thing, especially in a system that's defined by, well, liberalism, economic liberalism particularly. It's possible for that hope and that aspiration for change to come from a place of liberalism as well, but it would have to be philosophical liberalism, which is much, much closer to socialism than it is to modern capitalism, right? Essentially, this is her way of trying to agree with the left, but sound like the centrist, moderate pragmatists, because this is like very characteristic of left-leaning politicians. Obama won because he styled himself as a progressive, not a socialist. The McCarthyism was like much more present in 2008, 2012. But like, that's why a lot of the left really hates Barack Obama, myself included, not because he was a centrist, but because he was a centrist and a betrayer. He knew he was smart enough to wear the face of a progressive to get into power and to cultivate a political mandate. And then he did nothing with it because he wasn't actually interested in that change. Mamdani actually is interested in that change. And the people who are critical of the Democratic Party, the reason that people have been hemorrhaging from the Democratic Party's base of support is because the Democrats aren't interested in that positive change. The people are. They're more willing to vote for a socialist now than they ever have been. More than half of those progressives that I named that were like elected to public office are self-described socialists or social democrats.
Kind of vibes that they have. I do not possess this quality at all.
Okay. But that phrase, like almost more than any specific policy idea, I think that's where the rub comes in, and where I see the frustration that some of the left articulates toward you, not just you, but anybody who takes a more, who believes authentically that a more moderate position is the more electable, sort of smarter, politically advantageous one. Because many of us look at Zoran Mamdani and even Barack Obama in 2008, and I would also say Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020, and say that these people were all able to snatch movements out of nowhere, right? Obama was not the likely choice. Senator Sanders didn't even seem to even believe his own campaign was going to have legs when he launched in like the middle of the grass with like 3 cameras around in 2016. And obviously,
that was the start of Bernie's campaign. That's crazy.
Zoran Mamdani was polling in single digits in a long shot, at least when I interviewed him last February.
Yeah, when I first heard of and talked about Zoran Mamdani, he was polling at 1%. 1% for the New York City mayoral. There's the video of him way back in January when he was at the beach in January in his suit, and he jumped in the water like it's freezing. And he looked at the camera, he's like, and that's what I'm going to do to the rent. I'm going to freeze the rent. And I was like, this guy's good. This guy's great.
February. But I
It was-
would argue that what
It was about him having a comprehensive vision for here's how things need to change. Not here's how I would be smarter than you and competently administer this same system. No, it was like, here's how this system has failed you, and how like we need to change it. There are enemies out there, like billionaires, millionaires, the rich people have ruined your life, and I'm going to change that. That narrative was central to that.
propelled all of those individuals into the limelight was not their moderation, but that they stood out among a crowd of moderates who were unwilling to make true criticisms about their own party and the other side, and the
Thank
ways
you.
in which they are often aligned along because of their shared corporate donors in maintaining substantially the status quo. And so that, to me, is what so many of us learned from 2016, and what Bernie's greatest sort of gift and contribution to the political space was, that calling out corporate elites, calling out the Epstein class, calling out
Yeah, naming an enemy in politics, very important. Like I said, narrative logic. Also, I do have to say that I'm like a little bit mesmerized by Brianna Joy Gray. Her skin looks super nice, and I actually really like the tank top that she's wearing. I think it looks super nice on her.
super PAC donors, calling out the military industrial complex is not something that will get you marginalized and sidelined, but in fact,
Goes super well with her necklace and her watch. Like the color transition from gold, I think this would be gold color. It's a little bit, the resolution isn't exactly permitting of me to see the particular color of the necklace, but I'm assuming like if it's brass or gold, it would have that color. Gold to like cream off white, and then the watch is just white. It's a very nice color transition. It's like if you're focusing centrally on her, you have the earrings and the necklace, and you go out a little bit, you see the tank top and the straps, like the cream white color, and then you go to the watch and I think her nails as well. Her nails might be like light pink. I don't know, maybe they're white. You get much lighter colors. I like it. I like, she looks cute. Sorry, this was me gushing about fashion a little bit.
that
And
will
like color theory, basically.
earn the trust of the public at large. What do you say to that argument, that in fact the people that you were sort of characterizing as successful because of their, the person, I don't want to mischaracterize, you put words in your mouth, but charisma, personality, intangibles, in fact are popular because it is message driven, it's policy driven?
For most of Brianna Joy Gray's spiel there, I have no notes. She's correct on most of that. Like, yeah, these people were successful because they were radicals in a crowd of moderates. Like, boring moderates. We've seen this before. Oh, you're going to do the same thing. How fucking original. And then like somebody's like, yeah, but what if I did something different? What if I attacked the system? What if I acknowledged that the system is actually your enemy and has made you worse off for it? What if I acknowledge that there is a distinct class of people that are very wealthy, that donate to both parties, that are running this system, that have different interests from you, and that I'm here to represent your interests and not theirs, right? That's why these people were popular. However, I should add that the charisma helps. Being good in front of the camera, that's possible to cultivate. Practice over time can help you become much better in front of the cameras, be a much more charismatic stage presence, which is essential in working a crowd. But like, just a charismatic candidate is not enough to win. Obama could not win on charisma alone. He had to play the part of a radical to win. His charisma alone would not have gotten him there. For example, Vivek Ramaswamy, decently charismatic, but he doesn't really have a vision. And he's also brown, and Republicans are fucking racist. So there is that. But like, Charisma alone will not get you there. In fact, another example would be like Katie Wilson, mayor of Seattle, currently Democratic Socialist, thank you, not as charismatic as somebody like Obama or Zoran Mamdani, but she's good enough on camera, and she has the radical, optimistic politics necessary to capture the attention of a voting base hungry for political change and deviation from an increasingly hostile status quo.
Well, it's definitely a combination. Like, I don't think you can have any policy and win based on vibes. And I
Trump won based on vibes.
agree with what you're saying about like
It's possible from the right to win based on vibes because the fucking right-wing voter base doesn't care about anything but vibes and like how racist you'll be to black people and immigrants. But yeah,
populism is very in at the moment, right? And I do think that type of messaging could succeed. I mean, I see like the place to litigate this
strikes me as kind of a trivialization. I said like, oh, populism is in, and it is. You know, it is a political style that's being adopted right now because the system is not popular. So opposition to the system is popular. Given some of the context of like online beef or whatever, it seems like a little bit of an intentional downplay, but either like it's broadly correct. You know, it's not always the best strategy to run as a populist. But right now, it is the best strategy because the system fucking sucks.
will be in the primary, right? Like
Well, we didn't get to have one, regrettably,
no,
in
not in
2024.
2024.
Yeah, I wonder why we didn't get to have a fucking primary, huh? Ugh, I hate the Democratic Party so much. I hate moderates so much. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them.
And I do
there are
think I do
Also, she is wrong. It works in all elections, right? Unless in this specific case that you are the incumbent, populism doesn't work as well because you're on the inside. Populism is just a good political strategy. Oh, it works in the primary, but what about the general? Sorry, the populist won in the general election too. Zoran Mamdani won the election in New York. Donald Trump won the election in 2024. Katie Wilson won the election in Seattle. You know? Shoykat Chakrabarti seems to be poised to win in California. Graham Plattner is going to win in Maine. Abdul Sayed seems like he's going to win in Michigan. It's an age of populism, and the Democrats being so reviled comes from their categorical rejection of populism in part, or their failure to adopt it because fundamentally they don't actually want the change that populism entails.
do think it's
Go ahead.
reprehensible that Biden did not drop out sooner.
And there are people who I have to say would argue that.
Never mind dropping out. They're so like, obviously we should all be mad that Biden didn't drop out before he did. What we should also be like mad about, arguably just as much so, is that the Democrats didn't put in any effort to cultivate a field of primary candidates at all. They had no interest in putting effort into the 2024 election. They were comfortable to try to let Biden, that absolute shambling corpse of a politician, weekend at Bernie's type shit, try to shamble his way to a 2024 election victory. And it was only after he got his ass blown out in the presidential debate that they bothered to say, all right, you got to go. Right? They promised in 2020, don't worry, one-term candidate, one-term president. We know he's old. There's going to be a very real primary in 2024 for president. Don't worry about it. We'll have somebody better. No effort. They just fucking lied. They just fucking lied. They didn't put up anything for 2024. No candidates. In fact, they actively suppressed opposition and critique of Joe Biden. In the age of populism, Joe Biden being the insider, you need that critique. You need politicians, rising stars that cannot be generated from the political inside. They have to be people who are popular and like have a following among the voting base, and then you sort of kindle that, you know? But the Democratic Party was too busy pouring water on that and not kindling it. They didn't care, you know?
But I know I've heard you and Joshua Citarella recently seem to agree that 2020 was a fair race and that the rigging that happened in 2016 of the Bernie campaign was overstated. But
That's my
it's
position,
worth
yeah.
noting. Yeah, it's worth noting.
I don't think that the rigging in 2016 was overstated. I do think people misattribute it being illegal though. The law doesn't fucking matter in America, and you can do shockingly large amounts of corruption without breaking the law. I think it's fair to say the 2016 primary election was absolutely rigged. But like, it wasn't illegal what they did to Bernie Sanders and his campaign, right?
That people feel very differently. And even centrists like Jake Tapper in his book with Alex Thompson readily acknowledge that 2016 was rigged, that there was a call that went out that had all the candidates drop out after Biden had failed to win the first 4 contests.
2020, she means, I think.
And circle the
Or
wagons
2019.
around South Carolina. That, of course, there was what, 7
And yes, 2020 was also rigged. Like the fucking top-down orders and shit. This is why liberal democracy is not democratic.
$70 million
One of the
of
reasons.
free media that Biden got after winning South Carolina. That they then changed the order of the primary contest so that a pro-Biden state could go early enough so that they wouldn't have to do quite the same level of machination. But that again, you had a mass dropping out and coalescing behind a candidate in order to make it seem as though there's an inevitability there with Joe Biden that there simply wasn't. Sorry, I told kind of 2 stories at the same time with 2016 and 2020. But, you know, that was a 2020 story. And in 2016, yes, it was a much more acute. In the Democratic Party, of course, the DNC admitted that they were entitled to and did, in fact, put their finger on the scale in favor of Hillary Clinton. So it does beg the question by some accounts, and I don't expect you to, you know, agree with this, but I do have to just put out there, by some accounts, we haven't had a real primary since 2008.
I see.
You know, that I haven't really thought about that, but that's true. Man, democracy really died in this country a lot earlier than we thought it did, at least at a certain level. No, yeah. 2008 was truly the last time that in the presidential race, that candidate that the Democratic Party didn't necessarily want to win actively won. And then 2000 and then they said, all right, we're not, like, a black guy won the primary and the Democrats were like, all right, we're not letting that happen again. And they were like, we need to figure out how to make sure that the person we don't want to win doesn't win the next time. Fuck, man. Fuck. Well, it's been like an hour. It's been a long time, actually, very long. And I've gotten 16 minutes into this video. Certified live stream react behavior. I'm going to probably call it there for the stream. I'll just have to remember that was at the 16-minute mark for next time. I will come back to this. Also, everybody in chat needs to be ready to get slut-mogged, both by me and by probably the characters in the game. I don't know. This is the same halted top I wore another time, but now you can see the floral side is the side that's up against my skin, and now the red side is the one that's being displayed. And I think this goes really well with booty shorts. It's just such a nice color scheme. Red and blue is just such a good color combo. You know what? Here, let me actually, this is an idea I had for how to handle the React Andy properties. ContraPoints. Let's show that. Okay, so now you can see it. And now, oh, I've already cropped it too. Now I just have to resize it. Ah, no. Didn't mean to do that. It's going to be real small. But with any luck, this should be visible. For people watching on their phone, this is going to be a little bit of a nightmare. But if you're watching on a PC, like a computer, which is the intended way that I would want people to watch this, it should be okay. Let me move this. You can't see what I'm moving around because some of the stuff is invisible, but
later.
And I will use my keyboard for hotkeys. I'll need my headphones for this. Desktop audio.
Acute in the Democratic Party, of course, the DNC admitted.
How's the audio, by the way? If I turn it down to like there,
that they were
is that still
entitled
fine?
to and did, in fact, put their finger on the scale in favor of Hillary Clinton. So it does beg the question, by some accounts, and I don't expect you to, agree with this, but I do have to just put out there, by some accounts, we haven't had a real primary since 2008.
Let me see if I
see
and then
rigging
it's
was given too strong a word.
okay. So K is this voice sounds familiar. Yeah, that's Brianna Joy Gray. Vosh went on the if you were a Vosh viewer, Vosh went on the Bad Faith podcast with Brianna Joy Gray a little while ago. By a little while ago, I mean like a year or two ago. And Contra is a very well-known video essayist. So let's continue.
For what you're describing, I think that,
They're talking about 2020,
yes,
I
Joe
think.
Biden and Hillary Clinton were like some advantage was given
Both
to them
elections, okay.
by having this built-up institutional support within the party.
Yes,
But I
much
also think that, like,
institutional
but
support,
like
in
in
fact.
2020, when you say that, like, okay, there's this sort of conspiracy of candidates to all drop out, except for Biden giving him this advantage that he wouldn't otherwise have had against Bernie Sanders. Like, yes, but I feel like
I'm gonna let her
also
finish. But...
contains like a tacit admission that the only way for Bernie Sanders to have won would be to split the center-left vote.
Okay, that's complete cope. It wasn't like she's already making like an argument from conspiracy. And like I will oftentimes be critical of people like Brianna Joy Gray for focusing so much on specific moments, like the 2016 and 2020 campaigns. But she has experience in her like working career in both of those campaigns. And you guys know that I've talked about my experience volunteering in 2024. So it's like, it's perfectly understandable. It's important to understand the institution that is our enemy right now insofar as like the Democratic Party, right? Which is why this is like relevant to talk about still. It wasn't some conspiracy where all the Democratic candidates spontaneously dropped out to help Biden get the nomination. No, there was a memo circulated internally in the party. They were told from above, we can't let Bernie have the nomination. All of you drop out, coalesce around Joe Biden. We've decided it's his turn, essentially. And on top of that, they also rescheduled the primaries so that they could ice out Bernie's momentum, right? Nothing necessarily illegal happened, but there was a large amount of rat fuckery. It was coordinated by the party against Bernie Sanders. And they like essentially they were like, we have to prevent by any means necessary, including destroying internal democratic processes. We have to prevent Bernie Sanders from being the face of the party, right? They picked Joe Biden. They were like, oh yeah, we'll put South Carolina ahead of a couple other states where Bernie's likely to win so that Joe Biden can win. It can ice out Bernie's momentum and kill like the enthusiasm for his campaign or whatever. And the rest is history. Joe Biden got the nomination. He won the election in 2020. They learned all the wrong lessons, right? But people like Contra don't really... don't really have the institutional awareness or the analysis to perceive that at a glance, right? Like, and it's not like you arrive at this sort of shit all at once. Ultimately, what I'm getting at is I think Contra is just like, she's heard this take from like the Twitter left a lot, that the Twitter left that she is beefing with quite frequently. And now she's mad at them. So it's almost like out of spite, she's forming this position, this quite reactionary position at that, that like you're just being a conspiracist for arguing that like, yeah, the Democratic Party hates progressives and they ice them out at every opportunity. Just look at what they did to Bernie Sanders in 2020. And her argument is like, well, you're actually just not realistic and the centrists are the pragmatists anyway. And so on and so forth, where it's like, oh, it's not useful to critique the Democrats from the left because critiquing them from the left necessitates acknowledging the foul play politically that they get up to and the ways in which they are more concerned with icing out progressive than advancing any sort of vision for politics. Right? All that to say, I think Contra is like, her viewpoint on this is compromised, you know, by like her dislike of the Twitter left, essentially. And I'm gonna wait till I'm on a straightaway.
Oh, I agree. So I think that is true, and that is also how Donald Trump won, right? Donald Trump, the Republicans did not do that same thing in 2016, and he was able to win. He has never had a supermajority of
that is true.
The majority of a primary vote in that exact same way. So I think
this is true. It's also worth mentioning. Donald Trump is the Republican Party's golden goose, and it was like the groundwork was laid for that in the primary. The Republicans actually didn't play favorites the same way that the Democrats did. The internal, like the party consultants and whatever, had their preferred pick, and I believe their preferred picks were something along the lines of Rubio and Cruz. Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio were who, like, the Republican insiders at the time were kind of gravitating towards. But they were like soul searching after they got blown out in 2008, 2012. They were like, we need a change of direction for the party. So we're going to let this play out, right? The Republican Party is actually very internally democratic, and that has been actually a massive asset to them seizing power. It emboldens the most radical factions within them because that resonates with the base. The Democratic Party, however, is not allowed to engage in such because the most radical factions of the Democrats would be the socialists. And that is way the fuck more inconvenient to their donors, their sponsors, capital, than the radical factions of the Republican Party. The Republicans are allowed to do effective political strategy because they are the preferred party of capital. The Democrats are not. The Democrats are relegated to being at best incompetent, at worst complicit, and losing on purpose, because that is the preferred position that they be in by capital, which supports, funds, and ultimately makes or breaks both political parties. At least insofar as the social connections that Democrats are concerned with, party Democrats.
I think if we were having a different kind of conversation, I absolutely put it on Bernie Sanders and the campaign to have anticipated this outcome and to have done the work that needed to be done, that even if the Democratic centrists maneuver the way that they did and were expected to maneuver, he was still able to win.
The Democratic Party views their base like sheep to be herded. Yeah, they do, which is like very deeply like out of step with the reality of the Democratic Party base. Right? Like, if you're going to view somebody as like cattle people, that's the Republicans. And I think the Republicans are actually better at navigating that dynamic, because Democrats don't even view the mass of quote unquote sheep that they think of their own base as powerful enough to be a meaningful support to them. They take their support for granted. And to the Democrats, their base is purely an obstacle, a hurdle to be overcome, a box to be unceremoniously and bureaucratically checked. You know, that's how they think about things. With Republicans, they're like, the base is the lifeblood of our party. Obviously, our base is stupid pieces of shit, but we need them in order to win. It's in our interest to appeal to the base as much as we can, so that whenever we win, we have a political mandate from the people that voted for us. You know? The Democrats are like ideologically opposed to this same thing on the left, where it's like, yeah, we should appeal to our base so that when we win, we have a political mandate and can actually pursue a political program. They hate their base, and they don't have a program to pursue. Like, they don't care. You know? I'm holding on to this mushroom, even though I'm probably going to lose it. I imagine the shock is going to happen pretty soon. Or I could just do the gap jump,
Still be able to
get
win.
fourth
and
and
that's on
win.
him. That's, at the end of the day, that was the responsibility of the campaign.
Putting more.
Ultimately, I actually would disagree even with Brianna Joy Gray here. I legitimately don't think there's anything that Bernie Sanders could have done in the face of every single political institution in America being united against him, right? And I mean, like, actually united against him. Even when the news was critical of Donald Trump, it was all surface level, right? They were giving him so much free airtime, you know? Bernie Sanders was properly iced out of institutional connections. If anything, we should be amazed that he came as close as he did to winning the primary both times, you know? Legitimately, you know, this could, shocker, I might be even more cynical than Brianna Joy Gray. I think Bernie Sanders ran a really, generationally good campaign, but he didn't win because every single institution that was relevant to campaigning had decided already that he wasn't going to win, irrespective of what the vote tally would eventually be. And they had more influence on the vote tally combined, all their influence, than Bernie Sanders' campaign could muster by that time, you know?
More effort to win in South Carolina and so on.
Well, I don't think that Bernie had to win South Carolina to win.
Yeah, no, for sure, Gotron, Bernie's efforts were absolutely not all for naught. He hasn't stopped either. I don't know if you saw this, but like Bernie's in his 80s, you know, and he recognized quite publicly, like, I'm gonna be gone soon. You know, I'm getting old. I'm getting real old. You know, I will genuinely hate to see my favorite Jewish grandpa go, right? But like, he said, here's what I intend to do for my last years in politics before I, leave this mortal plane. I intend to get as many progressives elected to office as possible to build this movement. And I was like, that's my fucking goat right there, you know? Like, because that's what he's cared about. And like, sure, he didn't win the nomination. He didn't get the presidency and stuff like that. But I think he's like, even still, I think we can all recognize that Bernie Sanders has had an enormous positive impact on politics, you know? Watch both parties try to claim him after he dies. The Republicans will not try to claim Bernie Sanders. It's too soon for that. What they will try to do is they will try to distance him from the Democrats, which they may in fact be right to. The Democrats will try to claim him, which is stolen valor, and the Republicans will try to distance him from the Democratic coalition, from the left, by saying, well, actually, he was an independent, right? Oh, geez. I have to ban that guy in just a minute. And of course, like, neither party is going to be successful in so far as trying to assert that Bernie Sanders was one of theirs or trying to co-opt his image, because ultimately what people loved Bernie Sanders for was the progressivism, right? The Republicans, the best they can muster is he wasn't actually a Democrat, which he wasn't, to their credit. And the best the Democrats can muster is trying to claim the affect, which they will not be able to, because you can't claim the affect of Bernie Sanders without acknowledging the effect, and the Democrats hated the effect. Missed the box. I'm probably gonna get last. It is what it is. Anywho,
And I think that in some levels,
it's been a while since I've done this. My
is that,
driving is not going to be very good.
Biden loses the first 4 contests dramatically, right? Is like 4th or 5th place in New.
Yeah, a lot of people forget this. Biden was not a good candidate in 2020. Cercino, welcome. Welcome. He had already lost like 4 or 5 primaries. And Bernie, I think, had won a fair few. It was like Bernie and Buttigieg were winning primaries because they had a more progressive campaign, and Biden was lagging behind. But then the memo came down from above within the Democratic Party. Hey, every other candidate, drop out and support Biden. We don't want Bernie to win. You know, ultimately, the prevailing logic, as it was in 2016, it was also this in 2020. We would rather run a centrist and lose than run a progressive and win. You know, a version of this happened in 2024 as well, with their unwillingness to even have a primary at all, and their unwillingness to capitulate on issues like Gaza,
New Hampshire, or whatever it was. And a world where the media was fair.
Can I have a good race on this one finally?
Win in Nevada as a huge proof of electability, given that he won 70% of the Latino vote, and he would have gotten that huge media boost in the polls after that win, and all of the other wins in those early contests. But you can imagine that even if others didn't drop out, if the media continues to ring the alarm bells that Bernie isn't electable because of socialism and Biden is because of black people, that he might still even be able to carry the day the same way in 2016. Those same arguments were made about Hillary Clinton, which are fundamentally untrue, right? As you just explained.
But I guess I wonder, like, how, I question, like, just how, I mean, I'm sure it has some effect, but how much does the media sort of framing, like...
This is Contra, I'm gonna preempt whatever Contra's about to say, because what she's effectively about to say is like, well, how much does it really matter that every single institution in politics hates you and specifically wants you to lose, you know? And she's going to try to trivialize it, and that's ultimately because she cannot concede that, like, yeah, there was a lot of institutional barriers, and those ultimately are what prevented Bernie from winning. I remember his campaign. It was a good campaign. You know? And yeah, like, to Brianna Joy Gray's point, which again, like, even though we're talking about 2020 here, it's relevant because of the way the Democratic Party behaves still now. If Bernie won the primary and thus had the sort of media buzz and potentially the institutional support that the Democratic nominee would have, then he would have mopped the floor with Donald Trump, right? We've seen at various points that when confronted with left-wing populism, right-wing populism is kind of impotent to fight back. Yeah, people are going to remember Bernie Sanders for his continued decades in politics, his like lifelong progressive activism, his advocacy for Medicare for all, and just being the biggest Giga Chad in American history. Whereas people will remember Joe Biden for the Biden blast meme and for him saying, if there wasn't an Israel, America would need to invent one. That's a real quote, by the way. Joe Biden said that when he was a senator. And the Democrats hate that more than anything because they are a party of legacies. They're obsessed with legacy. Even though they hate the politics that contributed to building that legacy that they now still continue to orofarm off of. Do you imagine ever imagine if conservatives said the line, "It's his turn now"? Yeah, I honestly, truthfully, could not imagine conservatives
Candidate
acting
has
that way.
unelectable affect the actual voting choices of primary voters.
Well,
'Cause, I mean,
Natalie,
Donald Trump
you said
is- yeah.
you said that you thought that Hillary Clinton was more electable than Bernie in 2016, right? And you're a very informed and savvy person, and yet every single poll from that election cycle showed that Bernie averaged 10 points up on Hillary Clinton, on Donald Trump, while Hillary Clinton never got out of the margin of error over Donald Trump. And in some ways, her loss to him
That is true.
perfectly anticipated by the polls.
That is true. We knew, even at the time, that if it were a contest between Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders would have won, and it wouldn't have been that close. You know, for the same reason that Lula, like, imagine the closest analog to this is probably Brazil. Lula da Silva is actually a very closely Bernie-esque figure in Brazil, and even with all the institutions of government being weaponized by Bolsonaro to prevent him from winning, including but not limited to the military blockading the roads so that people could not get to the voting booths, Lula da Silva still won and is now the president of Brazil, you know? So we have internal data from America to demonstrate that, like, this isn't a matter of who would have been the more electable candidate, and we have international precedent as well. This is a matter of the Democratic Party not wanting to win, you know? What's up, 1v3? Welcome back. I am doing the ever coveted React content while driving.
But
Not
the
advisable
primary
for the
vote.
folks at home.
Right,
But I'm the
I
streamer,
mean, this
so,
is the thing,
you know,
this is what's so
I'm
interesting about
qualified or
that black
something.
voter example we gave in the beginning about how black voters didn't get behind Barack Obama until they believed he was electable, which means,
Yes.
you know, that white people would vote for him, which is why the Iowa contest was so important for Obama, right?
Also, I'm playing the new update for Retro Rewind, which introduces custom skins as part of, like, the base pack, which is sick. I find, like, this is the chimp from Mario Galaxy, which is a skin that goes over Diddy Kong. It looks sick. They have custom vehicle colors, and it, like, is just amazing. There's finally, like, a reason to play Diddy Kong beyond just having played, like, Diddy Kong Racing or something. I don't know. Holy shit, I gained a ton of time on that. Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Right. And similarly, a lot of voters, what their primary concern is beating Republicans. You know, Democratic-leaning voters want to beat Republicans.
Yeah.
And so they'll vote for whoever they're told, whoever they believe is the most electable candidate. Which is why...
This is true
you
to an
know,
extent.
When centrists sometimes make this argument, well, Bernie didn't win. Or, you know, people just didn't like him.
No!
When the media's role in arguing aggressively that he couldn't win, and you have, you know, CNN hosts saying that there's going to be beheadings in Central Park because of the coming socialist raids.
Oh no, Rick, yeah.
Like, well, of course.
Wait, hold on.
What else could the voting public? And you have, you know, CNN hosts saying that there's going to be beheadings in Central Park because of the coming socialist raids.
That's right, they did say shit like that. People might not remember how insane the media acted in the face of a potential Bernie Sanders, like, win. They were saying shit like this. They were saying, like, they were pulling out all the stops on the Cold War rhetoric. It's gonna be like Stalinism when he wins. Something. Venezuela, 69 million gulags, no iPhone type shit. And, you know, Bernie Sanders gave good answers to all this, but a lot of times they were just discussing it when he wasn't even on. And, like, all of the news outlets were united behind this narrative. And, like, legitimately, if you guys have ever seen some of the ridiculous headlines out of the UK when, like, Corbyn was relevant in British politics, they were talking about Corbyn's new free school meal program, but at what cost or something like that? Like, oh, Corbyn proposes new meal program for school children, but at what cost, right? It was that kind of shit or more insane. The fucking bureaucratic mass murderers who murder by way of the pen will critique you for supposedly being a mass murderer when what you want is universal free like school meals and healthcare, and what they want is school lunch debt crises that result in food insecurity for the majority of American children. Which I think actually isn't even that far off from like the current reality. I think it's something like 30 or 40% of children in America are food insecure. You know? Don't have consistent access to 3 meals a day. And like they have the gall to fucking tell us the socialists and social democrats that we're not electable and that like what we want isn't practical or some shit. You know? And all the news was united on this. It was insane. You could scarcely even imagine. Trying to stall for time a little bit just to get an opportunity to unpause here. There we go.
Like, well, of course, what else could the voting public possibly
Yeah,
believe?
legitimately,
They were never once
gaslighting.
told about how every single poll showed that Bernie was the most electable candidate.
So I guess my concern with this is just that like to put so much blame on the media. I mean, like sure, like.
Oh no! Don't
media,
blame the
like,
poor
I've been
establishment
for a
media,
lot of that, I've been
elites,
media
and
for a long
capital
time,
class
success
and
because they kind of
consultants.
have inadvertently,
That would get in the
you know,
way
but
of that would get in the way of me beefing with the left. Seriously, a lot like Contra is way too smart for like 90% of the talking points that she's offering here. Most of this is just motivated by her having online beef with like some people on the left and that informing her entire perspective of what the left is.
like the media is what it is, and like I think that
And there's classic centrist argument. It is what it is argument from like, it is this way, therefore there's no changing it. So like, eat shit, you're wrong actually, or something. Wait, I muted it on actually.
success because they kind of have inadvertently, you know, but it's like the media is what it is, and like I think that this needs to be. I guess I feel like there's a kind of like defeatism contained in this kind of idea of it all being rigged, where it's like
That's pure projection. Okay, I was like, where is this coming from? But no, this is projection. You guys know my politics. I am not a defeatist. I have argued it's all over, like, shit that normally would inspire doom in a person. Like, it's fucking Jover, America is dying and some shit, which I do believe to be the case. But at no point do I ever say, like, there's nothing that we can do to make the world better, right? That would be doom posting if I was like, there's no point, there's nothing you can do. But there is something we can do. There's not, like, I just described what Bernie Sanders is doing. Get as many progressives elected as possible, right? The defeatism, the only defeatism I've heard about in, like, recent chapters of Contra's online existence have come from Contra herself, having, like, described herself as, like, a social democrat or, like, left liberal, which is a very charitable interpretation of what Contra is, if I don't say so myself. Like, a lot of her politics have actually morphed into the same centrist defeatism that constitutes, I think, the #1 enemy to politics in every country everywhere on Earth, right? You know, like, the calls are coming from inside the house, right? Like, the left is not being defeatist here, with the exception, again, of probably, like, 1 or 2 people on Twitter that I'm sure Contra spends an inordinate amount of time beefing with. But the vast majority of the left, even the ones that are super critical of, like, electoralism, will still engage with systems to try to make things better. There's, like, you know, yeah. I think at this straight away I will unpause, or I could fall off.
a progressive candidate to win in the Democratic Party. I think it is possible, right? But I feel that it is like this kind of. I see this, I guess, defeatist to suggest that.
She almost had, I think, one of the biggest Freudian slips of all time, which I feel like she was about to describe progressivism as an obstacle, which is really funny. But obviously, I'm not in her head. I can't say for sure if she was going to say that, but. you know, would have been consistent with most of the stuff of that she was saying up to this point.
It's all hopelessly rigged.
Well, I don't think it's defeatist.
Yeah, you can use context clues. Brianna Joygray probably is about to make the argument that I did, where it's like you can acknowledge that something's rigged and be like, okay, we need to change it.
I don't think
Yeah.
it's hopelessly. Well, what is the it? What is the it exactly? And what do we mean by progressive candidate?
The primary, let's say.
Okay. So if you were to ask me,
Which primary? By the way, every primary where a progressive candidate has run has been rigged against the progressive candidate. I hope people know this. This is how the American political system works. Number one, incumbency bias. Number two, the politics of progressives tend to be less compromised by capital, which people like. But the media doesn't. Capital doesn't. So they will run, to the extent that like ads are run disproportionately, media attention, positive media attention, will be leveraged on the side of the more neoliberal centrist, like deep state candidate, and attention will be leveraged against the progressive candidate. You know, every election in America is rigged. Like, you know, every primary election is rigged to a certain extent. Think of Katie Wilson's race. Think of Zoran Mamdani's race. You know, all of these had massive uphill institutional barriers. Yeah, like Mamdani's race was an uphill battle the entire way through, and he still won. That, like, something being rigged is not like defeatism. Like pointing out that the sky is like hazy is not defeatism, right? Like defeatism is not when you acknowledge that a political issue or problem exists. Defeatism is when you argue that there's nothing that we can do about it, which is what Contra is doing. You know, the media is what it is. That's defeatism.
I would say that my attitude is the opposite of defeatist. But it is. I think I'm being pragmatic. I worked for Bernie, obviously, in 2020. I believed enough in the possibility of winning as a progressive within the Democratic Party to, take a pretty significant pay cut and go be a national press secretary and give my life to this. But then I learned the lesson from that, which is that my fundamental belief is that if you are genuinely progressive, meaning that you take a aggressive stance against the interest groups that are at the root of making life bad for working class Americans, meaning the banking industry, the energy sector, calling out corporate PACs, foreign influence PACs like APAC, and all of the rest, the health insurance lobby, obviously, because you advance populist policies that are counter to those interests, right? Like universal health care, ending wars, the Green.
Yeah, she's outlining exactly what I outlined several times, which is the presence of like massive institutional biases against progressive causes, right? Progressive like policy and politics meeting these barriers from very wealthy interests. I'm gonna hold this mushroom for now. I sure do hope a shock doesn't happen in the next 4 seconds, or 5 seconds rather, to hit me off and prevent me from taking the shortcut. Well, what do you know? What do you know? I have said that I possess the gift of clairvoyance, and that remains true.
New Deal, etc. That because those interests are so embedded in the Democratic Party as a
How does she do it? How does she do it?
corporate party, they will stop at nothing to stop you. I think that is very difficult to argue with. Is it possible that one might be successful despite those efforts? I think it's possible. But I think that is frankly so unlikely that we have to, as the left, heighten the contradictions, make that really clear to the voting public, and encourage the public to focus their energy on other strategies to affect change.
This I like would have something lightly to say about, which is that like there have been electoral successes of progressives in local and state level races, which is a great way to focus people's attention, on those things, right? Getting progressive Dems elected, which contributes to moving the Overton window, which forces more concessions out of the deep state. Not fast enough to like avoid the collapse of the United States and the financialization of everything, but it improves things in the future, and it lessens how bad things will inevitably get at the bottom of this pit that we're falling into. I do think people should consider non-electoral politics as well. As I've said, we're in the midst of some potentially troublesome events that could constitute revolutionary conditions, in that like life will be so bad at not too long in the future that people may genuinely start considering like violent political upheaval. And so at that time, people will like depend on alternative structures of power. So like community organizing of any sort obviously is a good idea no matter what circumstance. But like I wouldn't I wouldn't discount the possibility of elections categorically making a difference. Federal elections, I do think, are about as close to a lost cause as you can get, though. I will for sure agree with Brianna Joy Gray on that front. Like the Democrats have long since abandoned any like social democratic ambitions in their national platform. At the state and local level, there's still some ambition there.
I think this is where we're gonna. This is where the real disagreement begins.
Sure, let's get into it.
Right, like I think, because I think that.
But I'm sympathetic.
What I don't understand about your position is I don't understand.
I should say I am sympathetic. I'm not like wholly unsympathetic to the anti-electoral argument. Oh no! I knew I was taking a risk doing that.
What is like the theory of change here, and on like what time frame do you imagine this happening? Because I guess the way I see it is
Too late
that the consequences of Donald Trump winning have been so dire that it's like very difficult for me to take seriously the suggestion that like, well, it's a correct. It's that the idea that we should have diverted all energy away from Kamala Harris to focus on some kind of more revolutionary long-term change. It's like, well,
legitimately, I think with the benefit of hindsight, you could safely say like, fuck the Kamala Harris campaign, focus on something else instead. That's like more likely to work. And also like, this is more liberal fascism in one man theory bullshit. I genuinely cannot believe, as in I do not believe, that Contra is still hung up on the whole this is because of Trump bullshit, right? As far back as 2022, I was talking about this, and I knew about it even before then. Donald Trump is not the problem with American politics. He is a symptom exhibited by the problem. She's doing liberal individualist analysis, in parentheses, not an analysis, to own the left. You take Donald Trump out of the picture, the deep state just keeps marching along anyways.
Isn't there some way that we can, like, I don't know, both elect a plausible center-left candidate and also have a longer-term, more progressive strategy, considering, like, stuff like,
No. I know what she's defining as a plausible center-left candidate. The answer is no. You take no concessions except for those which are forced upon you in politics, right? You do not settle for the middle-of-the-road centrist candidate. You fight for the progressive candidate, and you only accede to such demands when you lose, right? Yeah. This essentially, the argument that she's making, I can see this coming from a mile away, is the left should vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028. Which, no, fuck you, actually. one thing all extremists can agree on. Yeah, that like, and by the way, this is what makes for any effective political movement. You take no concessions other than those that are already forced upon you, right? You like, why do we need to run a centrist candidate? Why? Because they would win? No, there's evidence to that effect. They would not win, you know? So you do not concede to that. You do not accede to that, you know? This is just like, this is not actually pragmatism. I think everybody who watches me would very well know that. This is the pantomime of pragmatism, again, to own the lefties that she gets into beefs with, you know? Where's first? Oh, okay, they're right there. I need an item, though.
Allowing Elon Musk to come in and destroy USAID, and which is probably killing hundreds of thousands of people, and like
has
the
already
Supreme Court
killed
that's
hundreds of
overturned Roe v.
thousands.
Wade and is gutting voting rights, and all these like very
Unfortunate.
difficult to reverse, like catastrophic consequences. Like,
Which, by the way, Roe v. Wade occurred under Joe Biden's presidency, right? Ultimately, like, the reason that Roe v. Wade happened, or the overturning of Roe v. Wade, the, you know, abortion rights in America, happened as much because of Democrats as because Republicans. Democrats were abstemious and refused to use the machinery of politics in ways that they were objectively allowed to by the written rules to appoint judges to the Supreme Court, to attempt to secure a court that didn't want to, you know, revoke the 19th Amendment or some shit, right? Meanwhile, the Republicans actually broke the law to forestall any judicial appointments attempted by the Democrats, so that they would then have time to, they would be able to buy time until a Republican president. And then, wouldn't you know it, we got Donald Trump's first term, where he appointed not one, not two, but 3 judges to the bench, right? And as a result, going into Biden's term, there was a 6-3 conservative supermajority on the courts. The Democrats are at fault for that too, as much as the Republicans. The Republicans wanted control of the courts, and the Democrats actively refrained from stopping them. You know? That legitimately, according to the letter of U.S. law, when the Republicans held up the process illegally to have a judge, like, appointed, they could have all been arrested then and there. Every Republican in the Senate, like, objectively, with no ambiguity, it is laid out in the Constitution that obstruction of these constitutionally laid out processes could result in arrest for treason or sedition, right? Every Republican senator who engaged in that is guilty of treason and or sedition. You know? But the Democrats just didn't feel like arresting them and going through the effort of running a whole investigation, right? Because ultimately their goals are the same, to serve capital. You know? So essentially what I'm saying is, like, every argument, like all the arguments that Contra is trying to make here really fall flat when you consider how complicit Democrats have also been in the decline of this country, you know, including but not limited to fighting progressives as hard as they will literally ever fight anybody, you know? Yet, like, it's hard for me to get mad at conservatives particularly, because it's just like, oh, okay, they're cattle people. I like fume at neolibs. You know, I get mad. And yeah, likewise, they don't even get like that angry at conservatives because they're like, what a bother. Or rather, I should say, I get more mad at neolibs than I do at conservatives. Like, I kind of get mad that I have to share a fucking country with conservatives. I get mad directly at neolibs, you know? Because it's like, you are destroying politics out of spite.
that is like,
Yeah.
a fairly massive short and medium term sacrifice for a potential maybe long term benefit.
It's not potential maybe. Neoliberals love to do this, where they like. Contra is sort of, again, she's sort of projecting an image of the left that only wants to do things non-electorally, which for some people that may be true. But as a result, she has internalized the opposite end of that, where she is only willing to acknowledge a route to power through electoral means, purely electoral means, you know? Which is not true now and has never been true for all of human history. Elections or not.
Well,
And
yeah, go ahead. I'm
maybe,
sorry.
yeah. Maybe, I guess I would maybe need to hear you explain what you think is the theory of long-term change here that comes from voting third party, for example.
Well, I would say two things.
What no historical materialism does to a motherfucker, by the way, also.
One, that I and third-party voters did not cause Trump to win the first time or the second time, right?
Which is true,
Yeah,
objectively.
Trump
I agree
voters,
with
as you
that.
know. Okay. Two, I would say I'm not, while I might believe, frankly, somewhat pessimistically, that but for things getting worse and having a sort of an accelerationist bent, people are not going to wake up and make things better. I am not, in fact, an accelerationist because I wouldn't actively try to make things worse. And it wasn't me arguing that
What's
Donald
up,
Trump should
Connor?
win over Kamala Harris. My argument was that Kamala Harris is absolutely going to lose if she declines to move on Gaza.
Yeah.
And we were right about that.
Yeah, and that's an objectively
That
correct
Gaza
argument.
is the issue that cost her the election.
I think it's been pretty proven out by the data.
This is like the most obvious example of the beef that Contra has with the left talking. It was objectively the single biggest issue that cost Kamala Harris the election, was her unwillingness to concede anything to the left on Gaza. Remember, when the DNC happened, they banned an entire ethnic group from attending. They banned not Palestinian, like pro-Palestinian activists, not just them. Palestinians, ethnic Palestinians were denied access to the DNC. You know, how much that was actually enforced, you know, obviously you can't fucking look at somebody and be like, yeah, I think you're this ethnic group. Like, that's not how that works. But like, and they removed, I'm going to keep referring to this until the neolibs shut the fuck up, which I know they're never going to. I remember when I was volunteering for the Kamala Harris campaign and we were doing phone calls, there were options for people to indicate what issues do you care the most about. And I remember before the DNC, there was a little box that read Gaza, the Gaza genocide, right? Gaza / ceasefire, whatever it was, right? And overwhelmingly, that's what people picked. I remember this from making phone calls in 2023, 2024. Most people cared about Gaza. And then after the DNC, the Democrats knew this. They got wind of it enough so that they denied access to Palestinian activists, pro-Palestinian and ethnic Palestinians alike. And then the next time I phone banked for the campaign, I noticed they removed the Gaza option. The Democrats, this is something that only neoliberals will put up the pantomime and pretend to believe. Nobody believes that any issue other than Gaza had a comparably large role in costing the Democrats the election. It was Gaza. The Democrats know this. People critical of the Democrats know this. The only people who pretend not to know this are neolibs like Contra. And I am lumping her in with the rest of the neolibs because, like them, her identity has become disliking the left. I have so little patience for this. It's hard for me to communicate, you know, but I don't want to crash out on stream, right?
So what we have is a number of studies, including
Have you seen those public conversations some of them have? Like, how can we stop people from thinking about mass death when they think about Israel? Yes, remember, I looked at one of those, the video of, who was it, Sarah Hurwitz, former Obama speechwriter, talk about, like, the genocide in Israel, and she was, like, kind of, like, maternalistically mildly frustrated that, oh, I can't get through to the kids with these arguments and stuff for why they should support Israel, because when I say that about them, I sound obscene because they're seeing a wall of carnage. They're seeing dead kids. And her conclusion to this was, we should take away their ability to know that kids are dying over there. Not like, maybe I'm fucking evil. No, we should stop, like, we should stop all media coming out of Gaza so people don't see the mass death that Israel is engaging in. Not even, like, bothering to deny that Israel is doing any of this, right? Like, that's the point we're at right now. God, it's genuinely, it's so fucked. It's so cooked. And I think at this point, it is, like, pretty safe to say that Contra has fallen off. Plus L plus ratio. You know? Holy. I somehow won?
A study by IMEU that polls Biden 2020 voters as to why they didn't vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, right? Like, what makes up that deficit that made him win and her lose? And the number one issue is Gaza. The number one issue. Now, so it's not the majority. It's not above.
There you go. And now we have polling data to confirm exactly what I was saying. So, like, the data is entirely on the like, the Democratic Party fucking sucks and they don't want to win. We need to figure out how to, you know, essentially take over the Democrats from the inside if you're somebody like me, or find some alternative way of attaining power if you're Breonna Joy Gray, right? Both factions, I think, though they have varying degrees of effectiveness, are serious about political change. And that, like, all of the empirical information is on our side to say, okay, the Democratic Party is not fucking okay in its current form. Nothing about it is pragmatic or, like, feasible. And what is on Contra side is spite for the left. And perhaps God and anime too. I can't really speak to those as much.
Of 50% of people, right?
Beautiful win, thank you.
All of the issues listed at, like, you know, one.
Remember, one time we were where one of them said, "We've learned the lesson. We'll tell you what lesson you should learn." Yeah. It was like, I think this was relating to the autopsy, if I'm not mistaken, the party autopsy after the 2024 election, where they were like, "We've learned our lesson about, like, what made us lose in 2024, and that lesson is you should have voted for us harder," right? Because they, like, excluded everything that actually made them lose from their autopsy report. They, like, just straight up didn't want to know and, like, didn't care. I remember that.
27% or whatever it was, 29, it was close to 30%, was Gaza. So there were a lot of different things, right? The short primary, Biden's senility, the sense that they were,
that's true too,
dishonest and hiding that from us as a public, the lack of a primary, all of these things. But when you saw how many voters, particularly in swing states like Michigan, were openly saying, we will vote for you. The uncommitted movement, remember, wasn't a we're not going to vote for you movement. It was a we're holding our votes hostage in exchange for this policy concession, which
I do remember that
would make you more electable to the broader public because nobody supported at that stage. Very
Who's the person
on
the right? ContraPoints. She was one of the, like, most well-known left-leaning video essayists on YouTube, famously putting out, like, one video every fucking 6 months to a year about various topics from, like, a somewhat left-leaning culture critical perspective. But she has since fallen off after getting into one too many beefs with the online left and now turning into a neoliberal. You know, so it's very much, this is like a how the mighty have fallen kind of moment.
In favor of ending support for Netanyahu's government. And the choice was made by the Democratic.
She was also, if I'm not mistaken, she was one of the biggest, one of the earliest, like, biggest transgender content creators on YouTube as well. But I'm not sure, like, not sure how much of a presence trans people had in like the YouTube creation sphere before Contra. I could be wrong on that. She did talk about trans related topics though.
Party, not people like me, to choose an alliance with Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel and its genocide over winning an election. And Donald Trump, who also obviously is a...
Which, by the way, to Brianna Joy Gray's point, that is the decision that the Democratic Party made. We could win this election, or we could continue to support Israel. And they chose continued support for Israel. Also, I didn't make much of a point of this before, because I don't think it's particularly relevant to my arguments against ContraPoints. Can't be. Yeah, she really did. It's like she joined the dark side because she like was super spiteful of the left. And so she became a neolib. Like, she grew spiteful towards people who were acerbically yelling at her that better things are possible online and started just saying better things aren't possible, actually. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. It's not super relevant to my arguments against her arguments, but she's pretty bad in interview format. Because she's a video essayist, or she was, she's used to researching, writing a script, and then like delivering it to the camera, editing it later, that sort of thing. Different skill set. She's not like a live streamer or podcaster the way I am or the way Brianna Joy Gray is. So she's not as good off the cuff, which is why she stutters a bunch and she may sound a little bit stilted at times, which again, none of which I like blame her for at all or think like it can in any way count against her for anything. It's just like, it's one of those things where she has practiced doing a different kind of YouTube content creation.
Genocidal candidate at least had the sort of political savvy to try to blur the lines and lie to the public about being a quote-unquote anti-war public. And if you ask a lot of voters, they'll say, I know that Trump was lying to me. I know he wasn't anti-war, but at least it wasn't as in my face as someone like Kamala Harris saying we're going to have the most lethal army and we're not going to break from Benjamin Netanyahu and I'm not going to break from Biden and his policy.
That was a thing early on after the election. Contra it's kind of funny. Contra is like now struggling for a response. It is interesting though, like, to see how long she struggles when she knows that Brianna Joy Gray is obviously correct, but she like can't cede anything to the left, like to be correct on anything. It is like correct, like that certainly in the months immediately after the election, I had a lot more sympathy as well for people who like voted for Trump out of pure disgust for the Democrats or were like, just didn't vote at all because it's like, at least Trump has the decency to lie to me, right? Where Kamala Harris was like, no, I'm going to support, this, this continuing genocide, on the part of Israel. And you're going to vote for me anyways, you piece of shit. Right? Like, that was kind of the message coming from the Democrats. And, like, could you design a worse political candidacy? I actually don't think so. Genuinely, like, I don't think so. Yeah, this is what fucking spite. The frame you pause on, she's literally rolling her eyes. Yeah, I think she's not rolling her eyes. She's like, she's looking up pensively, searching for a response.
I sort of don't really see it as a very strong message that has been sent to the Democrats.
That's fine. That, you're entitled to your objectively wrong opinion, that it's not a strong message. In fact, the uncommitted movement in 2024 rectified a lot of the critiques that I had about people who are like, well, I'm not going to vote for such and such candidate, right? Which is, it got going in the primary, which meant that like there was no chance of it costing the Democrats the general election right away. They were like, we're not going to vote for your candidate in the primary election unless you change your stance on Gaza, right? Which is, it was like a really well organized campaign, the uncommitted movement, the uncommitted campaign, right? But the Democratic Party continued to double down. you know? Like all through the primary. They had months to see the writing on the wall. There was all sorts of news reporting about the uncommitted movement and how much of a presence they were in the primary vote. There was literal like data and numbers to tell the Democratic Party, hey, there's a big sizable voting block of people who might otherwise support you, who really want you to change your stance on Gaza, and if you don't, they might not turn out to vote for you, right? Like the data tables came in well in advance of the general election. The Democrats were just like, nah, we don't care, you know? And again, like, Contra is not a dumb person. She's brain rotted from being online too much. She's got a lot of spite in there, but she's not dumb. You know? She's very smart. And which is why she's, like, seems so flustered, is because she's not used to... Well, I don't want to psychoanalyze way too much, but, like, essentially because of the, like, turn that she's taken towards a more spite-motivated engagement with politics online, she can't really admit that she's wrong here, or she can't concede anything, because to her that would mean, like, conceding to the left, the big stinky left that was too upset about Gaza. Legitimately, she did at one point criticize the online left for being too upset that a genocide was happening in Gaza, which, you know, I think says something about her. If there's a, for her that's like, I can excuse genocide, but being this upset about genocide takes it too far, you know? Anyways, it's kind of hectic right now. Trying to get a box here.
That they lost this election, considering that Donald Trump won, a candidate who is more unconditionally fanatical in his allegiance to Israel, right? And who is even...
Actually, no. Donald Trump on the campaign trail was not more fanatically loyal to Israel than Kamala Harris was, right? Multitask master, thank you. I'm getting back into the swing of it. Donald Trump's campaign was not more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris's campaign. As Brianna Joy Gray said, a lot of people were like, at least Trump is willing to lie to me. You know? To say that, like, he's the anti-war candidate or whatever. Right? Like, they recognize, just don't talk about Israel on the campaign. No joke, the Kamala Harris campaign, unprompted at several points, brought up that they were supportive of Israel. Like, just out of nowhere. After it had long been established that the public fucking hates Israel and doesn't want the West to support them. You know? So this is just wrong, because she's trying to be like, well, Kamala Harris was better than Trump, and she picks the one thing that she wasn't better than Trump on.
even more, like,
on the campaign trail,
who
mind
has,
you.
like, gone further than the Democrats, who has, like, banned all
Yeah.
funding for,
Yeah, Kamala Harris very much did take that attitude, go Tron.
you know, UN aid and relief to Palestinian refugees, and who was, like, threatening to deport people.
Well,
for
Biden
protesting.
did that.
Biden did what?
Biden cut UNRWA funding. That happened under Biden in, like, spring of 2024.
He did.
Right?
He didn't cut
Israel
all of it.
claimed. Yeah, Israel.
No, he
claimed
did.
That,
He did.
There were 4 Hamas terrorists in UNRWA, and as a consequence, all UNRWA funding was cut, and that's when the humanitarian crisis really amplified.
This is true. This all happened under the Biden administration. It was 2022, like 2023 and 4 are when the Israeli government started ramping up the talking points about UNRWA being terrorists and whatever. A UN aid agency, by the way. And it was the Biden administration that cut all of its funding. And the way I can remember this is that they actually shut the fuck up about it in the Trump administration, because there was no more UNRWA to cut funding for. That was all Biden. You know? But I guess if you're a neolib and you have some, like, if you have sufficient spite for people that want to make the world better, you can just pretend like, no, I don't think that happened. I think you're making up that objective thing that there are news headlines about, and, you know, that there was like several months of news cycle a couple years ago relating to. Do you know how uncommon it is for something to be in the news cycle for that long? No, got a pal.
As opposed to, you know, the starvation, the what do you call it, collective punishment really amplified, right? So I
This is a
take
fact.
Yes, you're correct, Gotron. And not only is this the mindset that gets people killed, it is also the mindset that permits mass death.
point.
That's a factual question. I'll have to look. I'll have to look at it.
I'm pretty.
I'll have to look into that. She said that, like, this is probably the most she can ever concede.
I'm pretty confident about that because
Yeah.
I was having to report on this on a daily basis on Rising before. To be clear, I was fired because of that exact kind of reporting, right? Reporting on the facts of what was happening.
A lot of people got fired for reporting like this. Mehdi Hassan used to work for MSNBC, and they fired him for talking critically about Gaza. For talking critically about, like, Israel committing a genocide. They were like, okay, that's it, you're done. And now he's got Zateo. He's actually one of the best in the business, in my opinion.
And America's lockstep and enabling of Israel's genocide. But the bigger point I would say is this. I can readily concede that there are many ways in which Trump is worse than Biden.
And Gotron, there's a good reason for that. Zionism is modern Zionism, I should say, is rooted in evangelical Christianity. I've explained this narrative before, where, like, for the military-industrial complex, for the ruling classes and that sort of thing, Israel is our attack dog. They are our outpost in the Middle East to advance our geopolitical interests and to test methods of authoritarianism that we will later use at home, right? But for the political bloc that most consistently supports them, among the masses, the evangelicals, Israel is the fulfillment of a religious prophecy where the Jews need to control the Holy Land in order for the rapture to occur. At the end of days, God will smite all the unfaithful, including the Jews, by the way, and rapture all of the faithful and saved up to heaven, where they will enjoy eternal bliss, right? They believe, like, the reason that Zionism sounds religious is because it is, and it's rooted in a prophecy that ends with the death of all Jews on earth. So they're not, like, doing a Holocaust, they are aspiring for a Holocaust. But you know, something only democracy in the Middle East, by the way.
And obviously, and that Republicans generally are worse than Democrats. I think the question, people in my who share my politics have the feeling that one party being worse than the other is an insufficient reason to vote for the lesser of two evils, when there is enormous latitude for the better party to simply stop being evil.
I didn't mean to do that.
And that the big trick of liberalism is convincing folks that you have to be at least a little bit evil in order to win. Even when
That's
the opposite
true.
is true. Even when supporting Medicare for all makes you more electable. Even when supporting Palestinian rights makes you more electable. Democrats are making choices not, in fact, based on electability, but based on what their corporate donor base wants them to do.
She is spitting right now.
Both parties to stop slipping more and more in that direction, and for there to be any red lines in the sand, even over something as cataclysmic as a genocide, somebody has to say, you have to earn my vote.
Spotify wanted to play Israel, their Eurovision song. Oh yeah, I heard a little bit about Eurovision recently. It is very funny to me that Israel continues to lose Eurovision despite rigging it in their favor. Hey, that's an example of what we were just talking about, where contests or elections or whatever can be rigged, and the person rigging it in their favor, the group rigging it in somebody's favor, can still lose. You know?
At some point in this. So I would turn your question to me back around to you. On what timeline?
After this next race, I think I'm gonna have to go refill my water. Of all the booing and stuff you got to hear. Yes, they did get mass booed, which is which is very nice. The Israeli classic. Imagine a universe where they did end up winning. It wouldn't be that different.
Fine. At what point is there ever going to be
Bulgaria? Yeah, all the fucking neoliberal EU cells are seething that Bulgaria has saved glorious Europa from the fascistic, barbaric, genocidal hordes of Israel. Looking forward to that Bulgarian EU membership if they're not already a member, you know? Maybe when this whole political crisis blows over and we're like in our 60s.
be a litmus test among liberal democratic voters that says this is the kind of evil that I will not succumb to.
Oh, no.
I will not support with my vote.
I always think I can clip the
mean,
edge
I
of that,
see
and
the
I'm
place
always
to
wrong.
litigate that isn't a primary, and I understand the frustration with not having a primary in 2024. But that is the way this ought to work, and is the way
Israel won. People in the crowd would have eaten them alive, rightfully so. Yeah, they would have taken a page out of the Netherlands playbook and eaten them, like they did to the prime minister the one time.
expect it to work in 2028. But I think
Do
that
you?
This reference,
Are you
thank
going to
you.
have a fair primary in 2028?
I think so. Yeah, so I guess I'm not as
Delusional, legitimately delusional. I'll have to rewind it actually a little bit because I didn't catch what she said earlier. Let's rewind about 20 seconds actually. Ow.
I
Might be.
understand the frustration
No, it's okay.
with not having a primary in 20.
The kind of evil that I will not succumb to, that I will not support with my vote.
Okay.
I mean, I see the place to litigate that isn't a primary, and I understand the frustration with not having a primary.
That is- okay.
2024. But
Deserved laughter from Brianna Joygray. The primary is literally the single best place to litigate that. This is just, she's just engaging in Democratic Party talking points. Like, she may as well be employed by the DNC. You know? Because even if she says, like, oh, I'm critical of the Democrats, okay, name one thing you're critical of them for, right? Like, she claims to be center-left and not view the Democrats as, like, perfect or whatever, but she will literally not tolerate any criticism that is offered of the Democratic Party. She's like, oh, the time to criticize the Democratic Party is not when there's an opportunity to do so. So the underlying position for her is just, there is never a time when it's appropriate to criticize the Democratic Party. Which has also been the underlying position of the Democratic Party as well, for the longest. Neoliberals are like, why can't you just be a good boy and die in silence? Yeah, they're just like, just shut up, please.
that is the way this ought to work, and is the way I expect it to work in 2028. But I think
Do
that
you? You
I
think we're
do.
going to have a fair
Yeah.
primary in 20?
Delusional that she thinks this, by the way. There was legitimately, I don't think the last time the Democrats had a fair primary in the presidential, quote unquote, massive air quotes, was 2008. And the metric I'm using for fair, quote unquote, is their preferred candidate didn't win. Remember, in 2008, the Democratic Party wanted Obama not to win the nomination because he was black. That's the source of those extremely racist, like, Hillary Clinton campaign ads where they darkened Obama's skin. I don't think, like, I think it has been for fucking forever. It's easily been since before I was born that the Democrats actually had a fair primary election for the presidential. You know? So their ass is not permitting a real primary to happen in 2028. I mean, if it's any indication, right? It's been 2 years. This November, we're coming up on 2 years since the presidential election, and the Democrats have put less than zero effort into finding a candidate that would be good to, like, or finding a crop of candidates, rather, that could lead the party with the presidency in 2028. you know? Yeah, they've like, they're content to let potentially like what, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, and Pete and not Pete Pete Buttigieg twice, Gavin Newsom to sort of have at it in the primary season, but they're like, yeah, we've already got like one of these three is gonna be our candidate, and like no, just absolutely no effort into finding younger talent that can lead the Democratic Party in a time of crisis, right? In fact, they've actively been stifling that, you know, like the younger challengers tend to be people like Zoran Mamdani and Katie Wilson, you know, and Abdul El-Sayed running for Senate, and Graham Plattner, and the Democratic Party has spent active effort in suppressing them. You know, there will be no fair primary in the Democratic Party in 2028.
2028?
I think so. I mean, so I guess I don't.
Why?
I'm not as. Again, I think I'm not as impressed as you are by the claim of rigging, which I feel like is a somewhat exaggerated claim.
I was considering talking about this, but there's nothing to talk about. She's not as impressed because she doesn't feel like there's any. None of these are arguments from facts, because all of her arguments from facts have failed when Brianna Joy Gray's like, well, actually, we do have facts available that suggest that the argument critical of the Democrats is correct. And so Contra moves on to, instead of conceding to a group of people that she's immensely spiteful towards and has gotten into beefs with online, she instead moves to feels over reals, to borrow some old school political parlance. I'm going to go refill my water. I'll be back. And the funny thing about her emotional arguments too is she's not even making good emotional arguments. She's asserting a feeling that is like specific to her and isn't something that people tend to resonate with, right? In order for an emotional argument to land, it has to have a degree of verisimilitude. It has to feel true. What Contra's saying doesn't even feel true. Like, she doesn't even sound very convinced of the things she's saying.
For a institutionally backed candidate having a advantage, I mean, I think institution of rigging, which I feel like is a somewhat exaggerated claim for a institutionally backed candidate having a advantage.
An institutionally backed candidate in an election, or you are being elected to that same institution, and that institution is back. If that's not rigging, I genuinely don't think Contra would consider anything rigging outside of you actually just went and edited the vote tallies after the fact, right? Because we know that, like, obviously if she's saying, oh, that doesn't feel like rigging, then she doesn't feel like voter suppression is rigging either. The Democrats did that in their primaries too. You know, like I remember in states like Wisconsin, the Democrats were like rushing to close the polling places and stuff like that. Mind you, in the primaries, you know.
I mean, I think that I also feel like there's some tension between. So you're saying that you don't think that third-party voters or abstaining progressives are the reason why Kamala Harris lost,
which they're objectively not, by the way. I think if you total together all the people, it's hard to gauge how many people you lost to the couch. I think Kamala Harris did lose to people not voting for Trump, but like staying home to not vote. If you tally up all the people that voted third party, and if you added that to Kamala Harris's vote total, it doesn't make up the difference. They objectively, they are not the reason that Kamala Harris lost. Every single one of them could have voted for Kamala Harris and she still would have lost. Yeah, victim blaming.
So, in what sense is that Gaza the issue? Because again, it's like if you look at the map, it looks, and if you look at how many votes Jill Stein got, less than 1%, versus the like significant electoral college and popular vote victory of Donald Trump, it looks.
Oh yeah, also, I think I can anticipate the argument she's going for here. It's also wrong. There were some analyses done on the sort of like, on the third-party votes in like key swing states. In those swing states, the third-party votes weren't even enough to make the difference. Like, there's no version of this argument from Contra that is correct. She's making an argument that is only incorrect. There's no version of it that's correct. How? Okay. Back? Welcome back.
To, like, it looks like voters shifted to the right, in other words.
Of the monkey noise?
Why do you say that?
Yeah, this little guy's great.
Well, because
On what?
because Kamala Harris didn't lose to a huge amount of voters turning third party. She lost to people turning to Donald Trump.
No.
And people staying home. So
No, that's also incorrect, objectively. The Kamala Harris did not lose any appreciable number of voters to Donald Trump. That's not how elections. She ought to know. Her being very obsessed with electoral politics right now, she ought to know that's not how this works. Voters don't go from one party to the other. They go from one party or the other to the couch and back and forth, right? Democrats and Republicans don't lose votes to the opposite party. They lose votes to people deciding to stay home. Countries in Europe that have more than two significant political parties, those are the places where parties lose voters to other parties. I'm sure we all love a good graph of voting blocks and stuff where it's like, oh, this block of people moved from the center-right party to the far-right party. This block of people moved from the like center-right party to the new left populist party and stuff like that, right? That happens in like multi-party systems. This does not happen in America because there's only two parties. It's like only looking at percentages. Yeah, and she's not even looking at the percentages either. Because again, if you somehow manage to find every single like record of a Joe Biden to subsequently Donald Trump voter and you tallied them up, it would not even be remotely close to making a difference.
take the Muslim vote, for example.
Okay.
I think about.
In fact, Donald Trump only got like 2 million more votes in 2024 than in 2020, whereas Kamala Harris got, I think, 12 million less than Joe Biden did in 2020. Like, the difference was staggering.
About 50% of Muslim Americans voted Republican and the other half voted Green. Yes. Because of Gaza, yes. Right? So, you can sit here and have a debate about the wisdom of voting for Donald Trump when he was going to be worse. But when I say it's not on the voters, it's because there is enormous latitude for Kamala Harris to simply say, you know what, there's a genocide, you're right. Benjamin Netanyahu is unpopular. His government is unpopular even within Israel. I stand with, I will not support sending weapons and arms to Israel.
Yeah, by the way, this is all the left was asking of Kamala Harris. It was like, that was it. Stop supplying weapons to a genocidal state. Never forget that when neoliberals are trying to browbeat you into vote blue no matter who bullshit for centrists, they're trying to avoid the fact that they're essentially just asking you to shut up and get in line with supporting a genocidal ethno-state, completely contrary to international law. Like, we break international law to do this as well as our own law, and let us keep sending them weapons.
Steiners
and she could have won, right?
But
So
for that
why
to be
not put the
for that
onus?
to be true, doesn't it have to be the case that she lost the election because of protest voters or protest?
She did lose the election because of that issue. Oh my god. Contra is getting progressively more annoying to me by the minute, because she's revisiting something that was roundly disproven earlier and acting like that she was just never wrong about it. Ugh.
Abstainers, as opposed to
Yeah,
towards the
what
right.
what I'm trying to argue is that, one, Jill Stein voters, as you point out, are not the ones. But
Yeah.
people who chose to stay home or vote for Trump, absolutely. I
Okay.
mean, definitionally you lose because some quantity of voters.
And this is just like the you should have voted harder argument. Like, oh, it's not incumbent on the fucking institution with all the power behind them to change their behavior to better serve the needs of the to better like address the needs of people that they are asking for support from. No. It's incumbent on all of the people who would one way or the other support or not support a political campaign to all change their behavior and throw away their conscience every single time an election happens. This is the kind of like bullshit that somehow neoliberals get away with, and I've only ever seen neoliberals engage in. You know? Like, I'm sorry. I thought this was supposed to be a fucking democracy where government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. What happened to, like, the government and systems changing to respond to the people as a political bloc, huh? I swear to fuck that, and that was all liberalism, by the way. Neoliberals, like Contra, are an absolute insult to Enlightenment liberalism.
Voters that voted for your team before either stayed home or went to the other.
Out of pure spite, I want Democrats to never win an election again. I feel much the same about Democrats, unless they're progressives, in which case unlimited 1,000-year mandate, Zoran Mamdani style, right? That toppy, like 1,000 years, non-binary, sloppy toppy for the cities in which progressives govern, an unlimited, everlasting death to the consultant, like, democrats of the fucking, you know, the fucking financialization schemes and shit. You know what I mean, right?
Their side. And my argument is that those voters could easily have been kept in the pen. Now, to be clear, my personal politics are, I don't think they should go back to the Democratic Party. I don't think anybody should go back to the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
But if I'm a Democratic strategist, if I'm Kamala Harris, I don't get to argue that I was entitled to those votes that I easily could have gotten by simply changing my position to a more populist one. It's almost akin to saying, if I'm Kamala Harris and I come out on stage and decide to say, I hate everybody who lives west of the Mississippi. If you live west of the Mississippi, I do not want you to vote for me. If you live west of the Mississippi, we're going to bomb you and kill you. And then election day comes and she's like, gosh, man, it's really unfair that I lost the election because I antagonized everybody west of the Mississippi. Like, it was the electable position for her to take, and she declined to take it. So at what point do we hold politicians accountable for choosing to throw an election rather than to modify America's relationship with the genocidal country?
She
so
is
I
spitting.
think there's two questions here, right? Like, one is, whose fault is it that she lost?
At no point. The answer for Contra, by the way, is at no point, because she needs to continue the beef with the Twitter left.
Kind of a descriptive question, and then the other is, should we have advocated that she lose? A more of a normative question.
That's not the question that. That's not the question that she asked. But I fucking hate Contra at this point. Fuck it.
Yeah, I think the blame for why an election turns out the way it does, is always going to be widely distributed, right? And like, of course, some fault is
We're all
on
trying to find the guy who
Biden
did
and on
this.
Kamala Harris. Like, I do think that, like, yeah, I would agree with the criticism that the Biden administration failed to they did not have the agility to respond.
I feel like at this point, yeah, Gotron, I do think you're kind of right. This is the point where I think Brianna Joy Gray is like being very charitable, unduly so. This is about the point where I think it's fair to start accusing you of doing genocide apologia. You would rather the Democrats continue to support a genocidal state, be more accusatory about it. You would rather continue supporting a genocide than make the concession to the left that it is objectively correct that we should cut off weapons to Israel and like foreign aid to Israel because they seem to be intent on using it to commit a genocide, you know?
To the situation in Gaza by breaking from, like, you know, decades of bipartisan consensus that Israel's our closest ally and blah 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 blah, right? Like, they did not have the agility to read the situation and change.
No, they read the situation. They declined to change.
Like,
What do
I
you mean
agree
by
with that.
What do you mean they didn't have the agility?
I mean that they acted in a way that was consistent with how
I love that she, like, truly adopting the affect of the neoliberal, she starts to scoff at the idea that she even needs to justify her position that the left shut up and fall in place.
how American foreign policy has been for decades, as opposed to recognizing that this situation demanded a kind of break from that.
Well, yes and no, right? Because there are these,
Yeah.
I broadly know what you're saying. I'm not trying to be so nitpicky, but there are these moments where American presidents, Reagan famously, have picked up the phone and said, Israel, you have to stop bombing Lebanon. This is a bridge too far.
Yep.
And they stop, right? They understand that their
again, I
ability to
agree with
exist
that.
is contingent on U.S. aid. Right, okay.
Yeah,
So we
I
do
agree.
have the
I
power
agree
to
that
control.
like it is a failure of the Biden administration. They should have been far more aggressive in conditioning aid.
But I would never, ever, ever support, like, it was a Biden administration failure that they didn't condition aid to Israel and them not committing a genocide. But I would never, ever, ever support the internal processes responsible for changing leadership in a way that would better reflect that we should stop supporting a genocidal state. You know, like the Soy Jack, like, art should make people uncomfortable, but it should never, ever, ever make me in particular uncomfortable or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's what she's doing right now. I feel like.
I agree.
Or conditioning
But I
it at all. To be clear, they didn't condition, they violated American
yeah.
law in not conditioning aid at all to Israel.
But I mean, well, okay, I won't get into saying why I
Gotta
think
go
Trump is
wide.
the worst, which I do think he is. But I think that the second question is
see.
still like, should people have, because you're not just saying that it's the Kamala Harris's fault that she lost. You're also saying that you think that she should have lost. You want her to have lost, and you
Well, that's a
advocated
separate
that before.
argument.
And I think it's a correct argument, too. I think, like, Contra, God, she's very good at neoliberalism, I must say. She has flawlessly adopted the browbeating strategy. You wanted her to lose, which I can foresee that the next thing that she'll probably move on to is you just wanted her to lose because she's black, didn't you? To a black person. That might be a little too advanced down the neoliberal pipeline. I do remember that they, like, some of them had the balls to call Bernie Sanders an anti-Semite, on some he's a bad Jew type shit. But no, I think, like, legitimately, I think that Kamala Harris did deserve to lose and should have lost that election because she, like, absolutely refused to change, like, anything about the party platform, right? Yeah, like, what do you think if people fall in line and the Democratic Party learns the lesson that they can just infinitely move right forever and continue supporting Israel? What do you think that signals for this country? You think there's any hope of change if the Democrats learn we can just continue to take power by offering nothing? And now we have a political system where neither party even feels any political pressure to offer anything to the public? Like, think for 2 seconds. And yes, this is abuser language. This is abusive rhetoric.
that
Yeah.
I was trying to be transparent about my own politics, which I recognize
Right.
are more radical than most. So I don't really want to. I mean, we can, but it's like a bit of a side quest. It's like me litigating that like I'm anti-circumcision. Nobody really cares. Like it's not really the point of this.
Well, I don't think it's a side quest at all. Like I think like advocating to abstain or to vote third party, that to me is the issue.
Legitimately, in retrospect, I think abstaining in the 2024 election is more morally justifiable than abstaining in the 2021 Virginia gubernatorial election. And that was an election that I did abstain in a manner of speaking. I voted third party. And I do not regret it. The Democrats ran fucking Terry McAuliffe for that election. He's not even from Virginia. He's from New York. You know, centrist shill. You know, if you know who Terry McAuliffe is, you know, right? And I think legitimately, like, it was more justifiable to have stayed home and not voted in 2024 than it was in 2021 in that election. And unfortunately, I, like, caught up in the moment. I actually regret voting for Kamala Harris. I feel like that's actually a stain on my political identity that I did that, you know? But conversely, I'm proud of the fact that I will not vote for centrist pricks like Terry McAuliffe because I don't think they represent a meaningful departure from Republicans. You know?
Well, no, because there's a difference between me, who has more of a radical or like has a much more pessimistic belief about the Democratic Party and its ability to be saved, and who frankly thinks we should just get to it and focus.
What else should you have voted in a two-party system? The correct answer would have been to not vote at all. You have the option. In America, voting isn't compulsory. In fact, parties try to get you to not vote pretty hard. You can just elect not to vote for anybody. Yeah, you could have voted for what's his name, Chippy from fucking Ed, and Eddie. You could do a write-in. You could write somebody's name in who's not on the ballot to vote for them. Or there are a number of very small third parties with varying degrees of relevance in America, none of whom have a profile at the federal level, and still vanishingly few have a profile at the state level. So sometimes you'll see some like random no-name candidates on the ballot, but because it's a two-party system, the Democrat or the Republican is going to be the person that wins the election. Shit, there was like in Ithaca, New York, there actually was a third-party candidate that won a local election. They ran with the Communist Party, and this was 1 in a million. Like 1 in a million instance, a communist won an election in a local seat in upstate New York, right? Most often what happens is independent candidates not affiliated with the Democrats or the Republicans, like Bernie Sanders, will simply elect to run on the ticket of one party or the other. Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat, but he works with the Democrats. He does what's called caucusing with the Democrats, and when he ran for president, he ran with the Democratic Party label next to his name, even though he's not a Democrat, right? That's how like the electoral bits of this work, you know? But yeah, no, in the 2024 election, genuinely, the correct answer would have been to not vote for anybody. Though I would not necessarily have faulted you for voting for Kamala Harris. I'm not too proud of it, but, you know, it is what it is.
Focus the bulk of our efforts towards starting growing the Green Party or PSL or whatever third party we as a community want to invest in. And what I think is the more accessible argument that I think liberals need to engage with, which is, do you want the Democratic Party to represent your interests? Do you want it to be a populist in the meaning of a kind of a majoritarian populist party that is therefore more electable? Because
yeah, essentially, if you want the Democratic Party to change, the left-leaning party to change for the positive, they have to be consistently reminded that there are consequences for not doing so. You know? They have to be reminded that when they lose, there are consequences. Or rather, when they completely disregard what the base wants, they lose. And it seems like thus far they just haven't been willing to learn that lesson, which is why, inside takeover of the Democratic Party, You know, voting for progressives is always good, but you know, if it's a centrist on the ballot, I don't feel any like impetus to vote for them. Like, you know, if I were living in, like I said, I live in like the U.S. Northeast. I don't intend to disclose what state particularly I live in, but like, say you're living in the state of Pennsylvania, infamous for fucking Senator John Fetterman. I think it would be just as well if you decided not to vote at all in the Senate election. You know, because that's how bad John Fetterman is. You know, and a lot of other establishment Dems, even though they might not sound as completely brain dead as Fetterman, they are similar levels of heinous. You know? Cool, shock dodge.
It is advancing popular policy items, right? That include not supporting endless wars, including not supporting genocide, include supporting Medicare for all, etc. And if you as a regular, mostly normie Democrat.
Also note that a lot of these are gimmies. These are fucking gimmies. Things that a lot of other countries already either do or don't do, depending on which issue it is, right? Like, which makes it all the more obvious that it's a choice not to adapt to changing political circumstances, because they would rather lose and stay exactly the same than change and win, you know? Yeah, it is very much. This is bar for bar an abusive relationship with the public.
Democrat who supports those things, like 88% of Democrats who support Medicare for all. I think it's absolutely your obligation to say that I'm not going to give you my vote. It makes no sense with 88% of Democrats and almost half of Republicans support Medicare for all, for you to be putting up even a single candidate in a presidential cycle who does not support Medicare for all. But that's exactly what we get every time. And it's an independent like Bernie who'll come along and be the one guy in the room who's willing to advocate for the obviously popular and electable thing. And if we're having an electability conversation fundamentally, and a how to beat Trump conversation fundamentally, or J.D. Vance or Tucker Carlson, whoever it is that comes down the transom, then why wouldn't you enthusiastically be saying, oh my gosh, yes, we have to push these people into the electable position?
I still feel that it's like a bit evasive, that you're trying.
Pure projection. Oh my fucking god. Brianna Joy-Gray has been actually nothing but direct, if very charitable and like not non-confrontational. She's been pretty confrontational, but she's maintained a very cordial and friendly tone, right? The Contra has been like dodging, and she's entered the weave on several occasions. And Brianna Joy-Gray has just been like pretty straightforwardly responding to every question. I don't think there's ever been any ambiguity in what Brianna Joy-Gray has been saying or what she's been responding to.
So you're arguing that we ought to, the blame for Kamala Harris losing ought to be on Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but you're also
and the Democratic Party, bro.
And the Democratic Party, but you also do not support that people vote for them. So it's like,
yeah, because they suck. How do you think they lose? you know, what literally does not make sense.
It seems
let me be clear.
You're saying it's their fault that they lost, but you also wanted them to lose.
I see the disconnect. Yeah. My belief,
she's just browbeating,
should abandon the Democratic Party altogether, becomes from my observation that pushing them doesn't work. Okay. So I look, if people tried to push them and it worked, then my priors would be invalidated, and I'd have to be open to the idea of working within the party again, right? Yeah. And I might have an evolution back to the center hypothetically. But the reason.
And I don't think you would necessarily have to quote unquote evolve back to the center to be open to these arguments. Like I think Brianna Joy-Gray would probably support the idea of like getting progressives like Zoran Mamdani elected, especially if the party fucking hates them, right? But like, yeah, no, I think she's correct insofar as like for existing Democratic officials, there's genuinely very little that you can do, if anything, to actually push them on a given issue. Like they just will not budge. They're paid not to, you know? So what you try to do is keep electing progressives as much as possible to like turn the party inside out, basically. I don't know what her opinion is on that. Like, I think they've if they've mentioned Zoran Mamdani, they've only done so probably in passing. But like he's a great example of this strategy working, and he's just an early example. There's about to be actually many more this November potentially. You know?
I personally, through my proximity to the Bernie campaign and following politics over the last 5 years and witnessing what Biden did with his trifecta for the first 2 years, his disinterest in shoring up the Supreme Court, packing the Supreme Court, doing any kind of real Supreme Court reform, even as the leaked memo that Roe was about to get overturned came out.
She's spitting.
All of that.
Oh, yeah. That was the thing, too. God, politics moves so fast. I forgot about that. Yeah, the Democratic Party and the government, like Joe Biden's government, knew that Roe v. Wade was about to get overturned by the Supreme Court, and they did nothing. They could have packed that court. They could, like, people's constitutional rights, their human rights were on the line, and the government was like, nah, I don't think we'll do anything.
Better bifurcation, the abandonment of the $15 minimum wage. All of those things have led me to the conclusion
I got blown up that race.
But I also acknowledge that other people aren't there yet. And to get to where I am, they have to witness what I've seen. So I would love to see them try to push the party. I suspect that...
I do appreciate this mindset, though. That, like, yeah, you do have to make the centrists lose, you know? Legitimately, I actually don't intend to turn out for a centrist politician another time in my life, you know? Like, no thanks.
They will fail and that they will come around to my side. But I do think the obligation is, of course, to push the party. Yeah.
This is sort of what I'm not following, is that you seem to be suggesting that liberals need to be pushing the Democrats left, although you think that is a futile project.
Yeah, I think that it will.
So if it's futile, then why should we do it?
Because it is a way to heighten the contradictions and cause people to have a consciousness about the Democratic Party and who they really are.
Yeah, essentially right now, it's not going to work, but eventually it will.
And it's a consciousness that has started to happen under Bernie Sanders, and it really blossomed because of Gaza, because so many people who weren't that...
You could have mobilized messaging with, like, these people are about to take away your rights. Yes, they absolutely could have, but they didn't.
Political, or maybe even more right-leaning and more anti-war in a right-leaning way, saw what was very obvious, which was that supporting supporting Israel was a losing proposition, and that no amount of warning signs would convince the Democratic Party that they should drop this issue or even pretend to drop the issue in the short term in order to win an election, and that the party fundamentally cared more about Israel than it did about beating Donald Trump. And how can you ask voters to care more about beating Donald Trump than a party who only really uses Trump as a cudgel to advance its corporate and imperialist interests?
True.
I guess it seems to me, though, that, like, again, what the theory of change...
Like this, just perfect. It's just a perfect encapsulation of the issue. How the fuck are you gonna blame voters for not wanting the Democratic Party to win harder than, like, when they wanted the Democrats to win harder than the Democrats wanted themselves to win? You know, like, how the fuck are you gonna argue that? And the answer is, pretty dishonestly, you would argue that, actually. You know, you would argue as such with great dishonesty, you know?
I mean, that's what you're suggesting, yeah?
100%. And just the same way as the Republican Party emerged because neither major American party was willing to acknowledge abolitionism.
Thanks for tuning into stream.
Right. No one was willing to recognize the abolitionist movement. And so the Republicans emerged because there was half the country that was completely unseen within the political context.
But if that doesn't happen on a reasonable time frame, like if the Democratic Party does not disintegrate, then it seems that what you're advocating is, you know, for us.
I gotta love that her best argument, like Brianna Joy-Gray lays out, like, again, you know, sometimes you gotta grasp at straws a little bit, but it's like, you know, we've seen that these strategies of, like, organizing a grassroots movement to change public opinion, which you then use to pressure a political party into either, like, moving or becoming irrelevant, like, you know, this works. It has worked in the past. Here's a historical example. And like, Contra's like, yeah, but what if it doesn't work? The fuck you mean, what if it doesn't work? That's the thing that works. Yeah, legitimately, I'm starting to, well, it's gonna be a little bit edgy. I'm starting to understand the fucking,
So
you know,
essentially wind up with like a 50-year
never mind.
MAGA Reich.
I do feel an overwhelming urge to want Contra to just shut up, but she's not on my timeline, so I don't have to see her very much. And frankly, I'm thankful that that she's not on my timeline, because I would hate to have to deal with this insufferable bullshit. Man, Ulik.
Which
Well, no, to be clear, the Democrats at any point could choose to win, right? The Democrats at any point could choose to win. All they have to do is say, we're not going to support a genocide. Is that too much to ask?
I don't.
Her answer is yes, by the way, because she has to feel like she won the Twitter beat.
Well, I guess I'm not convinced that the Democrats will easily win if they simply say we're not going to support a
They will. We know that they will.
genocide.
Why not?
Because
I'm looking at the poll now.
because
It was
Donald Trump
29%.
Donald Trump won it perfectly well without making any such concession.
Au contraire, he said he supported a ceasefire. This is my point about how the right is willing to lie about it, and the Democrats won't even pretend to lie about it.
Wasn't Kamala Harris also at least nominally in favor of a ceasefire and a two-state
No,
solution?
she had to try. Well, the two-state solution is a whole other conversation. That is not really the demand at present. But she had tried out AOC at the DNC after.
Yeah, you can kind of hear the desperation.
You know, pro-Democrat Palestinians from speaking at the DNC to argue that Kamala Harris was tirelessly fighting for a ceasefire when subsequent biographies, like the Kamala Harris's 107 Days biography and this Alex Thompson, Jake Tapper book, acknowledge that at no point, the reporting is clear, at no point did Joe Biden consider a ceasefire. At no point. And that was a bald-faced lie, right? Which is part of why there's so much frustration with the sort of AOC left. Because here's where my argument continues. That when you do get progressives elected, and I was extremely enthusiastic about AOC. I was there the night reporting on her victory primary that nobody expected her to win. I was there her first day in office when she did the Green New Deal sit-in, and I, very hopeful about what was going to happen with her and the other electeds that were progressives that were elected in the years after.
This is all pretty true.
The party changes you rather than the other way around. And this dovetails. Sorry, I want to give you a chance to respond, but this dovetails with another, I think, criticism that you make of the left, which is that we don't. What is it? Famously, that you're famously quoted as saying, the left doesn't want power, the left wants to endlessly critique power. And this comes up in critiques of people like AOC and Zoran Mamdani once they get into
That's
office.
literally wrong That's literally wrong, by the way. The left wants, the left does love critiquing power, but the left also wants power. You can tell this by there being leftist political officials who have won public office, such as Zoran Mamdani and Katie Wilson. It's a funny meme, but it's literally just wrong. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Yeah, Contra at this point, it's very evident how much she's floundering in the face of oh yeah, the numbers literally are as clear as they've ever been on anything, and Contra's just nah.
Good chance to respond. I've said a lot.
Well, I still don't understand why you think that. Why does...
I don't understand why you think that the Democrats moving to the left would be a good idea after she has spent fucking 30 minutes explaining with various irrefutable data points why moving to the left on this, and this would win you the election because people want you to move left on this, and this.
Donald Trump.
Fitting that this show is named the Bad Faith podcast, because ContraPoints is clearly not arguing anything in particularly good faith here. She knows she's wrong. At this point, she's kind of digging herself a hole.
Trump not have to do any of these things to get elected that you think that progressives would have to do.
Do what things?
Well, to call for the end of Israel as a Jewish state or whatever, to...
By the way,
Which you should, by the way. Fucking, like, we don't support the right of a nation to exist as a Christian state, as a Muslim state. Like, it's just an ethno state.
do think that that should happen. That's me and my personal politics.
Yeah.
And I think there's a good reason for that, because the maintenance of a Jewish majority in the Arab world requires apartheid. It requires denying Palestinians the right to return. To create a demographic majority, you have to do exactly what Israel's been doing, which is genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. So that's my view. But to be clear, that is not what I think Kamala Harris had to do to win.
Okay, but so I guess I don't understand.
She's gonna I literally was about to say she's gonna pretend not to understand what Brianna Joy Gray is saying again, despite her literally laying out before, like, yeah, here's what the Democrats would have had to do: stop sending weapons to Israel. It's so straightforward that a midwit, or like, not midwit, like a fucking halfwit, the village idiot, couldn't misconstrue that argument.
And why, like, the voters seem to have no trouble electing Donald Trump, this man who has an extremely pro-Israel position, more pro-Israel than the Democratic Party does. Like, why is he able
that's
to get
debatable.
Without
Well, it was at the time of the election.
Israel, whereas, why is this a condition for the Democrats to succeed?
Well,
Like, I feel like what you're saying would make more sense if
Yeah, neoliberals actually love Donald Trump because he's such a fucking crutch for them to avoid ever changing for the better in politics.
Jill Stein had gotten like 30% of the vote or something, I'd be like, well, okay, that you have a point there, but like that's not what happened, right? It's voters are supporting a further right, more pro-Israel candidate. So it's a little bit hard for me to reconcile with the idea that.
Yeah, because again, she's pretending not to have heard things that Brianna Joy Gray said in plain English earlier, because she said Trump at least had the decency to lie to people, to give them something, you know? Yeah, like what the rhetoric that Contra is engaging in right now is like an excuse, like a permission structure to get away with infinite like atrocities all the time, as long as there's somebody who's like meaner than you.
This is the reason why the Democrats can't get elected.
I think for one, it's to punish Joe Biden, under whom this genocide started, and under whom to date most of the deaths have occurred, and most of the infrastructural destruction in Gaza has occurred, right? So it cannot go ignored that while you could anticipate that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, and should have anticipated that Donald Trump was going to do more of the same, that doesn't justify, in the eyes of many voters, including voters whose lives and families have been directly implicated by this genocide, voting for the guy who did it. So if I'm standing there, you know, stabbing you.
Yeah, remember as well, in the waning days of the campaign trail, the Democrats literally sent Bill Clinton to Michigan to tell a bunch of Arab voters that they're wrong and stinky and actually should respect the station of Israel as the world's only Jewish state, and that they deserve to be a Jewish majority in the Middle East, and they should shut up and vote for Democrats and they will get no ceasefire type shit. Like, that was generally the things that Bill Clinton was saying on behalf of the Democratic Party. Like, you should just vote for the Democrats anyway, because like, yeah, we like kind of support a two-state solution, I guess. But like, Israel, like everybody's been so mean to Israel, and you should really stop and vote for us. Like that was the extent of their acknowledgement of the issue during the campaign.
I don't mean to like conjure violence, but you know, if I'm standing there with a can of gas having burned your house down, and I'm like, vote for me and the other guy is gonna burn your house down twice. I mean, you can imagine that you as an individual aren't gonna want to vote for me. I just burned your house down.
So I can understand this.
And by the way, the example that Brianna Joy Gray is using is actually more literal than its presentation might suggest. A lot of Arab Americans had family and friends in Palestine whose homes were destroyed.
The psychology of that for when you're the person whose house is being burned down. But I also sort of don't really see. So I don't understand how like Biden's stance on Israel
Pretending
is being
not to.
effectively punished by electing someone who's even more pro-Israel.
Well, people are saying you can't win. You're not going to be allowed to win under these conditions. If you want to win an election, Democratic Party, you have to move not even to the left, to the center, so where the majority of the country is and the majority of the world is on Israel. Because you understand, Natalie, that like in elections, there's a bunch of people who are always going to be Republicans. There are a bunch of people who are always going to be Democrats, and they're fighting for this center group of swing voters.
Yes.
And anti-war sentiments, along with a lot of other sentiments, many of which, frankly, I don't align with, are
I should have tricked.
among that group, right? And that was a real driving force in the electorate. Among the people that you needed to get to change, Gaza, anti-war, I mean, Trump has been cultivating a sort of anti-war, anti-interventionist personality for a really long time, right? One of the things he bragged about was being a president that started no new wars. Now you can sit here and you can argue with that,
Right.
But like that was something, that was a pitch
That's false,
that he,
but he did say
right.
that, yes.
But that's a pitch that he made. So this is my point. You say that Trump didn't have to do the things that I'm saying that Biden or Kamala Harris should have done. But he did. And it was a lie, but he did do those things. He presented, he listened to the base and he gave them the message.
I don't have so much to say about what Brianna Joy Gray is saying. This is just all correct. This is just, she's just right. She's just correct in saying this, and Contra is like doing genocide apologia because she doesn't want to concede anything to the left.
Message that they want to hear. While
Isn't your
Kamala
position
was-
also that the Democrats?
Oh my god, I think I saw it before, but it didn't immediately hit me. The custom characters even have fucking custom minimap icons. That is sick. Thank you, ZPL. Very cool.
Lied.
How do you not get mad when people gaslight you and lie repeatedly directly to your face? Yeah, that's like... It's like at a certain point, you've lit a match and you didn't expect the piece of paper in front of you to catch on fire. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? You know, like, A leads to B, you present A and get shocked when it leads to B.
In what way?
Ways. Well, in terms of like, I mean, you've suggested that the Democrats lied about wanting a ceasefire,
Yes.
or lied about
Yes.
conditioning aid.
Yeah, I do. I think they lied less effectively, and I think they lied more minimally. I think when you have one guy lying and
So they
saying, I'm
should
going to
lie,
end the
but
war.
They should lie better.
Well, no, I think that they should tell the truth and cut ties with Israel. But
Yeah, okay. Tiny moment of catharsis where she's like, so you're saying the Dems should lie? Like, no, I'm saying they should tell the truth and actually change their position and actually cut ties with Israel. Easiest
we're asking
easiest
who's
response.
responsible, who had the power, who the onus was on to actually stop Trump. That clearly was not me or any podcaster or any voter or anybody tweeting on Al Gore's internet, Elon Musk's internet. It was the party who had the information. And one last point I would make about this is, I'm sure you've been following what's going on with this DNC autopsy report. Have you? I shouldn't say I'm sure. People have lives.
I have. Yeah.
And I'm sure you've.
Yeah, she is. She's like, oh, well, what's going on here? Oh, damn it, YouTube. I hate that YouTube has like right next to the play/pause video hotkey, which is K, is I, which is the hotkey for, yeah, put the video in the mini player. I actually hate that YouTube ever introduced the mini player. God, I fucking despise that feature. When I have an opportunity, I'll put it back. Get bulleted on lap 1. There. Couldn't wheelie for a bit.
Heard that the prevailing theory, which may not be true, but the prevailing theory is that the reason they don't want to, at least the autopsy report, is that it shows exactly what the IMEU study and other studies have shown, which is that
Israel is why they lost. You know, she doesn't need to, you know, Brianna Joy Gray is covering her bases by, like, reiterating that she doesn't know for sure, which, you know, I believe her, but I can provide extra context to this extent. We do now know for sure that the Democrats elected not to release the autopsy report because they, like, in the autopsy report was contained that, like, yeah, you lost because of Gaza, basically. Like, it was inarguable. That's why I mentioned earlier, the Democrats know it, the voting public knows it, the Republicans know, everybody knows it, but for some reason, neoliberals pretend to not know it. Ah, my mushroom. 3 bananas? That's not the item I wanted. Well, I hope I don't get hit by a bullet bill at the finish line. I didn't.
Number one issue.
Probably designed for misclicks. Yeah, probably. I think the mini player was designed to further colonize people's attention spans and so forth.
Biden 2020 voters that didn't want to vote for Kamala 2024 and didn't vote for Kamala in 2024 was ending Israel's violence in Gaza at 29%, followed by the economy 24%, Medicare and Social Security.
It is also a big deal that the Kamala Harris campaign offered zero economic policy. The extent to which they had anything to offer was, we will give a $25,000 credit to first-time homebuyers. That was it. That the Democratic platform was all talking about Trump is a threat to the democracy, which doesn't entail anything substantive. Shut the fuck up about Gaza, and like, we'll give homeowners slightly more money to further commodify housing to build a nest egg. Just painfully out of touch.
At 12%, immigration at 11%, healthcare at 10%, and on down the line.
This is a video. I want the title to be something about her cannot stop lying. Yeah, I think it'd be something along the lines of Contra, please put down the shovel.
So if they release that, the idea is, I'm sorry, just to put a fine point on it. The idea is that if the Democratic Party,
I'm even like, I'm not commenting on. You guys remember last time I was reacting to this, I commented a little bit on how Brianna Joygray looks pretty cute. I talked about the fit, which I like very much. But now, like, Contra's got me so frustrated and, like, pissed that I'm not even doing that anymore. Like, that's taken a backseat to Contra just...
acknowledges and releases that they knew that was the case. Then suddenly the onus is very clear, right? Who has the responsibility for losing?
Why did my wheelie?
Is very clear. And the contrast that I think is my mission as a podcaster,
I'm driving so
and a
bad.
political commentator, to demonstrate who the Democratic Party really is and what their priorities really are, becomes very obvious to everyone. And I think you do start to get a lot of defections from the party, or at least calls for an enormous overhaul of leadership, etc.
Well,
okay.
That's how
I
want them to release the autopsy. I want them to do whatever it takes to get elected. If that means cutting off all aid to Israel, then they should do that.
Which, by the way, she is not conceding to. Which that's how she gets around that. Is she just doesn't concede to, like, I don't think this would help, actually. If it would help, I would support it. I don't think it helps. Is shown direct evidence of it helping and, like, single-handedly making the difference. I don't think this helps. You know? It's fucking insane, honestly. Okay.
In reality, it's likely wrapped up with a bunch of other issues, like the fact that voters are upset about inflation, or about like vague concerns about like maybe my child might encounter a transgender book in school, and the Democrats are supposed to do something.
That wasn't on the list.
I lived. That's crazy.
That isn't on this IMEU list at the very least. Nothing.
Well, I hope it's not.
Nothing
but,
cultural. Abortion policy was number 9, and at 9%, and I don't know was 5%, but nothing about trans sports, nothing about COVID. A lot of issues that I think folks thought were going to be determinative weren't, at least among these Biden 2020 to Harris 2024 voters.
Yep.
But can you see how it's like a little bit difficult for me to take your criticisms of what you think the Democrats ought to do to get elected when you're simultaneously saying that people should not elect them?
It's all personal critique. This is Gotron. I didn't realize how correct you were about like, this is abuser language. Like, you can see how it's hard for me to take you seriously when you're saying, shut the fuck up.
Like, your position is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. So
Yeah.
like because
Because
it's not in your interest for the Democrats to get elected based on your positions, right? You don't want them
wait,
to
what do you
win.
mean?
Well, you don't want the
No,
Democrats to win, right?
I think in an ideal world, given how hard it's going to be and how hard it already is for so many people, in an ideal world, I mean, I worked for Bernie for this reason. In an
Yes.
ideal world, a social democrat like Bernie Sanders gets elected. We get universal health care, a basic social democrat safety net, free education, and our little capitalist kingdom gets to tip along for another 100 years and save a lot of people from immiseration. I think
I'm an emotional talker, so I tried my best to learn when somebody's trying to emotionally abuse me, and I think you did a good job. And you should keep at it, I guess.
that's what I was working for, along with so many other people in 2020. But what I learned
your
was
current
how
position,
unlikely that is. What I learned from
yeah.
experience. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, your current position though is that people should divest from the Democratic Party. Like,
She does. Contra doesn't care about any of the observations that motivate people's positions up to the. She doesn't care about the underlying reasoning. All she cares about is like, yeah, but right now you don't support the Democrats. Yeah, okay, I've explained to you why, and like what we should do. Like Brianna Joy Gray has explained, though there are some components of it I may disagree with. She's explained, yeah, this is what we can do now to make things better and potentially wrench things back to a point where the Democratic Party might be forced to make some concessions to us again at some point, right? And Contra's like, yeah, I don't care. All I care is that right now you will not like unconditionally vote for the Democratic Party. If you unconditionally vote for a political party, no matter what, if the Democratic Party learns, like I said earlier, that their like base will support them completely unconditionally, no matter what changes they make to the party or platform, what's to stop them from just moving infinitely in the direction of private capital accumulation and supporting genocide and like surveillance and everything that they've been doing, everything the Republican Party has been doing? What's to stop them? And the answer, of course, is nothing. Nothing would stop them from doing that. Honestly, at this point, like, I kind of shudder to know what Contra's personal life is like if this is how she engages with people she doesn't agree with. So much fucking browbeating. Jesus. One tell it's really weird when you notice is the flip from I'm nice to I'm mean. Yeah. The very like the tone shift from having a nice affect to having like a very polite affect to having a very mean affect. You know, like kind of like erratic behavior in that sense. Yeah. Oh, Pablock. Ow.
like, isn't this sort of an energetic drain at minimum on the enthusiasm that it takes to be able to win elections?
How so?
Well, if it's taking, I mean, it seems that you're using your platform to encourage people to
Browbeating. You're using your platform. I don't approve of the way you're using your platform to advocate for your political beliefs. You should stop that. This isn't good for the party.
abstain or to vote third party or to sort of in general just give up on the Democrats. Doesn't that, like, my experience is that in 2024 it was very difficult to advocate for Kamala Harris in public with a leftist audience because of the extreme
Genocide.
push, the genocide allegations. Yes, that you would.
Not allegations. These are not allegations. In the initial phases of Israel proceeding to, do much more forwardly, like, genocidal actions against Gaza, they were allegations. Those allegations have been found credible in court, in international court. South Africa took them to court, and the international courts ruled, yes, it is a credible claim to say that Israel is currently committing a genocide. These are not, it's like saying that, like, you, like, shot a guy, some guy, like, shot somebody on the street, and like, is convicted of murder, and then they say like, oh, alleged murderer. Like, it's not alleged. They've proven it, you know? And like, it's not exactly a one-to-one because like the international court proceedings haven't happened to such an extent that like individuals are and officials are convicted of genocidal crimes, but like, it's not an allegation. An allegation is something that has not yet been litigated in any sort of institution of fact-finding. This has been litigated in an institution of fact-finding, in the International Criminal Courts, and it is, or the International Court of Justice, excuse me. Don't want to mix up my international institutions there. It has been found to be credible by these institutions of fact-finding. The more I listen, the more I hate Contra.
I feel like I guess I don't see voting as like a symbolic expression of my like virtuous stance on any particular issue so much as I do like a
You do actually, because you just projected that. You brought that up unprompted. Brianna Joy-Gray never argued that. Which I'm honestly kind of surprised by. The last time I heard much about Brianna Joy-Gray, she was still doing a lot of like force the vote stuff, and like, not to say that's like votes as an indication of moral virtue, because that's a different thing, but she was still in the sort of range of politics that I would consider to be that, you know? Genuinely, like, Brianna Joy-Gray has actually pleasantly surprised me with what she's been talking about, what she's been arguing in this interview, which I do want to apologize to Brianna Joy-Gray if it's like a pleasantly surprised. What's that supposed to mean? I'm sorry, but it's true.
Consequentialist calculation about like what is the actual effect of this, and the actual effect of electing Donald Trump has been disastrous.
Yes, and the actual effect of voting blue no matter who means that we get more right-wing presidents every time, both on the Democratic side and on the Republican side.
I need an item really bad, and I'm not getting one.
Would be to say, hey, Democrats, you absolutely can get my vote. My vote is absolutely gettable, and it's not because I'm asking for some crazy demand that's going to cause you to lose 3 other votes somewhere else. It's only upside. I have a plan for you, Democrats. Here's how you win. You oppose the genocide. You call
when you know abusive behavior makes you hate them so much. Oh yes, absolutely. It
genocide, and you say you're going to stop funding the genocide and follow follow American law, the Leahy law, which prohibits me from funding these war crimes to begin with.
Contra's already running through her. I can tell the expression on her face. She's already searching in her brain how to argue against this objectively correct thing that Brianna Joy-Gray is saying. And like, obviously it's like really good to introduce positive framing. Like, you know, you could win elections at an unprecedented rate if you just adopt this, this, and this.
And you can win. How can you argue against that?
Because people have been making this argument my entire life. I mean, people are...
No, they haven't. I'll save you the trouble. She's lying. They have not.
What argument?
Ralph Nader in year 2000. Like,
what argument
the argument that by voting third party, there's an opportunity to meaningfully shift the...
That's not the argument that Brianna Joy-Gray just presented you, you fucking dunce. Jesus, maybe she's not as smart as I thought she was. Intelligence being compartmentalized and all that.
No, but that wasn't what I just said, right?
Move left.
Okay.
What I just said.
I should let her speak for herself. I should shut up and let black women speak. Type shit.
Hey, I'm a Democrat. This is what I was advocating for Democrats. If you want to be me, great. But if you're a Democrat, my argument is to say, and this is what the uncommitted movement was saying, my vote is up on offer.
I'm driving so bad now.
I want to stop Trump. I want to give you my vote. And all you have to do is do this thing, which is going to make you more popular and more electable. And the Democrats said, no, I would rather lose than incur the wrath of my AIPAC donors or whatever else is at the root of our entanglement with Israel as a country, our military base that is the state of Israel.
But in order for this like blackmail message to be effective, like doesn't it have to be the case?
That's the non-blackmail framing.
determining factor in swinging the election, which you just said that
Well,
they are
not third-party voters.
Like,
People
well,
who decline to vote for Kamala Harris are not third-party voters.
Do the protest voters have the leverage to be taking the election hostage in this way?
Well, they quite obviously did, and that's why they don't want to release, arguably, the autopsy report, right? They quite obviously did, and if that becomes... Well, okay, sure, but what's not speculation is that we know that...
That's actually not speculation. Contra is lying. In fact, I think... No, yeah, that's not speculation at this point. I think Brianna Joy Gray, again, being, like, uncharacteristic, like, unduly charitable. This, at the time that this happened a couple weeks ago. This was not speculation at the time that this conversation was happening. Oh my freaking god, I'm... Jesus. Ow. No! I knew somebody had triple
of
something.
People who didn't vote for Kamala Harris in 2024, but who did vote for Biden
No.
in 2020, said that
I need a good race, come on! Not even like good placing.
Right?
I've been driving
You're
like
the
such
Democrats
shit.
who have this part of me wants to open one of these books and rifle through, because I remember at some point in, I can't remember if it's Original Sin or on 107 Days, I think it's Original Sin, there was reporting, and there's been ample reporting at this point, 2 years out, that internally, Biden understood, they understood how much this issue was hurting them. And they chose to ignore it. In fact, they chose to double down on it. Right? And I don't understand, like, at some point, Natalie, like at some point, I mean, is there anything that Democrats would do that you would say, if Donald Trump, if the 2016 version of Donald Trump were running against the 2024 Donald Trump on the Democratic ticket, would you say that we should vote for 2016 Donald Trump because his first term was better than his second term?
The answer is yes, by the way, to this question. And to the question, I think she should have, like, slight flaw in, I think, Brianna Joy Gray's rhetoric. This is just rhetorical. I think you should have left it open-ended. Is there anything the Democratic Party could do or could have done that would have earned your ire enough to not vote for them?
Okay, I mean, so I joke about like how I would vote for Satan to stop
Oh my god, she can't even answer this
Donald
directly.
Trump. There probably is a line. I've yet not found it yet. Of like
This was I remember this was the clip in the beginning.
what like moral depth to which I would stoop to stop Donald Trump.
So,
See, this is, I think this is revelatory of like her projecting earlier when she said, oh yeah, voting as moral virtue. That's what she sees it as. Like, oh, there's no moral depth that I wouldn't stoop to. Like, it's not about you. It's not about personal, like, virtue or whatever the You get the argument I'm making, right? Like, you don't have to act like anything Contra's saying here is like really worth engaging with.
what does that mean?
Yeah.
And what, so play that out for me. What are everyone always asking me to play out my plan. Play out the consequences of vote blue no matter who, because you and others, I don't mean to put it all on you, but ask me what the timeline is. I got to this place because I started asking more centrist-oriented people what the timeline is for Medicare for All. How long are we supposed to deal with the fact that 68,000 people die every year from a lack of health insurance?
68,000,
What's the timeline
God,
on that?
that's
And
a
I
lot.
had people come to me who were Medicare for All activists in the state of California, who were Bernie's Medicare for All czar, and their plans were minimum 20-year time horizons, saying that, well, the argument that was made to me was Gavin Newsom was going to get Medicare for All in the state of California, that he was going to become president, and that he was then going to bring Medicare for All to the entire country. Gavin Newsom doesn't even support Medicare for All anymore, obviously. Mm-hmm. And the state of California, with its overwhelmingly Democratic legislature, has intentionally scuttled their healthcare program now multiple times, including just recently. So at a certain
I need
point,
an item pretty badly.
let me maybe ask it this way, Natalie. How much do you think that donor influence and corporate interests are determining the policies of the Democratic Party?
Well,
Okay.
they certainly have some effect. I think I maybe don't think they have quite the level of effect.
I'm still not super happy with how I drove that race, but I got first. I can't be too mad. Ugh. It's like the fucking thing when speedrunners get like a decent run, they're like, I played like shit.
that you do, because yes, they have some effective, but they also, like, at the end of the day, do still need to get elected, right? So that I don't think there's an
Which, oh, you still need to get elected, which is why you shouldn't support all of the objectively more popular positions that would make it more likely that more people vote for you, thus resulting in you getting elected.
infinite like capacity for corporate influence. Like, there's a limit to how far you can push it where people will stop supporting you.
This is
I mean, I
kind of
think-
my
I
point.
also
That
think-
Also, her argument that corporate influence is necessary for candidates to win races falls flat when you look at candidates like Graham Plattner, Zoran Mamdani, Shoika Chakrabarti, Katie Wilson, and all sorts of other progressives that corporate interests roundly united against. And they still won. Or in the case of Shoikat and Graham Plattner, look somewhat likely to win.
we saw that limit with Gaza, and they didn't care, right?
Like, Democrats have tried over the years.
No, they fucking haven't, you liar. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Oh, well, the Democrats have tried so hard. Yeah, avoiding everything that they would actually need to do, apparently, in order to win. Clearly, where they drew the line was the thing that they would need to do in order to win an election. Jesus Christ. How the fuck does she, like... She... 0% chance that Contra believes anything that she's saying here. This is purely her, like, shadow boxing with the left and imagining, like, oh no, Brianna Joy Gray is now part of the horde of leftists that I have to rhetorically fight against with all of my might possible. So that the Democrats can win elections by doing absolutely nothing. You know?
Like, I mean, Obama came fairly like with the Affordable Care Act, they came fairly close to getting not Medicare for all, but a single payer option.
Well,
It was
Natalie,
fairly
no,
close.
but they
being
did-
shot
but
down
they
by
did
Joe
it.
Lieberman.
No, they
Okay, but like, why?
the Democrats did not come well, they came close and then voluntarily dropped it. They conceded with a super majority, by the way, or like at least a very comfortable majority in the House and Senate. They fucking dropped the public option of their own accord. Republicans didn't exact that concession from them. They chose to concede that just for fun. You know? Oh, they came close and failed, so we should permit them to, like, not even try now because they're special boys and girls and stuff. No, personally, I don't think failure is good to reward in politics. I think that's bad, actually.
Why is it, Natalie? We know how slim the Republicans' margins are right now, right?
Yeah.
And yet they managed to do everything in the world. Why is it that Barack Obama had a supermajority? Had a supermajority. When we say it was scuttled by Joe Lieberman, we're saying that he was the 60th vote in a supermajority.
Yeah.
And why is it that it seems to be the case?
Rotating villain strategy, baby. Undefeated. I'm going to go till about an hour on this video, and then I'll end the stream for today.
Case that Democrats are always 1 or 2 votes shy from doing the thing that, you know, 75% of the country wants them to do. But Republicans always manage to push through the thing that only 20% of the country wants them to do.
Well, do you think that...
Redirect already. Fuck you.
I mean, do you really think that, like, Nancy Pelosi, for example, didn't want single payer? Like,
What about, do you really think they did? Do you really think they didn't want it? Yes. Stop browbeating, you disingenuous fuck.
think that she did.
Yes.
Like, I think that this genuinely
I
was.
don't.
No, she...
You don't think that she did?
I don't think that Democratic leadership, Nancy Pelosi, whomever, I don't think that Democratic Party leadership wants single payer. Absolutely not.
I don't think that's supported by Nancy Pelosi's actions in 2010.
How so?
Oh, you don't think that's supported by her actions, torpedoing the Green New Deal, browbeating AOC to come into line on Israel, and curiously failing to whip the votes necessary at every opportunity when Medicare for all or a single-payer option was on the table? You don't think that's indicative of what somebody does or doesn't want to do politically? where they decide to concentrate their efforts or not, what they decide to talk about voluntarily on TV, when they when Nancy Pelosi talks about calling it a genocide is actually pro-Putin, and like never says anything about Medicare for all, and you're arguing that, do you really think she didn't want to do it? What? What is wrong with her?
I mean, I would have to, we'd have to fact check this after the fact, but
Did
I seem to
Nancy
recall her
Pelosi
making a
support-
fairly strong effort to achieve this, and eventually
Citation needed, bitch.
create a compromise option in order to get Joe Lieberman on board. But I think that, look, I mean, I do think that in the future, like, Donald Trump has proved that by acting in a sort of heavy-handed authoritarian fashion, it is possible to do a bunch of stuff that's not popular.
Ow.
Should the Democrats? Well, I mean, I do consider it a serious defect of the Obama administration that he was so, like, there was this mindset of like, oh, we need to be bipartisan.
But this definitely doesn't have any broader implications about the Democratic Party. This is a defect of Obama's administration, but in no way reflects on the Democratic Party as a whole or Democratic leadership, or anything like that, certainly. I'm gonna start throwing these so that people don't get stuck behind me. You know, I would like to get a good position, but I also just really don't want first to run away with it. I'm gonna chain this. Across here? Oh my god! I got bumped as fuck.
And we need to constantly reach across
Didn't race
the
that
aisle.
great,
And, like, yeah, I hate all of that. Obviously, that's
Or do
a
one more.
major lesson of the Obama
Hopefully I
administration
can
was,
race decently.
We do not go high. Don't do that. Like, and I think that I think Biden improved on that somewhat.
No, he didn't. Not even a little bit.
There's
How so?
room for still more improvement.
The Democratic Party sandbagged their own efforts to forgive federal student loan debt, something that Joe Biden objectively had the authority to do, because that's a function of the executive. Like, sure, power of the purse is with Congress insofar as giving the loans, but the federal government, the executive branch, is the one that decides on how the repayment of those loans is supposed to be scheduled. They have the authority, just objectively, in the letter of the law. There's actually like nothing ambiguous about it. I've seen this part of the legal code. I've read it myself. The executive branch has the authority to determine the manner in which you collect on the debt incurred by students. That's the purview of the Department of Education. The Department of Education, therefore, has the authority to decide, we are going to be lenient on the collection of these debts. We're going to forgive these debts. These debts can be outstanding, but we will manage them some other way. Maybe we will buy those debts and then cancel them ourselves, right? They could have done that, and instead they fucking cited some they front-loaded their weakest possible argument and then like twiddled their thumbs as it went to the Supreme Court and just let that stand without trying anything else. You know, which shows you how much that means, like, oh, they go low, we go high. It's more like they go low, we don't do anything at all. You know? So in that sense, things kind of have changed, but ugh.
Well, I think Biden did a number of things that were not, would not have been doable if he needed Republican cooperation. But I think that,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not
as
trying to be.
as you should. right? Like, it is morally good to do your political agenda if that's a good political agenda. You don't need to seek permission from the most evil people alive to do good things, contrary to fucking Democratic consultant belief, apparently.
Yeah.
Contrarian, I just want to know specifically what you're thinking about.
Well, I'm
Oh,
thinking
what?
about like
I hit the
like
post there.
Medicaid expansion and infrastructure bill, and it was more aggressive in getting some of these things done than I think Obama was. But like
He was in the infrastructure
No,
bill
it was
example
not.
where he had.
I think Brianna Joy-Gray is about to mention this, but yeah, they conceded a whole bunch of shit in the infrastructure bill just up front, and it ended up being watered down to like 1/10 of, like, actually less than 1/10 of what it was initially meant to be. The infrastructure bill initially was supposed to be $7 trillion of over 10 years of infrastructure investment. It came out to about 600 billion over 10 years. Literally less than 10% of what was initially proposed to revitalize American infrastructure, by the way. And they were like, nah, this is too much. We need to water it down. And that was, I think, before it even got to Joe Manchin, where, like, to secure his support, they knocked it down to about 500 billion, which is, it's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. And then people will look you dead in your face and say, you really think the Democratic Party doesn't want to do good things? Yes, I do think that. And I think you're stupid for believing anything else.
The leverage comes, right, from having the infrastructure projects that Republicans want, and because it was COVID and the country was shut down, and everyone needed the country to get going for capitalism reasons, right? So we took all of that stuff that even Republicans wanted to vote for, bundled it with a bunch of stuff that were Democratic priorities because they were social spending priorities, and then broke those two things apart so that
Brianna Joy-Gray is probably much more knowledgeable about the specifics of like the omnibus bill one. She's kind of the same, sort of the same mind as like the Kyle Kalinske types, who are they're from an era of politics where people typically followed congressional procedure and the details and journey of a bill very closely. So she would know a lot of the particulars, which I think is actually really admirable that people know about this stuff. But, I have not, unfortunately, retained that information.
Republicans could get what they wanted without having to do all the Democratic, like that was the Build Back Better bifurcation dance that even AOC called out, right? Like even AOC, there was that whole rigmarole around how they were going to hold the line and that they weren't going to vote for the one package unless both packages, and then
so
predictably,
I agree with you that that
I think I'll call it there, though. I'll end it there. Some good old Build Back Better type shit. God, think about how much like the Build Back Better bill still mattered. It was a huge deal. And it was less than 10% of what we should have gotten, what was needed. In the same way that a starving person would need 500 calories to sustain themselves long enough to reach civilization and find some kind of, social elements that would help them recover from that, right? And they only get 50 calories. That's not enough. It's 10% of what they need, but that's a huge deal. That prevents them from dying, right? That's the kind of shit that we're dealing with here. This country has been starved by people who think like ContraPoints. And then when we ask for scraps, enough to sustain ourselves, they get mad and like mildly indignant that they would have to, mostly that they would have to deign to interact with these arguments at all. Because these people are anti-democracy. Ugh. Yeah. Anyways, I was at, let's see, where am I? 1 hour, 2 minutes. I'll have to remember that for next time. It's probably fine. YouTube will probably save my spot. But right now, I'm going to find somebody to raid. And I'll be back next time. Okay. I'm gonna wait for some folks to show up, and then I have to disclaim something. Something that had slipped my mind for the past couple streams, which is why I was so glowingly positive on Brianna Joy Gray in the Bad Faith podcast. What I didn't realize, what I had totally forgotten until just yesterday, I think yesterday evening, was that the Bad Faith podcast was actually not always just Brianna Joy Gray. It was her and it was her and this other guy, this like right-wing guy, who had credible allegations levied against him. I think there was like actually an investigation to this effect of grooming minors. And she like worked with this guy on the Bad Faith pod and then like left him on her profile banner for fucking a long time. A long time. So, to say the least, it's this association is extremely problematic, and I guess also kind of like, you know, indicative. Here we go. I'll be Hammer Bro. Oof, just in time. So I do have to remember that. You'll have to forgive me. I had completely forgotten about this. I thought the extent of Brianna Joy Gray's, like, weirdness was her being very campist and, like, purity testy. Which, in today's day and age, I put up with that. But, you know, doing a podcast with a registered Republican, in parentheses, pedophile, but also, like, was under investigation for grooming a minor, that's like, okay, can't, nobody can overlook that unless they are the Republicans, so, you know, it is what it is. I will, I'll try to keep, I do maintain what I said about the fit. I do like the fit. So I'll try to keep my, analysis limited to the arguments she's making, and, ultimately, I don't think I would change any of the critiques that I have of, or the analysis I have of Brianna Joy Gray's arguments, except for a little bit of like a slightly different psychoanalysis that, you know, I should have maybe been a little less charitable towards her character. You know, like maybe she's probably not as serious about progressive activism as I was willing to sort of assign. But you know what they say about assumptions, they make an ass out of you and me. And I think that I'll just start with this react now, because that's what I wanted to do this stream. That's what I had planned. And here we are. I think this is about where I was, right? An hour, 2 minutes.
Like, that was the Build Back Better bifurcation dance. And even
yes, okay, they were talking about Build Back Better, and I do also still maintain what I said last time, that I do aspire to the kind of detailed knowledge that people like Brianna Joy Gray and Kyle Kulinski have of the American legislative process. You know, they're much better at recounting these things than me, and recalling them as well. But yeah, I think where we left off was Contra now dipping into very, very transparent dishonesty, because rhetorically she's acting like a snake, and is unable to admit that the left ever had a point ever, because she's beefing with the left, and argue that, like, yeah, Build Back Better was essentially, I think she last time was saying Build Back Better is essentially a strong argument that the liberal centrists are the pragmatists and the left are just silly do-nothings. And Brianna Joy Gray, I proceed to explain this as well, but Brianna Joy Gray is currently explaining how that is not actually the case, and it was the liberal centrists, the supposed pragmatists that unprompted undermined the Build Back Better bill by like making certain elements of it less likely to pass by being like, yeah, we have a majority, but let's include the Republicans on this. And as a result, I do remember some of the details of the bill. The initial plan was $7 trillion, and what we eventually got was $500 billion over a period of 10 years, mind you. You know, so like, oh yeah, behold this example of centrist pragmatism, and it's actually just self-sabotage. You know, even though the Build Back Better bill was a big deal, again, it's like a few crumbs for a starving person. It's not even close to enough, but it does matter a lot. Thank you for getting rid of that, S. I appreciate it very much.
AOC called out, right? Like even the AOC, there was that whole rigmarole around how they were going to hold the line and that they weren't going to vote for the one package unless both packages, and then
So
predictably,
I agree with you that
yeah,
that there's a lot of room for a Democratic administration to be even more aggressive, and I agree that they should.
Even more aggressive? There's no drive. Like, oh, even more aggressive than capitulating voluntarily for no reason. Like, okay. I'm not used to these Hammer Bros sounds, by the way. Interesting. What else was I gonna say? Oh, yes. Brianna Droygray has been on the sort of left bashing, like critiquing AOC and such from the left for a long time, which I think she did it at times where it wasn't really warranted, but I think with the benefit of hindsight, she may have been onto something for sure. And the critiques of AOC now are more relevant than ever because of the seeming degree of recuperation that some progressives have been subject to being in the Democratic Party. You know, where AOC has sort of tried to go along to get along in order to do something, in order to get sort of get leadership on her side. But what really happened was just they didn't do anything that she wanted to do anyways. You know, we're no closer to getting the Green New Deal passed or a real comprehensive infrastructure package passed. And other progressives in Congress are similarly hamstrung, but have chosen not to like incorporate themselves into the structure. So it's like either the structure shuts you out and you can't really do anything, or the structure lets you in which case you can't do anything because the prerequisite for being let in by the like the insiders, the establishment, is promising never to do anything. Does that make sense? But that's largely Congress, right? Congress is the worst example of the festering cesspit of consultants, capital interests, and like business interests, the military industrial complex. That is the legislature of all legislatures where nothing happens. You know, at the state level, at the local level, things do still happen. I'm trying to. There we go.
Why don't they? Why aren't they? What's the? Because people like me are often accused as being not having a material analysis, of thinking that we're going to win because of vibes. I feel very strongly that I'm doing the opposite. That when you just love.
Yeah, Brianna Joygray is like, I haven't seen much of her other stuff. I don't make a habit of watching Brianna Joygray on the Bad Faith podcast, but she, like, objectively, she has been engaging in material analysis. She's been mostly making arguments from a data-driven perspective. She's been using observed trends to sort of draw conclusions. Like it's all coming from her. It's all mostly empirics and like pattern-based analysis and recognition, that sort of thing.
Mandani and love AOC. That's the vibes. I liked what they stood for and what they said, and now that they're in office, it's about asking, analyzing, and as someone who is in the media, pressing them on whether or not they're using the leverage that they have at their disposal to maximize the follow-through on their campaign commitments, right? It's not about me loving them. My job is not to love Mamdani as much as he seems like a fun hang. I have nothing personal against any of these people, but I have to raise questions, right? Why does Zohran Mamdani endorse Kathy Hochul prematurely when she hasn't really?
Okay, so the whole critiquing Mamdani from the left. I do want to preface this with, it's reasonable for people to, like, on the left, to have raised eyebrows at Zohran Mamdani endorsing Kathy Hochul instead of her progressive primary challenger. There is a reason for that, though. Again, driven by, like, material analysis, right? The primary challenger would have been, like, obviously ideologically closer to Mamdani than Kathy Hochul. But the key thing about Kathy Hochul was she was actually willing to kiss the ring, his ring, in the past, so to speak. You know, Kathy Hochul, unlike Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, was willing to work with Mamdani and support him because it made her look good. Kathy Hochul is more of a pragmatist than other centrists because, you know, when she felt the heat from progressives, she actually was like, okay, I should make some concessions to the left. And she did that. She provided some funding for the free childcare program that's getting started in New York City. And stuff like that. And so essentially what's going on there is Mamdani's like, keep those concessions coming, because Mamdani has actually not made any political concessions on how he's been running New York City. He's been, like, out for blood, funnily enough, in his city governance. And so his support for Kathy Hochul is very much contingent on her willingness to support him as he continues being, you know, the progressive force that he is. Whereas the Democratic Party would be significantly more hostile to the state of New York if he had signaled that he was going to support her primary challenger, right? And for similar, though not the same reasons, I did mention Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries has not supported Mamdani in, like, anything. He didn't even vote for him, funnily enough. Neither Schumer nor Jeffries voted for Mamdani, despite them both being his constituents. At the time that he was running, because he was an assemblyman. But again, like, New York is kind of like the nexus of Democratic Party power. And at the time that I think Jeffries was facing a primary challenger, it was very, very early in Mamdani's tenure. Basically, I know this could sound very much like me making excuses for Mamdani, but I think his political record in New York City already, not but 4 months into his tenure, sort of justifies my defense of him, right? Essentially, before he can start spearheading any sort of movement to challenge the Democratic establishment broadly, he has to aura farm on being progressive in New York City, you know? Which, funnily enough, may come close to me flying a little too close to the sun with some, like, socialism in one nation posting. I feel like there's some opportunities for Stalinism jokes there, but, like, that's the idea. But not to say that, like, critiquing Mamdani for endorsing Kathy Hochul, who is a centrist shill, that's certainly a fair critique to make. But I think if were I in his position, I would likely have done the same thing, because it's like, I'm Mayor Mamdani, it's hole filling season, I'm filling them holes, right? We're paying the city workers $30 an hour to fill potholes and shovel sidewalks, you know, back when it was winter. We're creating free daycare, we're making buses free, we're expanding bike infrastructure, repairing bridges and things like that, cracking down on landlords as well that violate the law, and all that sort of stuff. Like, you essentially, like, you're not compromising there, so you need somebody who's willing to compromise to you, and that's Kathy Hochul. Or, you know, if we're talking about another centrist Dem, somebody who would be, like, too weak and ineffective, essentially, to stop you. Ow.
Least fundraising.
But, you know, if
the
enough
funding to
yapping
him that
on
he
it.
needs to advance his agenda. Why does he come out and dissuade a challenger to Hakeem Jeffries when Hakeem Jeffries is one of the most vocal Zionists in the entire country?
This is where the material analysis would be warranted, but unfortunately she doesn't seem to be engaging in it that much. Not this time anyways. Certainly ideologically, Hakeem Jeffries is a piece of shit and like completely like dead fish, like stone face, like no thoughts behind those eyes looking at the camera, right? But in his district, Hakeem Jeffries is popular enough that a primary challenger would be very, very unlikely to win. Again, Mamdani needs to like aura farm off of his New York City accomplishments. And like essentially whoever Mamdani endorsed in that race would have been like a guaranteed loss. Like they would not have beaten Hakeem Jeffries. Just being realistic about it. That was really close. I've got away with some shit there that I really shouldn't have even gone for. So Mamdani elected to just not endorse anybody at all, I think. Because, like, he didn't endorse Jeffries. It'd be one thing, I would legitimately be scratching my head and be like, okay, maybe he is cucked. If he endorsed Jeffries for the seat, because Jeffries didn't endorse him, didn't vote for him, and that sort of thing. But he didn't do that, so. He didn't endorse anybody in that race. He just sort of let it play out.
The leader of the Democratic Party bungled Democratic Party redistricting in New York in a way that cost Democrats seats in the House, and also did not support Zohran Mamdani's campaign even after he won the primary.
That is true. All that is true.
Why did he say that he would vote for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House prematurely, ostensibly without getting any concessions? If he has gotten concessions, why won't he be more?
Mamdani saying that is pretty dumb. I will say that much because, like, Schumer and Jeffries both said they declined to say whether they would vote for Mamdani and then proceeded to not vote for Mamdani, right? Like, they wouldn't support him. I do genuinely think that, like, the question is like, oh yeah, would you vote for Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House? I think he should have, like, answered no. We need new talent because these leaders are not cutting it. You don't even have to be that vociferously mean and say like they're ineffective, spineless cucks. You know, you don't have to go that far. You could just say like, we need new leadership. This isn't working. So yeah, that's one like
about what he was able to get with his
one critique I will genuinely share.
Him alone, right? These are questions I think it's incumbent on us to ask because we want him to be successful on his campaign promises, not just successful in a person who has a job as a mayor who wants job stability. Right? I'm not invested in his job stability.
That's true.
They have to like engage with the reality of their situation.
That is true. Critique does make political movements stronger. Like when you want your political candidates to be successful, you should be asking about like, oh, why didn't you do such and such? Like that stuff can help, but it's also important to concentrate a lot of that aura farming on your political opponents. You know? But it is true, yeah.
Situation, they need to cooperate with other people to achieve things. Right?
Cooperate with
like,
who?
I don't think an elected politician cannot base all of their behavior around like winning the recognition from people who are protest voters and probably didn't support in the first place.
What is she? Okay. What is Contra talking about? Genuinely, I have no clue what Contra is talking about right now. Because we were talking about Mamdani, and she was like, well, you have to compromise to accomplish things. And then she went back to talking about the protest voters. Like, we're not... That's... What is she talking about? Genuinely, I don't know.
Can you steel man back to me what I wanted Zoran Mamdani to do with Kathy Hochul and why?
I can't. No.
Okay, so I want to be really clear about this. I'll repeat it. I'm not just wanting him
I got
to
two
run
people
around
with
saying
that.
I'm the biggest Marxist
That's
ever,
funny.
beating his chest and saying free Palestine. That's not my argument. My argument is that
He is saying free Palestine,
he
though.
fought for free buses, you know, free childcare, a number of policy priorities that were going to require funding from Albany, right, from the governor of the state. So when I raised concerns about him endorsing Kathy Hochul in her re-election bid during an election season, when there was her own lieutenant governor was challenging her, a lieutenant governor who came out and endorsed Zoran Mamdani early and who supported Zoran Mamdani's funding, when Kathy Hochul was saying she did not agree with his funding priorities, I see that as Zoran Mamdani prematurely giving up leverage for something that he says he wants, which is free buses. I'm with Zoran Mamdani. Let's get those free buses. But how are you going to get them when the governor of your state is saying that she doesn't believe in your policy agenda, and frankly also wouldn't even endorse you after you won your primary? Again,
Did you know? I thought Kathy Hochul did endorse Zoran Mamdani. Maybe she was hamstrung by the Democratic Party, but like, no, I thought she did. Here, hold on. She did. Here, look. New York Times, September 14th, 2025. Kathy Hochul, why I am endorsing Zoran Mamdani. She did. Brianna Joy Gray is either wrong or lying, but like, Hochul did endorse Zoran Mamdani in the New York City mayor's race. You know?
Against an actual predator of Andrew Cuomo, right?
Yes.
So
I think this is, I'm gonna err on the side of this being dishonesty. She remembers the contents and knows the contents of the Build Back Better bill at like every stage that it was going through the process. She has to know that Kathy Hochul did endorse Zoran Mamdani for the mayorship. It was after the primary, right? Because, right, like Zoran Mamdani was a Democratic nominee, but she did endorse him when others would not.
I feel like my ask is extremely pragmatic. How are you using your leverage to get money to do the thing that you say you want to do in New York?
I mean, that may. So I don't know the details of this particular situation.
Well, he's
That may be
been
a valid
getting
criticism
the.
For all I know, but it does seem like
Contra's gonna be obviously like ill-equipped to talk about this because she has no interest in constructive political discussion at this point. She's only really been interested in this whole time talking shit about the left for being not pragmatic enough when her idea of pragmatism is endlessly capitulating to the deep state for some nebulous quote-unquote accomplishment that she can only name in the context of one bill that passed 6 years ago, or actually 5 years ago. You know, during Joe Biden's presidential term, right? But like Zoran Mamdani has like the to answer Brianna Joy Gray's question, like Zoran Mamdani has been coming up with the money. The Democratic Party actively tried to rat fuck him and failed, by the way. Democratic Party like tried and failed to screw Mamdani over by intentionally, by the way, and this is a crime, leaving a like essentially Mayor Eric Adams cooked the books before leaving office, which resulted in a massive budget deficit when Zoran Mamdani got into office, and he's already balanced the budget. And he's done it without any austerity measures, primarily by taxing the rich. You know? So, like, he has been using and building that leverage. He has money and capital and whatever. He has that shit behind him. You know, he hasn't been doing nothing. I guess I dislike the very light at this stage, like still very light implication that Zoran Mamdani like isn't doing anything because he's done in 4 months or 5 months rather, what most mayors don't do in their entire tenure.
Don't see. It's hard for me to see like what you're saying as pragmatic when it seems like even the furthest left politicians that get elected in the United States, you sort of are not supporting because you see them as like immediately becoming compromised by this hopelessly
Not
corrupt system.
supporting. What does it mean to support? Is my job to support them, or is my job to get them to do my bidding because I'm the voter? I'm the constituent.
Well, did you
Do they
support,
deserve my?
Did you support Zoran Mamdani in the?
I did, and I had him on the show. I've had him on the show 4 or 5 times before most people even knew what his name was. Right?
Really, that's actually pretty cool. I will say that. DS Rainbow Road. That's a fun one.
I supported him because he was doing things like doing a hunger strike in support of taxi drivers who are being financially immiserated by the cost of their medallions and killing themselves in New York City. But more importantly, I don't support Zoran Mamdani. I support what he ran on. My job is not to support some random 34-year-old man who seems really nice. My job is to support his agenda. And if he's acting in ways that don't seem to be in furtherance of his agenda, it's my job to ask why at the bare minimum as someone who's ostensibly sort of in the media, in the press.
Well, and it's your right to ask that. But I do feel that like this is like we're talking about this kind of feud between people on the very far left of American politics, right? Where I mean, and
this is okay.
You can do this when it comes to especially something like the mayor of New York City.
Does Zoran pop up in the conversation? Yes, they're talking about Zoran Mamdani, and they're actually both being quite dishonest, or to varying degrees of dishonesty. I mentioned at the beginning of stream I shouldn't have been as charitable to Brianna Joy Gray as I was because I had forgotten her whole like affiliation with a like right-wing grifter on her podcast who was accused credibly of grooming a minor for sex, and then like she didn't remove his picture from her banner for a while, which I genuinely forgot about. Like, it had been so long since I heard anything about the Bad Faith pod, I thought it was just like her, you know? But yeah, they're talking about Zoran Mamdani, and what I was going to note is that you'll notice a lot of liberals like Contra try to now claim Zoran Mamdani as like theirs, as being associated with them, when like they don't like his politics. You know, if Zoran Mamdani were still an activist and not a like the mayor of New York City, Contra, with her current framework of analysis, would be critiquing him for not being pragmatic enough, because to them, being pragmatic is capitulating to power. Ooh, that shock is pretty good for me, I think. Yeah, I get these mushrooms here. Ow. I think he is an activist. He still makes those videos, tries to inspire people. What he's doing is he's bringing activism back into politics. Politicians used to all be like that, you know, like the sharp distinction of politician versus activist is a recent invention, right? I didn't mean to do that. But like his relationship to power is now different. That the key difference between a politician and an activist is their relationship to power and how they have to behave, right? Zoran Mamdani can still act in some ways as an activist, but he is a politician now, right? He has access to some of these levers of power, which he did not before. You know? All that to say, yeah, end of history theory, where activism is no longer required, where it's like, oh yeah, you have the inevitable realization when you get into power that activism either doesn't work or isn't necessary type shit. No, Contra is post hoc claiming Zoran Mamdani's politics and his accomplishments because she believes him to be an example of liberal pragmatism when it's not. This, like, Zoran Mamdani is directly a contradiction to all of the liberal pragmatism, heavy air quotes, that Contra has outlined thus far. And he's also like not the sellout that Brianna Joy Gray is characterizing.
City, where it's like, yeah, I mean, New York City is on the far left of the American political spectrum, but when it comes to like a national presidential
left.
election, like
Every city is on the like very leftward end of the American political spectrum. It came for you with your fucking living in civilization, right? This is neo-lib shit. The cities are far left pockets. Yeah, they're also where 80% of the people in this country live. I've looked at these stats, by the way, specific stats. When people say cities are the far left, know that they're talking about 80% of the population of America and a similar, like, majority proportion of every other country in the world. I'm gonna use this here.
this type of thing is like so I don't know, don't you, I see this as like so far on the left end of the spectrum as to like sort of not be relevant to winning like median voters. So I feel like
Mamdani's she went even more insane with that than I thought she would. Mamdani's accomplishments aren't relevant. It doesn't count because he's a leftist. Wow. What spite does to your brain, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna use this here.
the focus on it is like a little bit.
To stay on this for a second, though, Natalie, I think what was frustrating to me, like when I listened to you in conversation with Joshua Citarella, part of what's frustrating
There we go.
is
That's much better.
there's this
version of that section.
caricature of my position, right? There's this caricature of the left's position, which says we just want to beat up on Zoran and AOC, right? Like we just are running on vibes. We're never happy. We don't want power. We want to endlessly critique power.
Yeah.
And my view of it is, we fought tooth and nail to get these people into power, and when they are in power, we would like them to use it. And I choose not to speak about liberals in this way because I don't know how constructive it is, and so many of them are kind of organically coming around.
And you know, to the point of like we want them to use the power that they have. Zoran Mamdani has been using the power that he has as the mayor of New York City. You know. Best item in the game. You got a blooper from that? That is unfortunate.
Around to my position.
I think I raced okay.
Of what they see the Democrats.
Probably about as well as I could have, given that I'm reacting to this too. Yeah, I just mentioned that too earlier. That like, she like. In the face of Brianna Joy Gray kind of saying like Mamdani is sold out. No, he hasn't. Like, one of the things that he's done is in 5 months, he balanced a budget that was so sabotaged so as to be illegal. He was like, the Democrats illegally sabotaged him by destroying New York City's budget on purpose, cooking the books, double counting revenue and undercounting expenses to make it look less bad. And then when he did his budget analysis, the full scale of the fuckery was revealed. And in 5 months with no austerity measures, he balanced the budget. You know? That's huge. There are presidential administrations whose entire existence is defined by dealing with a budget crisis that they don't solve by the end of it.
Democratic Party doing and not fighting and not being.
And he did in 5 months.
I could easily characterize liberals as being exactly what you claim the left is, which is not caring about power, right? Because Zoran and them, they have power, but only caring about kind of abstractly sitting in those seats without actually wielding power. And that to me, it's very frustrating because we should be on the same side, but I think there was this
that is true. I do think it's like it would be much more appropriate to critique liberals. Also, that's unfortunate. That sucks, Ruben. It would be much more appropriate to critique liberals by saying liberals don't want to use power, they want to have power to then not use. You know? This is actually a really good interpretation of this track, I think. I really like this. Oh, okay, I guess the bullet takes a very central line here.
Caricature and an attempt to drain the substance out of the critique of the left. that has us at cross purposes where I don't actually know that you disagree. Like when I outline the specific critique of Zoran, it doesn't sound like you disagree with it. So is there something else that I'm missing here that's your critique of the left?
Well, so I think when you're critiquing specific things that Mamdani does, or that Biden did, or that yeah,
Such
of
as?
course it's within reason to criticize your elected officials, and we all ought to do that. I agree, but I also think that
She says resisting every attempt to levy critique at a aggregated body of elected officials. I guess I got him. Cool. No, what the fuck? You starred me on the line? Dickhead.
it's within reason to criticize your elected officials, and we all ought to do that. I agree.
I raced that all right for that being my first time. I raced okay, but yeah, she's saying, I'm certainly okay with critiquing our elected officials, as she literally like whinges and takes issue with every single critique that Brianna Joy Gray offers of the aggregated collection of political officials that is the Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. She's okay with critiquing individuals so long as that critique doesn't have anything to do with the power structure that they're a part of, right? Her issue, like, you know how that she's like, oh, the left wants to always like endlessly critique power. Her issue is that they're critiquing power, not that they like aren't in power. She just doesn't want power to be critiqued here. She's okay with people being critiqued, right? Because that fits browbeating. But you know, don't critique the Democratic Party. Otherwise, you're a far left anti-pragmatist, and you need to get in line with the liberals type shit.
I think that what my frustration with the left is more that when it comes time to actually elect, the energy is so oppositional. Like it's very difficult to build the kind of like.
You can't write this shit. She's literally, her critique is like, my critique of the left is actually that they won't enthusiastically fall in line with the political establishment. Like, okay. You know? And by the way, this is also like just incorrect analysis where the left is the most consistent voting bloc for the Democratic Party. That like the left votes for Democrats more than literally every other demographic in this country. Like, the left is the backbone of the Democratic Party. And Contra's just, again, she's like pretending that it isn't.
Momentum behind a candidate when it's, you know, so much. I don't see this problem existing on the right, where like you don't have, you know, I mean, obviously Trump has lost a lot of his, I think, supporters in the last year. But like during the election, they show up for him and they form this kind of like unified like, and some of this has to do with right.
This is because the ideology of the right is the ideology of power, hierarchy, and child rape. They will always be subservient to power because they are cattle people. Of course, this problem doesn't exist on the right. They don't want to change anything for the better. They want power structures to favor them and last indefinitely. Like, I know, let's blame the people who, like, without whom there would never have been positive change in this country. I hope people realize that, like, every good thing in the politics of a country, you owe to the left. You know? Whether you're in Europe and you have a universal single-payer healthcare system, or whether you don't have to work on the weekends. Thank the left for that. Thank the socialists and the communists, because without them, you wouldn't have that. They were the ones activizing, like, getting politically active for that when those rights did not yet exist, when we didn't have those rights yet. They had to be fought for. And they were fought for always by the left against the, like, center-aligned people were like, it's fine the way things are, or rather, like, it is what it is, you can't change it, so stop trying, right? People like Contra, who claim retroactively to represent progress, have always been the obstacle to that progress, which has historically been represented by the left. You know? Their only political contribution is browbeating the people who actually want good things. I fucking hate neoliberals.
Loyalty and submission and stuff, and I don't necessarily advocate adopting that.
This is literally what she just advocated for adopting. My critique of the left is that they don't enthusiastically support whoever the chosen candidate is. This is just vote blue no matter who. She's just saying it in a nicer way than submit.
But I do think that... I mean,
I do think that... And then she takes forever to load because she actually isn't thinking that hard.
Again, like you don't even support Kamala Harris during the election.
Yeah,
it's not like you say,
seriously.
like, okay, well, we'll get her elected, and then we
can't
can
fucking deal with this, dude.
It's that when you're not even you don't even want to get her elected, then it's
because
it's
I
hard for me
have
to-
so
that's
much
where
less-
I see the criticism as being this like critiquing power thing.
Okay,
because it's
so-
like you don't. You're
So
not.
let's talk about
taking
power.
any
Let's
plausible
talk about
action to get-
leverage.
Yeah. Okay.
Do I have more leverage against Kamala Harris before she's elected or once she's president for 4 years?
She knows the
Well,
answer.
in the sen- I mean,
She knows the answer, and she sighs because she's like, fuck, I have to fucking lie again. I have to cook up some excuse or whatever. She knows the answer, but she has to pretend that it's not what it is.
I mean, I see what you're saying, like as like a protest voter threat. But I don't know. Do the Democrats take that threat seriously, or is it like is it tendency to
They-
because I feel like the
This
I
is where
feel like
That's exactly the problem, is because the Democrats are, like, ideologically don't care about winning, about affecting any sort of political change. They don't care about that threat of, like, a protest vote, of not getting... They don't care, and that's the problem, you know? That's why they have to be forced to, like, adapt or die, essentially, you know?
keep getting back
I feel
to.
like a lot of Democrats feel
Yeah.
that the protest voters are sort of unwinnable, are sort of like never happy, right? Whereas there are like centrist median voters
Not
that are
even
more
a little bit true.
right? And that's I think tends
how has
to be
that
the
been
tragedy,
panning out?
and it tends to be the reaction to losing an election.
And
right?
how is
So I
that
don't know.
panning out? Who are these centrist voters? So this is you're completely right.
That's
This is
true.
Democrats'
Okay,
belief. They believe that if they take Liz Cheney, the daughter.
Yeah, I'm glad that Breon Joygray brought that up. What are the centrist voters in the room with us? What are you talking about? This has literally been disproven by data. The centrist swing voters, they're stupid. What they need is an emotional narrative. They need the populism. You know? Like, Liz Cheney is not convincing fucking anybody. Ugh. Yeah, it's like, how do I frame you as the problem regardless? Because I can't cede any ground on this. It's so fucking... I hate it
the
so much.
architect of the Iraq War to Dearborn, Michigan, America's largest Muslim population, and parade her around on the stage, that they are going to find some voter, some Midwestern war-loving voter who is so in love with Liz Cheney, a woman who lost her seat because she wouldn't subscribe to Trumpism.
Yeah, by the way, not enough people talk about that. Liz Cheney got BTFO'd for being anti-Trump. Nobody liked her. The left doesn't like her, obviously. She's a war criminal. The right doesn't like her because she disobeyed Daddy Trump. Nobody likes Liz Cheney. And the Democrats were like, I know, we'll campaign with Liz Cheney. That's like, you guys remember my video back in 2024 when I was still volunteering with the Kamala Harris campaign, where I crashed out. I was like, dude, they are fumbling this so hard. They wanted to lose. They would have, like, that calculation, that like that question that we that Breon Joygray mentioned earlier, is like, the question was, do we concede to the left and win, conceding to the left, almost without fail, will win elections? Or do we hold the course and lose? And the Democrats would rather lose than win. They had two paths in front of them. One of them leads to a victory. One of them leads to a defeat. They chose the path that leads to defeat because they didn't like the victory. It's so on purpose. I wouldn't be surprised if they got a phone call. They probably did get several phone calls like, you guys are not allowed to move on such and such because, this violates our interests. There's like a million different phone calls happening at various different times behind the scenes where Democrats are talking to their donors, to consultants, to business interests, to the military-industrial complex people, to fucking access journalists and whatever. And they're all making sure over the course of these conversations, in this sort of political quid pro quo that I'm sure people have an image of how that goes, they're all making sure that the Democrats don't budge an inch on ceding ground to like the deep state. They make sure that they're always in line with the deep state and they never give progressives anything. It's why cutting ties with this ruling class is so important, and why so many progressives make a point of mentioning that. I picked Rainbow Road last time. I don't know what I'm doing.
And that's somehow going to gin up votes for her, right? Like you're completely right. The Democrat, but this is where I would disagree with you. This is where I would just modify that a little bit. I don't think that the Democratic Party necessarily believes that there are more voters to be gotten in this like weird, socially liberal, economically conservative middle.
Some of them do believe this. The Democrats whose job, pick Rainbow Road again. The Democrats whose job it is to like be consultants and whatever, they do actually believe that. They are on top of being very evil and like losing rather than capitulating to the left. They're also very stupid.
Middle ground of people that I don't think.
But really, a lot of them know that that's bullshit.
In big numbers. But I do think that they are fundamentally unwilling to go the economic populist route because their donors won't allow it. And
yeah, what I just said, right?
Question, which is why does it seem to be so much easier for Republicans? And I think I would answer that in two ways. One, because Donald Trump is in fact throwing meat to his base. He's saying we're going to go after immigrants. They're the wrong kind of people.
Bomb.
He's saying I'm going to be an anti-war candidate. It's a lie, but he's saying all of that stuff, and that's what his base wants to hear. I cannot fathom what the Kamala Harris or Joe Biden equivalent of that was. What did Kamala Harris run on?
True.
I mean, a lot of the messaging was very pro-democracy. Like,
okay.
I think.
So anti-Trump.
I think yes, it was anti-Trump.
Yeah, she didn't run on anything.
Probably, well, evidently. It did
and
not.
by the way,
I mean, I think it appeals to someone like me, concerned, like who's like deeply bothered.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Is the Democrats are obsessed with appealing to the neolibs like Contra, who don't exist in real life, by the way. People of Contra's ideology and political mindset are not a meaningfully large group of people in real life outside of the ruling class whose job it is to economically rape the world to death, right? But, remember, like, Kamala Harris did all that aura farming, how Trump is, like, bad for democracy, he's anti-democracy, whatever. And they admitted they were lying afterwards. They called Trump a fascist on the campaign trail, but then after the fact, they just said, yeah, all that fascism stuff, all that anti-democracy stuff, we didn't actually believe that. We just said that shit. Like, they're so bad at this. They are so, so bad at this.
Jenny was
it appeals to people who are already going to vote Democrat no matter who.
But
it's not.
No,
so it doesn't matter.
No,
I agree.
Right, so it's fundamentally...
That should probably not be the focus.
It's a waste of... Yes, it's a waste of everybody's time because the people who that appeals to are going to vote Democrat no matter what. No matter what. So who do you actually need to get? You need to get me. You need to get the Muslims in Dearborn.
But
you need
are
to get
you
some anti-war. I mean, me personally, it's like I don't.
Yes. Notice ContraPoints gave up before she even tried and just blatantly pretended that earlier parts of this discussion didn't happen. Brianna Joy Gray laid out, here's what the Democrats would need to do to secure my vote. Here's what they would need to do to and it's not specifically about one person, it's about a voting bloc, right? There's a block of people on the left who are very skeptical of the Democratic Party, so much so that they sometimes feel like this isn't really a meaningful choice. It doesn't really matter whether Democrats or Republicans win, because both of them are going to continue privatizing all of the like social institutions that keep this country alive. They're going to continue financializing everything, and they're going to continue the genocide, right? So what do they need to do? Well, they need to stop sending weapons to Israel, and they need to get behind like public transit and Medicare for all, just as an example, right? Any one of those three, like honestly, any one of those three things could make me significantly more enthusiastic about Democrats and would have the same effect for your average person, no matter who they are, where they come from, right? Like Contra said earlier, I don't know where the line is to make me stop supporting Democrats. And she's pretending that Brianna Joy Gray hasn't made very clear, here's the line where I would start supporting Democrats. You know? And there's so much dishonesty going on.
Me because I live in Washington D.C.
But
because I am the one.
you.
Right, but I.
Oh, she
I
lives in
just
D.C.
mean
I didn't know
me.
The royal
What you needed to get was the millions of voters that voted for Joe Biden in 2020 that declined to vote for Kamala Harris in 2024.
Yes.
And said the number one reason they did so was the war in Gaza.
And that was like 12 to 13 million people. Oh, I hit the goddamn hotkey again. I hate that. If I hit I again, well, okay. Thank fuck.
That's what you needed
again,
to get.
like I feel that the 2028 primary will decide this.
Like, what 2028 primary? She's still acting like that's going to happen. What Brianna Joy Gray outlined, what I outlined, like, oh yeah, here's some things that the Democrats could do to secure the support of progressives by capitulating some things to the left. That voting block of uncertain people, like people who are disaffected and could potentially be won back if the Dems move left, that's a block of easily 12 million people. That's 12 million votes that you could just pick up if you said, yeah, we support Medicare for all and we'll stop giving weapons to Israel because it's a genocide. You know, fuck them. You say those two things, and bonus points if you actually follow through on them, you're now winning elections by like 70-30 margins. Ow. The little tiny drift on the holding back on the wheelie resulted in that unfortunate series of events. Sometimes when you hold back, there's an effect where if you drift left, you'll actually go right first. I don't know why. And because of that, I was enough to the right that the bullet bill clipped me. Unfortunate.
Like, but I also think that again, just like looking at the history of Democrats losing elections, like usually when the Democrats lose a presidential election, the next candidate is further to the right and not further to the left.
Yes.
Right. And that after 12 years of Reaganism, you got Bill
And why
Clinton.
is that?
After
Why is that?
When
wait, let me.
Reaganism to the right. When the Democrats lose a presidential election, the next candidate is further to the right and not further to the left.
Yeah, it's because they suck. Have you? No, I noticed that Contra is pointing out, yeah, every time they lose an election, they move further to the right. Have you noticed that the Democrats have not enjoyed meaningful success from doing this? I've outlined this in my video, again, back in the day, on the UK elections where Starmer's Labour government got into power. This strategy has literally never worked. It was dead on arrival when it was first tried in the 90s. You know, it was a momentum killer. And now it's even more dead. And Contra's like, Irma, well, if it's so unsuccessful, why do they keep using it after they lose? I wonder why they've lost so many times and then moved further to the right. Could it be because they've moved to the right last time, resulting in less of a distinction between them and the Republicans, which makes it unappealing to vote for them and resulting in an electoral loss? I wonder. Jesus fucking Christ. I legitimately have a hard time believing that I was ever, like, interested in Contra's content if this is how she was thinking the whole time. I'm surprised she was, like, able to hide it this well, too. Yeah, it's like genuinely part of the reason I'm racing so poorly right now is because I'm trying to engage with this.
And that after 12 years of
Ah,
revisionism, you got Bill
And why is
Clinton.
that?
sorry.
After,
Why is that?
when Gore lost in 2000, you got John Kerry. When Bernie Sanders lost in 2016.
I noticed she's not
Clinton lost in
answering the
2016, you got
question.
Biden. I mean, why is that? I think it's because the Democrats pivot to attracting centrist voters.
Right. And
Right.
and why do we
Yeah.
allow them to do that when it repeatedly
Thing that has
causes them to
literally
lose?
never worked
But it
ever,
does
by the
cause
way.
them to lose. Like Bill Clinton.
Did Hillary
won.
Clinton win?
No, Hillary Clinton didn't win, but Hillary Clinton was coming after 8 years of Obama. That wasn't-
Exactly. And
yeah.
and Bill Clinton won because he
But
came
Biden
coming after
won.
8 years of Reagan. Right?
Yeah.
Like a friend of mine said this once. I think it was Pete David. It was someone over at Current Affairs who said this to me once. Maybe it was even Nathan. That the candidate that wins every year, they characterize it as the most Jesus-like candidate. I would characterize it as the most like outsider, sort of Messiah-y candidate. It's the person who
So,
was able to
yeah,
frame
they're-
themselves as the biggest outsider wins.
I mean,
Right?
Yeah, if I
Yeah, and this again, this like strikes at the heart of why all of Contra's arguments will be wrong, even if she makes the strongest possible versions of those arguments, which she can't, by the way. And that is because people do not like the way things are in politics currently. People don't like the insiders. They don't like the liberal pragmatists. They like the outsiders, the populists, right? So the ground, like the core groundwork is that when you style yourself as the outsider populist, regardless of whether you are or not, it provides a political boost to you.
I agree that for the last like 20 or 30 years, like there is a tendency, there's like an anti-incumbent bias,
Right.
right? Where like the people want a change, and so they vote for the other party.
Right. So the problem is that that phenomenon gets confused with the sort of electoral viability of centrism. So Bill Clinton wins doing third way triangulation, basically running as a Republican who
That's
is from the
true.
South and pretends to be a black person because he's, plays the saxophone or whatever. And that gets interpreted as third way neoliberal triangulation works. And the Democrats have been doing that for the last 40 years.
Didn't it work?
Well,
No, it didn't work. Congratulations. Bill Clinton was charismatic and like had broad cultural appeal with black Americans and thus was able to establish a very strong base of support at a time when like optimism was high and faith in the system was also like decently high. It must have been because he was a centrist neoliberal. And then they proceed to lose every like Obama literally won because he ran as a populist. Charitably, this strategy has worked once, and realistically, it has never worked because the reasons that Bill Clinton won are unrelated to him being a centrist.
no, because what we just described was that after 8 years of one, we're going to get the other. That the person who there's a kind of incumbency disadvantage when it's one
God,
party has
I
been in
hate
power for a
listening
long
to
time,
her.
is blamed for everything that's going wrong in the world, and so whoever
Contra,
is on
I
the
mean.
other side is going to win. Like we just agreed that that's the case, right? We just agree that that's a phenomenon. And the
It's
problem,
not, I mean, I don't think it's like inevitable, but I think it's a tendency.
it's not necessary. I mean, sure, but we just both agreed, did we not, that that's been the case for basically the last 40 years.
Yeah.
So that being said,
She can
feels
never
like
concede
what
anything.
it
My God,
feels
it's
like
remarkable.
Is the same people who elected
Thank you,
Bill
whoever
Clinton
used
are
that
still
shock.
advising the Democratic Party. You got James Carville still on TV saying the same thing he's been saying since then. No matter how many times he's been proven wrong, no matter how many times Hillary loses Obama and then Hillary loses to Donald Trump. Joe Biden, I would argue, narrowly wins in 2020 largely because of COVID and people's lack of faith that Donald Trump can manage this global crisis. And people feeling really endangered and their health is on the line and they just need some.
I feel like these people are lying to us and they're like, why can't you just be a centrist, dude? Yeah, it is very much like, why can't you just comply with what I want already? They're so fucking, like, you notice this about the right and about neoliberals, but I repeat myself, they're so fucking whiny and entitled to political power and support. You know, they scoff, they sigh exasperatedly at the prospect of having to affirmatively argue for what they believe against somebody who believes something different. You know, I have to convince this leftist that better things aren't possible so I can enjoy political power forever. Woe is me.
Someone normal and sensible back in the White House, and then you get a Joe Biden. And then you see how fragile that coalition around Joe Biden was 4 years later. Right?
Yeah, and then they virtue signal about being pro-democracy when they fucking hate democracy, because democracy is the process of engaging with the public and having an active and, like, constructive political discourse that's informed by, like, a reasonable desire to make the world better, which we've never really had in this country, but, like, neoliberals fucking shiver at the prospect of having to engage with that.
Yes. Well, but so you seem to think that the solution to this is to, like, for if the Democrats pivot to the far left, that there's this, like, available
The far left?
The far left.
Well,
Dude, this shit that we're talking about, like, I was really, like, I initially I thought I might have been too early when I said Contra's just a neolib. She is just a neolib. The far left, and we're talking about extremely basic shit, like a fucking single-payer healthcare system, like basic public infrastructure so that roads aren't crumbling and people don't have to spend shitloads of money on fuel, and, like, candidates that just fucking want to actually win. And that's the far left. Wanting to win is being on the far left, and wanting good things for society is being on the far left. Sure. Making the far left sound pretty cool right about now.
Not supporting a genocide is
Ugh.
far left.
By Democratic Party standards.
Well,
I
isn't
mean,
that quite the admission?
Well,
Isn't that quite the admission that we have a far-right Democratic Party if something like ending a genocide is considered to be far left?
Well, I don't think necessarily that particular issue, but you've said, I mean, so...
No, you do. You do. In fact, this is the issue she probably thinks about that most with, or that she thinks this most of. Because one of the, like, the biggest thing that she got into a beef with the left with online, at least most recently, was you guys are too upset that a genocide is happening. Not being critical of the genocide, being critical of the people who are upset that a genocide is happening and fed up with the Democratic Party for being complicit.
Medicare for all. Raising the minimum wage.
I don't know. To be clear, I don't necessarily think any of that is far left, right? But, like,
It's
Yes, you do.
It's
your
centrist
position seems
politics.
to be, yeah, but your position seems to be that, like,
She does think this, by the way, because these are positions held by the left, so to her, it's far left by association, in parentheses, bad.
there's this sort of, like, available untapped voter base that will manifest if the Democrats...
How can anybody watch this video that isn't deconstructing this video? There are people who enjoy just basking in the rage bait. I am not one such person. I enjoy analysis, but, like, yeah, I genuinely, I don't know. But, you know, apparently 84,000 people watch this video, or has 84,000 views. I know that's not necessarily the same thing, but, like, ugh.
you know, run on these issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries? I guess is my question.
What's she talking about?
Issues. But why doesn't that voter base manifest if the Democrats, you know, run on these issues? But why doesn't that voter base manifest in the primaries?
I'm assuming she's talking about the left. She's pretending that this isn't the case when it is. The left overwhelmingly turns out in the primaries. This is why running progressive candidates is as viable as it's literally ever been in the primaries. The left turns out to vote in the primaries. The left is more informed than your average voter. A lot of liberals who vote Democrat don't turn out for the primaries, but leftists do. Again, it's like the highest proportion of any voting demographic in the United States. Leftists turn out for, you know, general elections, for special elections, for primary elections. Contra's just lying. And I'm going to err on the side of her lying and not her being wrong, because she's a smart person. She knows better. You know, you're like, again, it's like you can't write such a thoroughly researched video essay on the history of anti-feminist politics that now culminate in the TERF movement with J.K. Rowling, going all the way back to Stonewall in the 70s and even before that, and then pretend to not know that the data tables literally directly say that, yes, the left, people who self-identify as social democrats and socialists are the most consistent voting bloc in sheer, proportionality.
I guess is my question.
Well, you
In 2016
refuse to acknowledge the riggedness of the primaries.
Yeah.
You refuse to, so I don't know what to tell you.
That the primaries are rigged, but I just
Well,
feel
it's not
that
my position. It's the people who rigged the primaries position. They were openly admitting it at this point, Natalie.
I feel the argument that the primaries are rigged is like, I feel like the evidence does not rise to the level where I feel like
you feel like because you've just discounted all the evidence that you've been shown. The party told you to ignore the evidence of your eyes and ears, etc., their most final command. But the Democrats didn't even tell her that. She just did that because she was mad at the left. God, it's so stupid. See, at this, one rhetorical critique I have of Brianna Joy Gray's style here is at this point, I wouldn't even pretend. I wouldn't even pretend that I needed to argue, yes, the primaries were rigged. I would just be like, we all know the primaries are rigged, and I would, basically passively tell her to shut up when she tries to argue, because she knows this too.
appropriate description for what happened.
Well, how would you like? I frankly, I use the phrase finger on the scale when I first brought this up in our conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't need to use the term. I mean, if that is just a semantic issue, then we don't have to use that word.
Okay, so again, to go back to 2020, okay, so there's a sort of minor conspiracy of
Geez, usually I fucking get mad at these sections of the left for being the ones that go back to 2020, but now it's Contra doing it. To go back to 2020, the primary definitely wasn't rigged. Let me reiterate this dozens of times, despite there being overwhelming evidence that the DNC plays favorites and rigs the primary elections so that progressive challengers don't win. Despite this, not being illegal.
Of center-left candidates dropping out so that Joe Biden gets all of the voters available to that. That strategy simply would not work if the more progressive candidate, Bernie Sanders, had... If there were just simply more voters.
Yes, it would have. And it did, in fact. The Democrats knew, shit, Bernie's going to win this primary if we don't pull out all the stops. They had to, if they didn't leverage those institutional advantages, Bernie would have won. If the memo didn't go down from the Democrats that Bernie must lose at all costs, somebody would have dropped out and endorsed Bernie, and he would have won the primary. And then won the general.
For the progressive candidate than there were for the center-left candidate. But that turned out not to be the case.
Yeah, I think...
She's literally, Contra is literally looking at an election for which the outcome was decided before the voting even happened, and she's saying, just win by Assad margins. That makes it not rigged. Fucking... Great. This is actually a child's interpretation of how rigging an election works. Even a lot of rigged elections are more or less free and fair by the sort of UN, electoral spectator, metrics, where they'll say, yeah, there were problems with this election, but ultimately the vote total was reflective of what people voted for. In places like Hungary or Brazil when Bolsonaro was president, the way you rig elections isn't by just changing the vote totals. Again, this is a child's interpretation. This is the shit that happens in Syria, or happened past tense in Syria. What happens is you just prevent people from voting, and you leverage institutional power to ensure that maybe you don't need to directly change the vote totals, but there's virtually zero chance that your opponent wins. Yes, and these are the same people, by the way, who are so, rabidly anti-Hassan and anti-left that Hassan pulled out a fucking JFK quote, that those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. I saw some people trying to say that this was MLK, but it was JFK. And they fucking crashed out, you're inciting violence. No, bitch. They're so... it's very funny that they say this, because I know that neoliberals love to pretend that they're the smartest people in politics. Oh, they love the image of being smarter than the left. You're so smart. And you can't fucking, like, you can't fucking acknowledge when somebody's throwing your own shit back in your face. And you're like, what? That's not fair. That's cheating. Brother, you threw it first.
You are aware many fewer people vote in primaries than in general elections, and it tends to be more plugged in.
Again, I think this is a rhetorical mistake from Brianna Joygrave. If this is like getting to the point where it's like clearly a debate and like confrontational, you should, at this point, you should just say, shut up. We all know that it was rigged. Like, nobody takes this talking point seriously anymore. Move on already. Talk about real shit.
Conventional media, mainstream media, watching folks who are tuned into their MSNBC every day, and exactly the people who are getting the overwhelming message that someone like Bernie Sanders is not electable, which we know not to be true.
But this,
I mean,
this
in terms of the head-to-head polls
this
with
is
Trump.
a problem that ought to be solvable by generating energy to vote for more progressive candidates. And
How the fuck do you generate that energy when every single institution has decided that this progressive candidate won't win, huh? How do you do that?
Okay,
right?
now
like,
we're talking about the same thing.
If it's like Kamala Harris's fault that she lost in 2024, then it.
And then she has the fucking audacity to say that it wasn't Kamala Harris's fault that she lost. And like to say like, it was actually the left should have just voted harder.
Isn't it also kind of Bernie Sanders' fault that he lost in 2020?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
Well, by failing to generate the energy or to
Well, yes, but here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Campaign in South Carolina or whatever we think is the condition that Bernie would have to meet to win.
The problem of how to overcome the media, and I don't want to overstate. I really want to say like $70 million worth of earned media that came out of Biden's South Carolina win. Like, Bernie fundraised everybody in the race, but there's only so much you can do about the entire media infrastructure hailing Joe Biden as the king of the blacks and the ultimate winner of the election after winning one southern state that's a red state that actually has no.
It is kind of crazy. She's like being a little bit hyperbolic and facetious, but like it is kind of crazy that Joe Biden did genuinely like have that slip up the one time that if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like that was actually insane.
Bearing on the outcome of the general election, right? There's only, I mean, what to do about that is a huge problem that dovetails with our enormous media capture problem that we're dealing with right now with respect to Israel and Gaza. I will say that Israel and Gaza is demonstrating that despite the overwhelming control of the media by these corporate interests that are now explicitly owned by Zionists in
Larry
too many
Ellison
outlets,
is
in too many forms than I could count. That it
getting a much bigger media footprint.
It hasn't managed to keep a grip on public opinion. So it's a really interesting thing that we're seeing right now that for the first time, there's some kind of messaging that has overcome the media. That being said, it's going to be a longer term struggle for folks like Bernie Sanders working within the Democratic Party, especially to figure out how not just to overcome the party's messaging, but the fact that they will never be able to be seen. I mean, right now, Natalie, you have a Green Party candidate for governor. It's a first to past the post system, right? So it's not like a spoiler argument. It's a jungle primary. You had all the Democrats, the top 3 Democrats before Swalwell dropped out, polling at 10%. You had the Green Party candidate polling at 5%, and the Democratic Party sued to get him off the ballot.
Can't
because
do
God
anything,
forbid he
dude.
actually participate in a debate. And the people of California, ostensibly
That
the
is
most liberal
actually,
state, would
like-
be open to something like this.
That is actually like really fucked up and indicative of the absolute state of the Democratic Party. Oh, what's that? A potential spoiler candidate is on the ballot. We'll sue to get him taken off of the ballot so that you're not legally allowed to vote for him. Like, fucking what? Dude, people are flying off the track here at this part. Oh, give me that. Oh, baby. No! Dang. I raced a lot better. I don't think I fell off a single time. But, getting
Actually,
7th either
here,
way.
someone who supports Medicare for all in Gaza. But they simply undemocratically sue to get you off the ballot to preclude Americans from even finding out about you. I heard you tell Joshua Citarella that you think there's something kind of masculine and sort of like man coded about the antipathy toward the Democrats and people like Hillary Clinton, and
not even like a little bit true, by the way. Like not even remotely. Like a lot of young voters are also women, and they don't like the Democrats either.
The kind of drive to be contrarian and vote green and what have you, which I, as one of the country's most famously hated Green Party voters, I took some issue to that, especially since I voted for very much a woman, Jill Stein, twice now.
I think this is like indicative of her being a grifter, so my apologies for being unduly charitable to Brianna Joy Gray last time. I guess she's just very good at being part of a discussion and stuff, but like, yeah, no, okay, that's sus. Like, legitimately, I think it would have been a better, like, in retrospect, I think the correct choice in 2024 was to not vote for anybody, you know? Because that actually communicates, that and protest votes both communicate this, but like Democrats don't really pay attention to third party votes as much as they pay, like they still do pay attention to it, but not as much as they do people who just stay home and don't vote at all. Even in like the presidential, you know? Oh my god!
Right? And
oh my god.
is also a famously hated Green Party voter. And Susan Sarandon is a famously hated Green Party voter.
No, I think that the Green Party is also somewhat feminine coded. I would agree with that because, I mean, even the concept of a Green Party as being sort of initially like an environmentalist party, environmentalism is a feminine coded issue, right? That's not necessarily what I was talking about.
That's kind of true.
Sorry, I still am tempted to bring this around because it does seem like...
I do appreciate now that, like, the only thing that she can really talk about in the affirmative is identity politics. Like, her brain is just gone. Fifth place? I'll take that, I guess.
So it seems like when a center-left candidate like Kamala Harris loses a general election, you seem to place all the blame for it on them. When a more progressive candidate like Bernie Sanders loses
and she's again conceptualizing this purely in the sense of individuals. Kamala Harris is less of an individual than Bernie Sanders. For one, she's completely vacuous and has no personality. That void is attempted to be filled by consultants who did a piss poor job of it. But again, the presence of those consultants speak to what the critique of her campaign is actually about, which is not just her, but the consultants, the structures that she represents is a part of and was telling people you need to get in line with, right? When people critique Kamala Harris, an inevitable part of that is a bundled in like critique of the Democratic Party as a whole, of the interests that they are compromised by and subservient to. But she's pretending that that's not the case. Because, again, this is about a personal feud for her. And Contra is, like, more... She's shown herself to be capable of more dishonesty and, like, abuser language, basically, than I knew her to be capable of. So she's genuinely surprised me in a bad way.
I mean, like, why is it not also sort of Bernie Sanders' fault for not,
I think I did.
Why is it not also sort of the media's fault for Kamala? Because, I mean, the media did also obsessively focus on Joe Biden.
Well,
like, there's all kinds of things that you can say about... Yeah.
Okay, a couple of things.
Oh, so she's willing to critique the media when she's the one on the receiving end, but when it's the left, oh, have you considered that it's actually just always the left's fault, always, no matter what happens? Oh, Bernie Sanders lost, preferred candidate of the left, that was the left's fault. Kamala Harris lost, candidate that the left was critical of, that was the left's fault. Like, how the fuck... What the fuck kind of power do you think the left has in this country, lady? Jesus.
It's different when the media lies versus when the media tells the truth. And what the media, in fact, did with Joe Biden is run cover for him when he was in a
They
clear state of
did. They did do a lot of that. They only like started talking about it at all when it was so unavoidable that Joe Biden was like, basically the news media only really talked about how old Joe Biden was after the debate, the presidential debate had happened and he got dog walked by Trump.
decline going back to 2019, right? So if
I
anything,
feel
the
there's
media
fairly
is.
extensive media coverage of Biden's declining health in the years up to 2024.
I am not one to want to promote Jake Tapper in any way, shape, or form, but co-written by my neighbor at the wall behind me, Alex Thompson.
No,
there's an
not the
entire
book plug.
about the media cover-up of Joe Biden's senility. And I remember covering this on Rising. It was very frustrating that every time that Joe Biden did something that was obviously reflective of his lapsing incompetence, mixing up the names of foreign leaders, walking out the wrong door, tripping all over the place, having these falls, that it was attributed to being a right-wing conspiracy theory. That was the actual language used, that you were using. You were dealing with white.
And you'll notice now, that neoliberals will just like patently and blandly accept as fact, as it always was, by the way, things that they used to lambast as conspiracy theories. Oh, Israel's targeting hospitals. Remember the Al-Shifa hospital that there was that whole discourse over? Like nobody in their right mind could argue that Israel doesn't bomb and target hospitals. You would get sprayed with a million images and videos of destroyed hospitals in Gaza, right? Same thing with like, oh, Joe Biden was too old. Neoliberals just casually accept this now as if they had always believed it, when their chosen talking point of the day, when it was a relevant issue actively unfolding, was you're just being a conspiracy theorist. You want Trump to win because you're pointing out that Joe Biden is old, senile, and incompetent and has to be replaced by somebody younger if we want to win. Now they just pretend that they always believe that. Fucking one day everyone will have always been against this or like been for this or whatever the fuck, right? I hate these people.
This is the language
Right-wing
that was used
conspiracy
in
theory.
the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah, and throughout it all, they just hate the left.
In Democratic media, with Democratic figures on Democratic media, talking about
What the fuck?
Biden's senility. And in fact, going back to 2019, I'm sorry, listeners to the show, you've heard me say this a million times, but on the debate stage, rising stars Cory Booker and Julian Castro.
Like, I know that wheeling in a crowd of people is dangerous, but I don't think it was realistic to expect that within half a second of the race starting, I would get wheelie bumped. Just gonna put that one out there.
Had the temerity to point out that Joe Biden seemed not to remember what he had just been talking about on the debate stage in 2019. And when they called that out, Castro called it out on stage, and then they both
I forgot this track has bean corners.
said something about it in the spin room afterward. You didn't hear from either of them for another 4 years. And you still haven't heard from Castro. I don't know where he's, And these were rising stars in the Democratic Party. These were going to be our Gen X presidents.
Yeah.
And now we're skipping them.
Well,
You get punished. As they deserve. I mean, like, I'm not sitting here obviously rooting for Cory Booker or anything.
True.
I mean, yeah.
The fact that the Democratic Party would sideline, and this is conjecture here, this is just my observation, but seemingly that there would be more consequences for calling out Joe Biden's senility at a time when
She's not going to refute. This is actually like not conjecture. This actually did happen where Democrats were internally punished and dissuaded from calling out the fact that Joe Biden was old. Watch her, though, not refute this.
it could have been avoided as a consequence for the party. Than there is for actually being the senile person who puts America in the position of a second Donald Trump term. Strikes
We're just
me as
gonna
a little
hold this.
backward, no?
Well, I agree with you that a lot of blame for this does rest with the Democrats. Like, I am not conspiracist about why Democrats lose elections. Like, I don't think there is a conspiracy necessarily against Joe Biden. I mean, but it seems like
Nobody said
it does
that
seem
at
like
any
that's
point.
a little bit what you're saying when it comes to discussing like why Bernie Sanders can't win a Democratic primary.
No.
What-
To be clear, I don't think that Bernie can't win, and I think
Yeah.
that he should have anticipated what was going to happen, that there was going to be coordination. That was something that was anticipated, that they were going to try to leverage the black vote against him and use South
Yeah,
Carolina the way they
Contra's spite against the God, it's hard for me to know how much of this is her being spiteful just against the left in this latest chapter, and how much of this is just she's always been like this. She is all over the place.
did. All of that should have been anticipated. But it is also fair to acknowledge that is an extremely, anticipated all day and night. And it's an extremely high barrier that he had to overcome, that a candidate that was not a threat to the healthcare industry, the private insurance industry,
This
the
is a good
weapons
room.
manufacturing industry, the oil and gas industry, etc., would not have had to face.
On some level, I think that's true. On some level, some of it also just simply the product of like Bernie Sanders having been a party, like an outsider to the party, having been an independent.
Oh my fucking God. What do you think a rigged primary means, Natalie? Oh yeah, Bernie was an outsider. Of course he had trouble in the Democratic primary. What the fuck? What is that supposed to mean? Wasn't the primary fair and not rigged? What does that mean, huh? Oh, Bernie Sanders partly didn't do as well because he was an outsider. So it wasn't a fair primary? I swear she's actually incapable of recognizing any of the contradictions and things that she's said. And I wish Brianna Joygray would go in harder. There's still an hour and a half left, or an hour 20 left in the video, so we'll see. But
In Vermont, I mean, I just think that like there's a limit to how much of this you can attribute to that when like it is ultimately the popular vote that he is unable to win. I mean, you can
again, child's
blame it on
interpretation
media
of
bias,
how a
No.
rigged election
perhaps,
works.
but
Well, that's the whole point of the quote-unquote rigging of the first election. That it's not the popular vote, that the delegate counts were rigged, that he won every county in West Virginia and didn't get any of those delegates. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing too. Yeah, Bernie Sanders actually did, I think, win more votes than every other candidate in at least in some states. Oh, sorry, Matt. In the primary in 2020, but because of how internal Democratic Party primaries work, they're allowed to just ignore what the vote says. Like, oh, he won all the votes, right? Like every county voted for him, but we actually don't like that, so we're instead going to tell our delegates to vote for somebody that like nobody wanted. You know, that did happen in a few states where it's like, oh yeah, he won the popular vote, and then they just decided, nah, we don't think the popular vote mattered. And it is their own primary. They do get to set those rules, but not terribly fair or democratic. Gotta be said.
When we're talking about the rigging, that it
Yes, this is why Democrats obsess over civility. They want it to be easier to use being nice or mean as a cudgel to make you obey and submit to the fucking same interest that Republicans are slaves to as well.
was not a popular vote issue.
Yeah, legitimately, this is the making peaceful revolution impossible. It's like, oh yeah, let's just like make all of the conventional channels of civic engagement completely undemocratic and unresponsive to the average person. You can vote in a primary election and it literally doesn't matter. You don't we don't bother to try in a general election and put up somebody that's even remotely appealing, right? Like, it's such a degree of stagnation that it's like you are bringing on the future that you are afraid of,
And moreover, if we wanted popular vote democratic
though.
reforms, you would do things like support ranked choice voting, so that the spoiler candidate issue that frequently causes people not to vote for someone like Bernie because they think he's quote unquote unelectable.
What this strikes me as too. Contra is one of those neoliberals who will pretend that they're in favor of a lot of the same things as the left is, but they will never ever defend them at a time when it's uncomfortable and inconvenient. They don't actually believe in anything. I genuinely don't think Contra has any particularly strongly held beliefs. If her nominal belief in progressivism is susceptible to waver the moment a progressive is mean to her online, and she just starts advocating blatantly against all of the systemic change that progressives want and calling it like infeasible or not pragmatic, you know?
Would no longer be at play.
Well,
but
yeah,
Democrats
I
oppose ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
And when it's passed by ballot measure, I think
this is true as well.
Democrats work to overturn it.
This is true as well, and at multiple levels. I remember when I lived in Arlington, Virginia, this is a fun story there. Eventually, they did implement ranked choice voting, but they initially they intentionally sabotaged political efforts to get ranked choice voting off the ground. I remember it was like during COVID, it was like, oh yeah, we're considering ranked choice voting as the new way that we do elections by popular request. I think they had a referendum or something, and they gave out intentionally confusing pamphlets so that nobody could like reasonably be expected just based on the pamphlet to understand how ranked choice voting worked. And then they said, we've canceled the plans to implement ranked choice voting because it was too confusing. Of course, a couple years later, a few years later, they actually did implement ranked choice voting because it's not actually that complicated. But just one example from from my own experience, like essentially what I'm getting at is like you can look at data or you can look at anecdotes. Either one you look at, especially if you use both, Contra's full of shit.
Against the popular will, because they know that it's a threat to vote blue no matter who.
Yeah, they do, like, neoliberals actually do want America to be a monarchy. They just want to, like, have bureaucratic, meritocratic appointments for life so that they get to do their job unabated and unconcerned with the whims of the public. You know? Brother, if that's how you feel, go get a fucking corporate desk job. Get out of politics.
Which is the only way they ever get any support, given that they won't support popular policy.
I mean, I support ranked choice voting. I mean, I would love to get rid of this.
I support ranked choice voting, but I would never, ever, ever champion it in an uncomfortable circumstance where it requires fighting back against the Democratic Party or agreeing with the left. Type shit. I am doing that meme again.
Predicament that we're in, right? But like, I just, at the end of the day, we're having like a debate between the losers, and we're stuck with Donald Trump. I mean,
well, I don't see us as being at the end of history. We're not at the end of history, but I think, frankly, it's funny that like the left gets characterized as like nihilistic. You've characterized yourself as nihilistic or despondent, or both here and in your recent chat with Joshua Citarella. And every time you said that, I would kind of smile because, I don't see myself that way. And in fact, you are kind of claiming the term pragmatism. I see myself as a pragmatist. I see myself as a pragmatist insofar as not kicking Lucy's football again is the pragmatic choice. And you can say to me, well, how do you know
that's actually a pretty decent shock for me?
Well, I don't. Truthfully, I don't. But I know that that Lucy is going to pull it.
How is voting for third party not its own kind of kicking Lucy's football again? Like, again,
what?
Like if since like
what football is there to kick? Like, when you vote third party, you're not expecting to win. What is she talking about? Getting the urge to say this is treason. Unironically, I feel like at this point it's not just the conservatives that have to go into the re-education camps. Neoliberals need to get their ass in there too. Again, neoliberals are not a big group of people. You would not be upsetting that many people if you're like, yeah, everybody who has a globe emoji in their profile on Twitter, get in the fucking device, That shock was almost catastrophic for me. If you fall down, like if you fall off there, you get put at the very top of that slope.
Voting third party has sort of failed to shift the Democratic Party to left. It's failed to disintegrate the Democratic Party.
Here's why.
Certainly failed to elect anyone. Right.
Here's why. I hear you asking that question, and I have not responded to it. I haven't responded to it as specifically as I should have, so let me do that.
And notice she keeps asking. Once she's found something where it's like, oh yeah, I haven't actually talked about that yet, she doesn't seem to want an answer. She just wants to keep asking and browbeating with it. What's your goal, huh? What's your goal? What do you actually want to do? What's your goal, huh? Like, well, if you let me fucking answer, I would have an answer for you. Oh, did I bump that guy off? I'm so sorry. That was fucked up.
Do that. It is not enough to simply divest from the Democratic Party or to vote third party and to not frame the reason as why. To stay home, that's not sufficient. Here's why. Democrats, part of the Democratic Party propaganda is to characterize non-voters and Green Party voters in such a way as to insulate themselves from having to be responsive to those voters and moving in the direction of those voters and get away from the direction of their donor base, right?
This is true, which is why solely electoral-based politics will never work, right? Like if your political engagement starts and ends with you doing a protest vote or choosing who to vote for or not to vote for, that's insufficient, right? Because the Democrats have made certain that if nothing else changes, no amount of pure voting can ever get them to shift, right? But if you engage in things that are slightly outside the realm of the electoral cycle, which includes like phone banking for progressives, if you try to remove them from power before they even get to the general election, if you contribute to that sort of stuff, if you go like contribute to protest movements, if you like go to protest movements that are directly like aligned with things that the Democratic Party doesn't like, or that neither party likes, obviously, referring mostly to like the anti-ICE protests and stuff like that, then you put more political pressure on the Democrats, because now it's like, oh, okay, so if I don't capitulate to the left in some capacity, I will actually lose my political power, right? That's what phone banking for progressives does, and a lot of that change gets realized before the voting happens. It's reflected in the voting, but like, yeah. So it is correct to say that like, if you just voted Green Party, that doesn't do anything. But if you vote Green Party while like calling, making calls for progressive candidates who are openly critical of the Democrats and like challenging centrists in primary races, then the Democrats are going to notice that, and they're still not going to adapt or shift their ways. They're just going to try to keep doing what they've been doing, but they will start losing, which is important. And that's how you affect good political change. Like, again, I will use Zoran Mamdani as an example of this, where both parties forsook their own candidates in favor of fucking wealthy, rapist, elder murderer Andrew Cuomo. And Zoran Mamdani won anyway. Because, people engaged in the political process outside of voting. The Democrats depend so much on the apathy of just voting and doing nothing else that they completely shit themselves when you do something that affects them that isn't voting. I can't believe I didn't hit that banana, by the way.
So this is the whole thing we're talking about with uncommitted and the obviousness of the role of Gaza and why they won't release probably the DNC autopsy report. But this has been the case since a long time before Gaza. If the public were to wake up to the fact that elections are winnable, and in fact are winnable by FDR numbers where you're winning every single state by Democrats.
True.
But that the Democrats are declining to do so, that's a crisis for the credibility of the party as a whole, right? So what they do historically is to say, they vilify Green Party voters, they say Jill Stein's a Putinist, which
she is. Jill Stein is a Putinist, and she's a fucking joke of a political candidate. All notion of being left of center pretty much dropped away when the election was over. Like she's been like whining and dining with Trump officials and stuff like that. It's
vilify national heroes like Ralph Nader, who saved so many lives with his consumer advocacy around the seatbelt and car safety and all of those kinds of things.
Oh, that was Ralph Nader? That's actually crazy. I didn't know that.
They make these people into a pariah. You get people like Mehdi Hassan and like I remember Samantha Bee in 2016, a week out from the election, doing weird screeds against Green Party. AOC did it this last time.
Weird to call out Mehdi Hassan for this because Mehdi Hassan has since grown immensely more critical of the Democratic Party and in fact was fired from MSNBC for being too anti-genocide. Just throwing this is the first like unforgivable thing that Brianna Joy Gray has done in this video, which is talk shit about our glorious king Mehdi Hassan, who's one of the best in the business.
Around weird unasked for screeds against to smear Green Partiers, as opposed to trying to win votes and talking about why Kamala was actually good.
I mean,
and this is why
aren't you just describing campaigning? Doing hits against your electoral opponents is part of campaigning, right? And like you certainly do hits against more mainstream Democrats, right?
No, I think campaigning is more than that. Talking about why you're elected.
It is more than that.
This came up in your.
To argue why your opponents.
This came up in your conversation with
better choice.
With Joshua, and I think it was really interesting because you were talking about like
I think this is like I hit the fucking thing again. I think this is pretty dishonest from Contra's angle. She should be able to know the difference between like, oh yeah, this when it's part of campaigning and when it's part of like what was I gonna say? When it's part of like trying to discourage any political change. If you are campaigning, you'd be advocating for something, not just saying everybody who wants me to be better at politics is a big meanie. You know,
the right-wing online influence machine versus the left influence machine, and like, why does the right have more influence?
It's actually like anti-campaigning.
Why are they more persuasive? And you've brought up in this conversation a couple of times, like, why is Trump more persuasive? And how, like,
when you're complaining, I'm insulting people. Good.
You have been doing counter programming for all of these years, right? But that you are sort of. And you're increasingly pessimistic about sort of the reach of that counter programming because, a lie goes around the world twice before the truth gets out of the door, or whatever. There was a.
Yeah, it's the turn of phrase is a lie is halfway around the door before the truth can tie its shoes or get its shoes on, But the sentiment, the general sentiment and relationship depicted in that phrase is correct. And also, like, I don't think Contra realizes or cares that when she's complaining about, like, the left is so critical of the Democratic Party, the left is so mean and ineffective, what she's saying is just, I don't want the left to succeed at anything. Because for her criteria, in order for the left to succeed, they would need to just submit to the liberals, the neoliberals, and aspire to nothing, ever.
A name that you used to describe this phenomenon started with a B that I can't remember.
Brandolini's law.
Brandolini's law.
Okay. Who the fuck is Brandolini's
law? It takes like 10 times the effort to debunk bullshit than it does to generate it.
Oh, exactly. That. Okay.
And I was listening to
that makes sense.
Part of the conversation with interest because my belief, and that's just, my belief, is that is true, but that the way you counter the OG programming is with your own OG programming. You have to change the conversation and shift it to territory that is more advantageous to you. So I agree with you that the Democrats are sort of fighting an uphill battle.
That is true. If you're on the back foot, then like if you're on the back foot, then you're on the back foot. But like the Republicans are really bad to responding to critique, truthful critique. You don't have to like make up any bullshit to be politically successful. You could just be like, yeah, Republicans are evil. They want to kill you. They're traitors to this country and their ideology is pro-child rape. Just look at how consistent their support is for genocide states like Israel and how fervently they've advocated for child marriage to be legal across several states in this country. Boom. I have fucking like ruthlessly disparaged the Republican Party, made a case for their arrest and imprisonment and complete disallowment from politics, all without saying anything that's false. But the Democrats know that this would work, which is why they don't do it, because a threat to the Republicans would be a threat to like the interests that they serve. I probably should have waited to use that mushroom, but whatever. I'm gonna hold this. Not gonna throw this at you. I'll throw it at you. Now I'm gonna throw this one at you.
When they say, no, really, I'm a better candidate on immigration because you're fighting immigration is the right issue and the rights issue, and they are trusted more on immigration than Democrats. Same with trans issues, you know, saying, you know, no, actually, I'm going to throw trans people under the bus. One, it's immoral. Two, no one's going to believe you. So
Yeah.
like, why even play in that sandbox? What you have to do is redefine the conversation around things that people care about even more than whether
fucked up on the last turn.
one of 5 trans.
Yeah, it's you're always going to be on the back foot if you don't have anything that you want to take initiative on, that you want to actually do.
You know, middle schoolers gets to play on the girls' soccer
Right.
team. You have to talk about something like, I don't know, Medicare for all, which is an overwhelmingly popular issue, right?
This is true, but again, it's like way nicer than you should be. Like for every mention the Republicans make of trans kids, it should be met with an equal number of mentions of Republicans being caught molesting children and their ideology being that of pro-child molestation, right? Where they're advocating for sex ed to be taken out of schools in spite of evidence that it helps stop child abuse, you know? Or advocacy for stuff like child marriage. Every time the Republicans say the Democrats want open borders and hate the laws of this country, that should be met with a mention of how they unconstitutionally held up the process of judicial nominations in Obama's administration, how they attempted a coup, and how most of those people are still in office today who are complicit with that, how they like fucking blatantly violated the law with like, what was it? It was something, it was like the Supreme Court violating the law in fast tracking certain redistricting cases, right? Like at every turn, you should be like, you are a threat to this country and our goal is to eliminate you because you want to kill everybody in this country or like turn it into an eternal techno-feudal rape state, you know? But yes, you could also just be like, you know, that's all well and good. You know, like, yeah, trans people, whatever. Have you considered that people need their fucking medicine? You know, that works too.
And so I think that all of this stuff in the electability is dovetailing together. It's Democrats are playing in these cultural sandboxes where they're going to lose precisely. They know that they're
because they're
going
to
trans.
lose.
They know that they're not going to convince anybody that they're better on quote unquote better on immigration than Republicans, but they won't take the easy layup that's right there. And why? Why, Natalie, would a Democratic candidate, knowing that Medicare
poor
for All is
X-Men.
an 88% issue with Democratic voters and a 49% issue with Republican voters and a 60-something% issue with independents, not run hard on the most popular issue in America years after a global pandemic? Why not?
Well, because, I mean, if it's such a slam dunk, I just don't understand why. I mean,
If it was such a slam dunk, they would have done it. I don't know why they haven't. If it's such a slam dunk, it must not be a slam dunk. Shut the fuck up.
I just can't keep going back to why does Bernie Sanders not win Democratic primaries? Like,
But that's not even the right question, Natalie. The question is why did Bernie Sanders
She can't admit anything. She can't concede anything. Oh my fucking god, she's so dishonest. This is one of those cases where it's like, I expect Republicans to act like cattle people, you know, like, oh shit, is that really Connor? That's crazy. Like, I expect this kind of dishonesty and inability to comprehend basic logic and concepts from a Republican voter, from a conservative. I don't necessarily always expect it from a liberal, somebody who nominally identifies as left-leaning. What is it's like the betrayal, it always hurts more than like somebody who's just evil up front or something like that? Because it is true. And that's kind of what's happening right now.
come out of an obscurity and be a front
My
runner
lines are
in
so
two
bad.
back-to-back elections in the first place? The
Well, I agree, there is- yes, there is
the evidence is
support
not that
there.
he lost. The miracle is that he almost won. And frankly, The miracle
why
is
is
that
that
he
a mir-
managed
I mean-
to out fundraise every other person in the race, even though they were taking money from billionaires.
That is Connor. He's
But
on
why is that a
DK.
miracle if there's such like widespread popular support?
Because, well, it's not a miracle.
No,
it's
you
evidence of the
got
popular
it, the
support is
line.
what I'm trying to argue. It's evidence of the fact that there is, in fact, this unwedded app.
For those unfamiliar, Connor was one of TWD's friends from back in the day. He was in a few of his videos. He's a really good player too. He plays Donkey Kong on the Bowser bike.
Appetite, this appealed to popular population of people who are waiting for someone they can vote affirmatively for instead of just hold their nose for. And the Democrats are saying, absolutely not. We will do anything and everything in our power to make sure someone like Bernie doesn't win. And that's why I'm not especially sanguine about the primary prospects in.
Yeah, it's also like you can't pretend that the Democrats' opposition to Bernie is rooted in anything but them wanting good things to not happen for you. After all, one of the critiques I fairly levy at Bernie Sanders is that he's not mean enough, right? He's not mean enough to Republicans or to like Democrats, you know? But like in that case, it makes it like all the more obvious that the Democrats just hate him because he wants things to be better.
2028, though, I hope to be proven wrong.
Well,
I keep burning out.
I guess again, like, a lot of what you're saying are things that I think are like, are completely within the realm of like reasonable debate if we had about like what Democrats.
Again, I must reiterate that that I've been disabused of any of my positive feelings for Brianna Joy Gray, but I do have to say I'm very much sharing in her exasperation here.
Democratic strategy ought to be. I guess it's just a little bit difficult for me to take when it comes from someone who
You're
does not
short?
support the
That's probably
Democrats
true.
in the elections. Anyway,
Well, I'm not the only one making this argument. Chris Hedges
Yeah.
makes this argument. Cornel West makes this argument.
Right.
House and Piker is increasingly making this argument, although he's still,
Yeah.
on the most part, pretty down
all,
with
like,
for Democratic.
I mean,
That literally is their argument, by the way. This is a necessary evil to protect capital. Guys, don't you want to protect capital? And they literally cannot fathom when somebody says no. On regular DK Summit, I always just go for the single cut.
you know,
Candidate.
many of these people are sort of abandoned Harris people, right? I guess again, I think these are like there are reasonable arguments to be had here, but I just think that it feels like slightly disingenuous.
There are
to these
reasonable
people,
arguments
here's
to
the
be
Democrats,
had.
here's
I
the-
will
here's
not
the
name
Democrats.
any of them because I wouldn't agree with them. Fuck ass neolib. Wow, that gave me a lot of time. Use the shock. Use it. Do it. Okay, not right now. Damn, second?
That's how you win. When also spending at the same
That was a really
time
good
bunch of
last
effort
lap.
on helping on making sure that Democrats don't win to whatever.
No, Democrats could put egg on my face tomorrow. I dare Democrats.
That's true. God, I want so bad for the Democrats to just fucking lock in, go sicko mode, and just be like, fuck it. This is now a Leninist political party, right? Here's our fucking new economic patriotism, Ro Khanna style. We are now liberal Leninists, right? Like, we are going to construct the glorious people's social democratic republic of American communes and lay out the fucking greatest political program of all time, kick all their donors to the curb. They could do that. If they did fucking anything that resembled one element of that, I would be significantly more enthusiastic about, like, okay, this is a start, you know, we take those. But no, they balk at the concept of offering something in the affirmative. It's always just, we should competently govern the same things that have been happening.
humiliate me,
You know?
embarrass me, prove me wrong, destroy my priors, make me look like the biggest fool and the wrongest person in the world by getting behind a populist left candidate in 2028.
And they won't do
Prove
it.
me wrong.
We'll see. I mean, it's up to
I would-
primary voters. It just is.
I would love.
No, it isn't.
It's not. Unfortunately, it's not. Because by your own admission, we haven't had a primary in at least 8 years,
Since
and I would argue. I would argue since
2020. We had a
2008.
primary in 2020.
All right.
Not
We
really.
did. I'm sorry, we did. You're in denial
No,
of
we
it.
didn't.
Okay.
Didn't.
So
Fucking-
that was 6 years ago. So in at least 6
Yes,
years.
I agree. I'm well, and I agree that 2024 was a catastrophe in a number of ways. I do think it would have been better with a
None of which I will name because they implicate my own political positions, of course. Why didn't I trick? Hello?
primary.
So just
Okay.
to be clear, Natalie, you think
Yeah.
it's normal? You think it's like when Joe Biden doesn't win Iowa, he comes like 4th or 5th in New Hampshire. He loses Nevada, like 3rd or 4th place. And Bernie wins arguably all of those, although the Iowa contested, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, there was some
You
fuckery in
think
Iowa
that
too,
it
but
is-
Bernie was looking pretty strong.
And then Biden wins one state. You know, others have been doing better than everyone's been doing better than Biden. He wins one state. It's a red state that has absolutely no bearing on his electability writ large. And the media hails him as the
What a
inevitable
shock.
winner. And subsequent
Been trained to be weak and take the left and try to make them weak too for Republicans, rich people. Yes, that is the purpose of the Democratic Party. They are both parties of capital. The purpose of the Democratic Party is to attempt to co-opt the aesthetics of the left to prevent the left from achieving anything, because the left is inconvenient to capital. They are meant to be an ineffective representation of the political left wing in this country so that they don't do anything.
all of the candidates who had been performing better than him up until that point in those 3 subsequent primaries.
Real life feels like a conspiracy sometimes. That's because there is a quote-unquote conspiracy, which is just there is a ruling class of people that have a certain set of interests, and they all know each other because it's like a very small class of people, and they have relationships with politicians and consultants, other members of that class, and they're all generally aware of what their interests are, and they advocate for them in opposition to the interests of everybody fucking else. Which results in society infinitely getting worse for all time. But they don't care because their interest is just to get the bag.
Primaries drop out.
It's like the fucking broke conspiracy theorist shit is the Jewish question, and the woke bespoke lefty shit is the Jewish question, where the conspiracy is that they are engineering this propaganda network to try to convince people that the Jews control the world so that nobody actually does anything, so that like everybody's all confused and nobody actually turns their eye towards capital.
That doesn't strike you as a sort of coordinated prioritization of the Democratic Party that's stopping Bernie?
Could you be specific about what it is that you're implying?
I'm saying very expressly, in a way that has been reported out and is not even conjecture at this time, that the Democratic Party decided, Barack Obama picked up a phone, told everybody else to drop out of the race and coalesce behind Biden to stop Bernie from winning. This is like, at this point, this is so far from the realm of conspiracy theory.
The strategy would not work if Bernie had the capacity to win over a center-left candidate.
Yes, it would have. And it did, in fact. You know, even with that degree, Bernie had the capacity to win. He didn't have the capacity to torpedo the entire fucking political institutional might of America. I don't think, like, again, this is like a child's conception of what a rigged election does or doesn't look like, you know? Yeah, she's literally saying, like, well, he didn't win. Looks like he couldn't win. Checkmate, leftists. Like, fuck it. Great. Congratulations. You're 5 years old.
Without that vote being split.
I agree, but that's not the exact question that I'm asking. Now we're litigating the quote-unquote riggedness of the primary.
Yes, that we are.
Right, because we're in this little bit of a conversation about how long has it been since we've had a real primary, because you're saying that the voters get to decide. The primary
I
voters
think that's the
fundamentally
real
decide.
primary.
which they
I mean,
objectively
like,
don't, and it
again,
wasn't.
candidates
So
are entitled
So-
to maneuver
even
and
with
try to drop out and to.
overwhelming,
It's fairly normal behavior for like, you know, rival candidates to at some point drop out and support. I mean, again, candidates who are more aligned will tend to.
so candidates that are doing better than their
Yeah.
other candidates to drop out and support a poor performing candidate. You think that's a regular course of action? It's like a
Well,
normal thing.
why
that
do
we
you? I
see
mean, why do you think
in a
that?
democracy?
Why do you think that candidates who are doing better would drop
she
out?
can't
if they
answer.
knew
She
that
always,
Biden had a-
she can't answer anything. She always has to redirect. What were you gonna say there? Repeat what you were about to say. When she was talking about like oh, if he could win, then why didn't he win? She's about to say something, people not being able to drop out and support people. Oh, yeah. Essentially, she was saying, like, it's actually normal for candidates to drop out and support other candidates in the primary sometimes, which does happen. And then Brianna Joy-Gray pointed out, okay, yeah, but Joe Biden was, like, the worst candidate. Why would they drop out? Like, candidates that were objectively much closer to winning the primary than Joe Biden, why did they drop out and support him? And of course, the answer is because there was a memo handed down, like instructions, a phone call made, and they told them, fall in line behind Biden. It's his turn. You know?
had a better. Had a
They're
good
promised
odds.
Secretary of Transportation.
Okay, but like,
And they
again,
got it.
But Biden did win, right?
And
That's crazy. It wasn't rigged. He won. Her claim is that the primary wasn't rigged and the Democratic Party doesn't rig primary elections, and her evidence for that claim is that the Democratic Party's preferred candidate won and their not preferred candidate lost.
They're promised
Yeah,
support of the
re-education
Democratic
camps.
Party when they run for election in the next cycle, which Pete Buttigieg will get.
Sure.
He's going to be the chosen one because he played ball. Just like
can't
I
be a
just
chosen
interviewed
one.
I just interviewed a congressional candidate who's running against Richie Torres, who says that one of the big Democratic donors came up to him and said exactly that you're very promising, we'll support you in an election down the line, but can you drop out so we can coalesce behind the moderate candidate in this race? This is
I mean,
like
what is like? So you're saying this is not like all kinds of maneuvering goes on in any kind of election, but you're saying this is not a real primary. I mean,
Her
what's the
position is
democracy?
that
What
Is
a
that-
real
is
primary
that-
look
is
like?
Oh my
that a
fucking
Democratic-
god. What a... Do I really have to comment on this? Yeah, like, yes, it was a free and fair election. It was a real primary. Yeah, maneuvering and that sort of thing happens all the time where institutions already decided we're going to make this candidate win. So you should drop out now. Otherwise, we're going to, like, make sure you don't win before the vote tally even happens. You have no real chance if we decide you don't. Free and fair election, by the way. Do I... Really? Like, do I have to say anything at this point? Can we just...
choice being made by the electorate. A transparent democratic choice that is being presented to the electorate. Or is it a skewed choice that is being skewed by not just the media, but by the Democratic Party, who has argued in court that it has a right to rig its own primary?
Well, rig in what sense?
Which it does,
That's-
unfortunately.
That's what they argued in 2016.
Which it does. The Democratic Party is a private organization. To the extent that they have internal elections, they conduct them. They have the right to conduct them however they see fit. You know, if the Democratic Party wanted to decide there will be no primary this year, we will just select the candidate internally. Nobody will get to vote on it. They could do that. There's no law against that, right? Yeah, legitimately, I think it was a mistake to introduce the live speaking format to YouTube video essayists. You know? You know what this feels like to me? This feels like Contra is going on this podcast, and she's realizing in real time, she's like realizing, oh shit, I can just say anything. You know? And there's like no consequence. Like, she doesn't feel the consequence right now because she's not writing a script and publishing a video that she's immediately seeing, like, whether people watched it or not, right? I think video essayists have lost live speaking privileges. And conversely, live streamers should not be granted either video essay privileges, except for me because I'm built different. And I might actually want to do that someday for a personal project. But like, you know what I mean? Where it's like with somebody who's writing a script for a video, if you deviate from the script, it's like kind of obvious. But then like in the heat of the moment, there is no script, so she's realizing I could just say whatever. You have the right because you're not a neoliberal. That is true. At the core of this is really just I think that neoliberals should not have speaking privileges. Thank you.
That they have no obligation to hold a fair contest, that they're allowed to get behind candidates, that they did in fact get behind Hillary Clinton, and that they were under no obligation to do otherwise.
But
Which,
getting
unfortunately,
behind
that was their
Hillary
right.
Clinton does not- again, voters still have the opportunity, have the capacity to vote against Hillary Clinton, right?
Yeah, but that vote
She
then
won
doesn't
by
matter.
3 million.
I don't know, Contra clearly wasn't listening or didn't care about the part where the Democratic Party doesn't actually have to abide by the results of a popular vote in a primary election. 100% of primary voters could have voted for Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton in 2016, and the Democratic Party could have simply decided, nah, we want Hillary Clinton to win, and directed all of their delegates to vote for Hillary Clinton. Those are the votes that matter. It's like a miniature version of the Electoral College. You know? Oh, tried to cut off too much. That's my view. Oh, no. This is a little bit too slow. Should have used my mushroom earlier. What's up, Wiggler? I'm chaining this. Oh, thank you. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go, Wiggler. Shoutouts Exhausted, my goat. Damn, that was a really good golden mushroom. I'm holding this banana for now. I'm really not trying to outline you, Mr. You're Short. I'm okay with you being in second. I'm okay with that.
Million votes in the
Yeah, I
2016
think
primary.
we're going round and round.
Rip.
Like a limit to how much.
I didn't mean to throw that.
Yeah, I
It
don't
just
know if
right in
I'm
front of me, I guess.
I'm gonna be able to persuade you this. I would just say that I would
Yeah.
hope that knowing that Bernie in every single poll was in no risk, never at any point at any risk of losing to Donald Trump, knowing what a threat Donald Trump was likely to be and has proven to be.
This is often a rhetorical weakness of neoliberals, where you kind of reach the end of their NPC dialogue tree, where you point out, like, well, okay, if we're talking about electability, as they so often like to do, then, you know, what about all of this polling data that shows that Bernie Sanders was more electable than Donald Trump? Doesn't that then make him the reasonable, pragmatic, moderate choice? And then they just kind of go back to, like, well, I believe in pragmatism, so that means I don't like Bernie Sanders type shit. Like, the NPC loop starts over again. Yeah, could you imagine if the Republicans did this to their own base, where they're like, the Republicans have their finger on the pulse of what their base wants. They abide by the results of their primaries, even if the Republican insiders wouldn't necessarily prefer that person, because they are all united in their pro-pedophilia, pro both economic and literal rape agenda. You know? When Donald Trump was running in the primary in 2016, the Republican Party didn't just decide that he wouldn't be the nominee. They were like, shit, if this is it, then this is it. You know, if this has to be like the champion of our party, let's see how it goes, right? Because we want to be politically relevant. You know? like I said, I think last time, the Republican Party is very internally democratic. You know, they're very, like, the Republican Party, as much as they're just evil bastards, they are very serious about doing politics and attaining power and adjusting their strategies, methods, and aesthetics in order to retain that power. The Democrats just aren't.
I personally would have a lot more irritation for Hillary Clinton for promoting Trump as a Pied Piper candidate, which we learned from the Podesta email. And I would have a lot of ire for the Democratic Party, who looked at those polls, knew that Hillary Clinton was a risk case, and got behind her at the same time. And I would have a lot of frustration for the liberal media.
And yes, and by the way, to the Pied Piper strategy, I remember talking about this in 2022 when it was first came out that, like, yeah, Democrats spent a shitload of money on the Republican, like the right-wing flank of the Republican Party. The Democrats have been financially supporting in their electoral bids the craziest fringes of MAGA, because they believe it'll be easier to win an election against them, you know? And some of those people are now in office, not the least of whom Donald Trump himself.
Which pretended like Hillary Clinton was the more electable candidate than I would for leftists who allegedly don't want power behind her at the same time. And I would have a lot of frustration for the liberal media, which pretended like Hillary Clinton was the more electable candidate than I would for leftists who allegedly don't want power, don't want to wield power.
Well, I have no grudge whatsoever against people who voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary. Like,
but you do
I supported Bernie Sanders in the 2020 primary.
Again, the NPC dialogue tree, she can't acknowledge that, like, centrists run shit candidates and that they're not pragmatists. They don't win. So the dialogue tree starts over. I'm comfortable with being critical of the Democratic Party. Introduces a critique of the Democratic Party. Well, I don't think that's fair. I'm a moderate pragmatist. And then they're like, well, but here's how this critique works. And then restart with, well, I'm not against being critical of the Democratic Party. Proceeds to be against every individual critique. It's like, I'm not opposed to such and such. I simply oppose every single effort made to advance this goal, right? It's like how there are some people who are like, oh, I'm not racist. It's just a coincidence that I oppose every single thing that would be good for minorities.
Right.
Let's talk about this.
That is what I think progressives should do, to be clear. I think progressives should rally around progressive candidates in primaries.
Okay, and when we feel like...
So, then, what... Yeah, you should rally around progressives in primaries, but I oppose all of your critiques of the Democratic Party and your critiques of power that make them progressive? What the fuck is wrong with her? I've just been following this guy mostly.
Right? That candidate never had a fair shot because the primary was rigged, or we just didn't have a primary at all.
I view this like rigged framing as sort of avoidant.
Okay, but let's talk about 2024.
It is straight. Oh, avoidant. Are we going with the it's avoidant line? Contra, who hasn't been able to fucking straightforwardly answer a single question? Jesus.
Acknowledge that there was no primary in 2024.
Oh, okay.
Kamala Harris lost to Donald Trump.
That's right.
And yet you still seem to be placing blame on primary voters in 2024 as opposed to fully placing the blame on Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democratic Party for running a race without a primary that ignored the will of the constituents.
I do not place, of course I'm not placing blame
She
on
is.
voters for 20.
She is, like, straightforwardly doing that. She says, I'm not doing X. Precisely. This is what I meant by the, like, she's figuring out you can just say shit, right? She's saying, like, oh, I'm not saying that I don't agree with X. I'm just saying that, and then lays out bar for bar a, like, textbook disagreement with X. You know? Oh, it didn't register my keystroke there on the K key. Oh,
my blame
Clip
for
the M key
2024
by
election
accident.
is, okay, one on Biden/Harris for not running a better campaign, Biden for not dropping out earlier, and two on people not voting for them in the general election,
Yeah, she's like, oh shit, I can just lie. I can just make shit up.
right? I mean that those are the two groups of people who are responsible for this. Well, and
So
also,
you
of
still
course,
do
like,
blame
yeah.
people for not voting for them, even though they never had an
Yes.
opportunity to choose the candidate in a
I
Democratic
blame
primary.
them for not voting for them in the election, in the general presidential election against Donald Trump.
I don't.
Even though they had
Yes.
no say over who.
If the Democrats wanted more people to vote for them, they should run candidates that more people like and want to vote for. There's so much of this becomes clear when you melt away all of the fluff and realize that she's trying to argue against political parties should run candidates that many people like in order to secure as many votes as possible, right? And she's like, nuh-uh, you should have just voted for the fucking slop you were given. Like, well, don't give us slop next time. And her brain is just kind of fizzling out again because she would have to concede anything to the Twitter left, and she's also, you know, enjoying her newfound ability of just saying shit.
Their candidate was going to be in the general election.
Yes. I mean, I think that Kamala Harris was a vice president. That was she was selected by Biden, who was selected in the 2020 primary.
Undemocratically, that the people had no say in, you know what I mean? Like, the vice president.
Again, I know that like the beginnings of races are turbulent. I don't think it was reasonable to expect that I would get bumped off the literal half second that the race started. But I guess that's what I get for, well, existing type shit. It do be like that sometimes.
President is
gonna
not
use this
somebody that we voted on. They were, you know, on the
I mean, but
ticket,
the thing is, like,
obviously.
Well,
That is
it goes this
not.
way.
this is how the system works. If we don't like the system, okay, we can talk about maybe how we ought to change it.
Well,
But this
that's
was
what
the-
I'm
Clearly we
this was
can't
the
because
situation that we
Contra has
presented
been
in
fucking...
2024.
Okay, clearly we can't because Contra is arguing against the concept that the system needs to be changed at all. Like, if you don't like the system, that's fine. We can talk about how to change it. But I disagree with your premise that the system has such and such flaws that need to be corrected. Like, what the I should really stop getting so mad because I should expect this kind of dishonesty out of Contra at this point. But,
People
yeah.
chose not to vote for Kamala Harris, and now we have
Like, at this point, I'm just
you know,
malding.
consequences of that.
Right.
Yeah,
And
but
we had
I think the blame for that is widely distributed.
why she's saying
But
if-
I don't
yeah,
understand
I suppose so.
why
Widely distributed?
Opposition to Kamala Harris has helped this. Like, when I don't know, the world and the country are just demonstrably much worse as a result of Kamala Harris losing.
Natalie, there's a party that has.
Worse than what? Worse than it was before she lost? Yes. Worse than it would have been if she had won? Debatable, actually. Like, the core critique of, like, Kamala Harris and the Democratic centrists and whatnot is that fundamentally they are substantively, they are no different from the Republicans. They are parties of capital. You know?
Had how many? What was the number again? Like $1 billion spent in the 107 days of
Flattering all over the place.
presidency, candidacy. There is the DNC is an apparatus with
Race like shit and still got third. I'm not happy with how I raced that.
hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, thousands, tens of thousands of people on the payroll, think tanks, former presidents, world leaders, all of this at their disposal. They know exactly what the numbers are. They can run polls that Green Party candidates only dream of knowing in terms of having voter information. They have networks of door knocking and voter access and email lists, all the power in the world.
That is true. Neoliberals really don't like when you point out that the Democratic Party is the largest, most powerful non-state political organization possibly in the world. You know? Discounting organizations such as the World Bank and IMF that have the power of international law behind them. The Democratic Party is the single largest political party on Earth in terms of membership. If we're not counting, like, the Chinese Communist Party, I think, like, that the Chinese Communist Party is larger, but in terms of, like, systems where more than one party exists, where the party isn't just the state and the state isn't just the party. It's the Democratic Party. They have so much fucking power.
And to collapse that power into the power of a few tens of thousands,
Me and
hundreds
Exelman,
of
man.
thousands of
Two
voters
shitters.
scattered across the country or concentrated in certain must-win swing states who were horrified by the fact that Kamala Harris couldn't even distance herself from a genocide where every day you had to open your TikTok and see children without heads and hanging from their limbs and starving to death in Gaza, and to say the blame is widely distributed and not so squarely on the people in power? I think that's what's frustrating. You say the left doesn't want power, the left wants to endlessly critique power. I want to critique those in power who aren't wielding it, whether they're centrist Democrats or they're someone like AOC.
But the consequence of this has been that not only does the genocide continue, right, and avenues towards mitigating the worst effects of it are closed off, and we've also handed Donald Trump access to a nuclear arsenal so that he can go on social media and issue apocalypse.
Who has handed? I'm sorry. Who has handed him access of a nuclear arsenal? Is she going to blame the left for this? Is she going to blame the left for the fact that Donald Trump is now the president and has the fucking access to the nuclear codes? Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, where she's like, you guys are too upset at genocide. What the
genocidal threats, but a whole civilization will die tonight. Like, I don't understand how this improves the situation. It seems to me that it makes it even worse.
Okay, let's break that down. It is not intended to improve the situation, because I, as a voter, don't have the power to improve the situation.
Well, you do have the power to improve the situation.
No, I don't.
Yes.
I have the power to choose one candidate that's pro-genocide or the other candidate that's pro-genocide.
So if you're a single issue Palestine voter.
Yes.
Which most people, apparently 12 million people were. I love that she's now introduced, oh, so you're a single issue Palestine voter, to fucking trivialize the widespread concerns shared by tens of millions that has resulted in the Democratic Party's political viability and interest dropping off a cliff. But, oh yeah, you're just a single issue Palestine voter. Absolute piece of shit.
What you argue?
If I am. No, frankly, because I didn't vote for Joe Biden in 2020, obviously. Because if anything, I'm a single issue. Give me health care. We're in the richest country in the history of the world voter. And I know it's very uncool to still care about Medicare for all. It's very uncool. That's like a regret, like a chuggy issue.
People want this or just accept it, you stupid shot. Yeah, it is. It is incredibly condescending. The fucking arguments that she's making just by their nature. And I also, like, when you get ticked off at somebody, you start to notice little things that bother you even more. And I gotta say, Contra, like, artificially softening her voice, having such a soft voice the way she does, is, like, genuinely starting to bother me. And I'm having trouble, like, telling myself that's just her voice. She practiced a lot. You know, I'm doing voice work too. Because I know that a lot of abusers also artificially soften their voice to sound like gentler, softer, kinder, but it just makes them more detestable. And I have no evidence that that's what Contra is doing one way or the other, so I'm trying to not let that get my goat.
2016, but I'm sorry, my values and my morals aren't trending like a Twitter topic. I'm deeply invested in that. I'm sorry, I'm getting angry, but not at you. I'm getting angry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We're all angry.
You know,
except for Contra, apparently.
Frankly,
well, she's angry at the left for being too angry at genocide.
Having George Floyd in the Black Lives Matter protest having been such a big part of 2020 that got immediately erased because it was supposed to be sublimated in order to get Joe Biden to win. And as someone who sits in a country that has the world's largest prison population, not per capita, but absolutely, and modern day slavery, yeah, I'm mad about a lot of stuff. And for all of those reasons, those are my litmus tests. And I wrote an article in Defensive Litmus Test in 2020 that holds up pretty good. But I also am very glad that the rest of the world seems to have come along to what their bright line is, which is way farther to the right than my bright line. But I'm glad they got there, and it's genocide. I'm glad we can all agree that genocide is a bright line.
Contra can't agree. She could be doing so unconsciously. I do think that, like, part of it is conscious, but again, it's like part of it is possibly like because of voice training. I think I've seen some of Contra's older stuff. She didn't always sound like this. You know, a lot of trans people do voice work, myself included. So, like, I guess I've cooled off a little bit. I just don't want to assign quite that level of uncharitability to her yet. You know? And I think that would, like, regardless of circumstance, that might actually be a bridge too far. You know? But I am, like, make no mistake, I am fucking pissed at Contra. I didn't even remotely mean to throw that forward, but fuck, whatever.
The whole world agreed upon this. The only people who didn't were Kamala Harris, Joe Biden.
That was incredibly risky, but I got away with it. I don't even need to do that. I'm pretty comfortably in second, maybe third by the end of this.
Tucker Carlson's running through it. There's a significant likelihood that Tucker Carlson's going to be the next president of the United States of America, because the Democrats have left the anti-war Israel critical lane so wide open.
I don't think Tucker Carlson is not interested in being president of the United States. He's a grifter just like all the rest. He's interested in being, like, having renown as a journalist and doing his podcast or whatever, his show. Sometimes not for one reason. That's true. So there could be multiple reasons. Like, not all voice work and not all voice training yields the same result. You know? Like, I definitely don't sound like Contra. Or at least if, you know, I think if I do to you, then there might be something wrong with your hearing. But yeah, I get you.
That he's sprinting through it, making New York Times reporters look like fools. Did you watch some of that interview?
I did, yeah.
It's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place.
I remember this.
At the end of February, he's like, oh, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just...
This is, okay. This is one of those things, this is like higher level rhetoric. Tucker Carlson is also a prolific liar, and he is a white supremacist, but he's also a good journalist relative to the current field. He's a skilled journalist, I should say. So he's saying Trump is a slave to foreign interests. The connecting point being he's a slave to Israel, which he is. But ultimately, there's a meaningful distinction to be made that Israel is just America again. He's not a slave to foreign interests. He's a slave to capital interests, right? But that resonates better with white supremacist base that Tucker Carlson has cultivated, with which he supports his livelihood, and that sort of thing. But also the really advanced thing happening is that he is taking advantage of the fact that the New York Times is in the same position as Donald Trump, as a slave to these same interests of capital, a slave to Israel, right? So he knows that he can say this, and even though it is wrong, they can't call him on it because it would require them to acknowledge their own position of subservience to Israel and be like, well, it's actually a capital interest. Like, how the fuck do you debunk if you're also an agent of Israel, if you're also like an asset of the Israeli state, of the military-industrial complex? How do you defend somebody who is also that against that accusation? You know? And the answer is that you don't. You can't.
I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or
by
who?
Benjamin
Or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire. And we're having these talks, and they're going great, and we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway,
most of what Parker's saying is correct. Like, this is all correct here, so I don't have much to say.
Of announcing this, Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians,
she's letting this play for quite a while
in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours.
He is, and these goals aren't different from ours. This is more of a thing where if you attempt to refute this, you have to acknowledge that you have to acknowledge things that compromise your position as an agent of Israel. Like he's interspersing some of his preferred ideology into this broadly correct analysis, where it's like, oh, you know, what was
the Israeli goal? I'm not attacking Israel,
which he is attacking Israel here. Because that's what Israel is. It's an outpost for our military-industrial complex interests.
Their goals are different from ours.
And their goals are not different from ours. Their goals are the same, right? That he's designing these talking points so that if he's in front of a Zionist, so like, if you're this lady, this New York Times reporter, you cannot refute anything that he's said, either because it's true or because it requires you to acknowledge that Israel is just an outpost for our military industrial complex and we are all subservient to that set of interests.
They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course.
We being like the media class, like the ruling class media, pundits, access journalists, consultants, business people, etc.
That what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But, I mean...
that, you can't... Okay. People critique America for this. You can't just, you know, it's actually not allowed in international law. You can't just go bomb a militia group that's operating in another country. You can't just do that. Like, oh, Hezbollah is bad, so we decide to bomb... That's not... You can't just do that. Like, oh, the Russian military is bad. Why doesn't America just nuke Russia? Like, you see what I'm saying? Player, I'm not going to hit you with these red shells. If I can help it. There we go. I'm just going to try to get rid of these.
They invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay, so that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon. A lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon.
I don't know how I didn't get hit by that bullet.
They blew up Hezbollah with explosive pagers.
I didn't mean to hit you. I was going to throw that at the next guy.
October 7th in Lebanon.
I'm sorry.
They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but like, we're not co-equals.
I thought I'd go wide of that.
But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true.
Hitting that green shell is the only mistake I think I really shouldn't have made.
Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So, again, it's not...
This is true too. Again, I haven't had anything to say about most of this because this is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States. Israel doesn't have natural resources. They have enough arable land to support a sizable population, but like they depend on us, right? Because they are us. They're just like, a lot of them are from America. A lot of them are Americans, but like they're white Jews of European descent, mostly. Most of them secular Jews too. Who are interested in constructing an ethno-state in the Middle East and genociding Arabs. And for us, that's convenient because of our military-industrial complex interests. For Christian Zionists, that's convenient because they believe that the Jews will all be killed on the day of rapture, and so forth.
An attack on Israel, it's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, you know, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. and he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of like, oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before,
Well, the thing is, like,
I do think Tucker Carlson has like an anti-Semitic streak. Like, it's impossible to be a white nationalist without being anti-Semitic, but ultimately, I don't think like Tucker Carlson, I don't think personally like hates Jews and thinks they're responsible for all what's wrong with the world. I think he just wants to like have his podcast, you know? Very awkward section there. Bradley, what's up? Just don't wheelie there.
Tucker Carlson is, I see as the populist mode.
And to bring it back to the video that's currently happening, the convo between Brianna Joy Gray and Contra, which has become a debate, ultimately. The reason that Brianna Joy Gray, this is another like layers of rhetoric moment. The reason Brianna Joy Gray showed that is because she has a soft spot for Tucker Carlson. I am remembering more than I did last time. I'm very disappointed in myself for not having remembered a lot of this. It's been forever since I've ever like needed to give a shit about anything that Brianna Joy Gray said or did. She has a soft spot for Tucker Carlson. She comes from like, I'm remembering the kind of grift that she operates, and there's a circle of like the grifty left that has a soft spot for people like Tucker Carlson, George Galloway. You probably don't know who that is, and like other such people who put on this populist, vaguely left adjacent aesthetic, but are ultimately just like Nazis, Nazbols, ultra nationalists, whatever, or for most of them just grifters chasing a bag.
Oh man.
You know,
but
and that's why Brianna Joy Gray put that clip on for the like. It also serves a rhetorical purpose in her conversation with ContraPoints, but it's birds of a feather type shit.
He's a very sinister figure to me, right? Because I feel that he's I mean, this is a person who spent
Damn, Contra should be on CNN with that rhetoric.
10 years ranting about white genocide on Fox News. Like, okay, now he's realized that, like, oh, there's this, there's an audience to be had for being anti-Israel. Mm-hmm. Well, that is savvy in many respects. He's noticed the direction of the wind, but he's going to use it to the worst possible end.
Of course he is.
Yeah. So I guess I would.
And I know already it's like, oh yeah. She's like, oh yeah, he's noticed the direction of the wind. And the obvious follow-up is, why haven't the Democrats noticed the direction of the wind? Why haven't they followed through on that? Is it your contention that being anti-genocide is only a position that is possible to hold while being disingenuous and on the right and hating and like not wanting to ever have political power to affect change? Because at the core of it, that is the underlying position.
What I just can't stop coming back to is like,
or in more simple terms, like it would be like, if you are anti-genocide, you're literally like Tucker Carlson, Where's that banana?
For every like proposed protest vote, or for every all the effort spent criticizing Democrats, like, but ultimately to what end? If the end is that,
fuck you mean to what end? We've explained to what end.
And the country sinks deeper into a fascist nightmare, then I consider this not to have been effective or worth it.
So
this is just the NPC dialogue loop. Oh, why critique, like, to what end are you critiquing Democrats? And then you explain what you want to do. And then she's like, but then why critique Democrats? And then you explain, why. And she's like, but, it's just in a circle over and over. It's not even a where's the money thing. I think her brain is just too broken from having been on Twitter. Remember, she's been engaging in this feud for like over a year at this point. Like, she's been beefing with the online left. You guys remember when she made that post about like, oh yeah, the left doesn't have enough fucking serenity in the face of genocide? That was not that recent. You know, so she's been on this for a while. That's what she's been doing.
You, Natalie, you know, and I think you're right, that Tucker Carlson is opportunistic. Look, people are gonna get mad at me for saying that. The point is that there is an inconsistency between his interest in Muslim lives and Arab lives now versus then. An inconsistency to which he's acknowledged and in some ways will apologize for. He's apologized.
That is quite the tell, though, too. My audience will get mad at me for saying that Tucker Carlson is like a self-interested grifter. I wonder why they would get mad at you for that, Brianna Joy Gray? Yeah, that's I noticed that. It's like, why would I wonder what kind of audience do you have that they would be mad at you for that?
For cheerleading the Iraq War. That's neither here nor there, whether you think that's good faith or bad faith. But the point is that there is a change that seems to be following the wind. And the wind is going in a very clear direction. I've
been really dragging along. I think I want to go until 2 hours. So we've got 5.5, 6 minutes left on this video till we reach that point.
Given what we've seen they're capable of in the last 2.5 years. You have identified that.
We keep voting
I've
for
identified
Boulay.
that. Tucker Carlson has obviously identified that. Why then won't the Democratic Party do at least as well as Tucker Carlson?
There we go. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you've identified this. Tucker Carlson has, as to your phrasing, changed with the direction of the wind to be more successful. Why hasn't the Democratic Party done this? And the answer, of course, is obviously they don't care enough about succeeding to do that.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that...
What? Okay. The answer was actually stupider than anything I could have imagined. I feel like that's a genuine reaction from Brianna Joy Gray. And again, I share in this exasperation. The fuck?
What are we waiting for? Today's the day. Why are we saying...
Yeah, I mean, there are candidates there are people in the Democratic Party who take a much stronger anti-Israel stance than has ever been normal in America.
I'm not gonna lie, Brianna Joy Gray is also like exceptionally patient when she's doing this shit. Like, I would have been kicked Contra off of my stream if we were talking in a sort of podcasty format. I would have been like fucking 45 minutes before this. The moment I got a whiff of like genocide apology, I'd be like, okay, well, you know, you seem to be more upset that the left doesn't like genocide than you are at the Democratic Party being complicit with that genocide. So you don't have to be on my program anymore. Like, you don't have to be on my show. Goodbye. Right? Like, that's generally, you guys know that's kind of how I treat that when such sentiments show up in my chat. Like,
American politics until recently. I mean, AOC,
as strong as Tucker's?
For example.
Tucker Carlson is to the left of AOC
I don't know if that
in terms of rhetoric. I'm not saying
is that being to the left, or is that some kind of like horseshoe populism thing?
No, it is also like in terms of rhetoric, they are using rhetoric and aesthetics that are further to the left, that are closer to what a lot of the Democratic base wants than what the Democratic Party is willing to do. You know, that is a true statement. Though it is notable that like you would only usually invoke this statement if you were doing the whole like you gotta hand it to him bit. You know, that's why she's doing that.
Where it's
what does
like,
that
yeah,
mean,
like
horseshoe populism?
So like people on the far left and the far right.
No, I know.
Imagine this total video stupider than you could ever imagine. That is that would be a good title. This was stupider than you could ever imagine, or something. Maybe the like yeah, no, I think this transcends Contra digging a hole for herself. I think this is stupider than you could have possibly imagined territory.
On hating Israel. But like hating Israel for what reasons? I mean,
because it's doing a
fuck you mean for what reasons? It's an apartheid genocidal rape state. Why do you not hate them is the better question.
Yes, but is that really what Tucker Carlson is concerned about?
Well,
who the fuck cares? This is number one lip shit right here. Yeah, this is
I share your skepticism about what his long game is, but I'll tell you what he says very compassionate.
The like analysis of this being some like abuser shit is kind of like is so far it's looking undefeated. I'm not gonna lie.
Fortunately, at a level that no Democrat
Only
has yet
neoliberals care what
described,
conservatives think.
on a
Yeah,
platform bigger than any Democrat has.
dude, neoliberals care more about what conservatives think than those exact conservatives. Like, not even conservatives care about what conservatives think. The only people who care what conservatives think are neoliberals, so they have an excuse to outsource their evil to somebody else. Typical, I suppose, of their political program that they're all about outsourcing, including their own ideas, so they don't have to fucking take responsibility for being evil morons.
He has become, it pains me to say this, but it is true, the loudest, most eloquent, most passionate, and articulate critic of Israel and its genocide in the country. And that is a problem for anyone left to center.
This is, well, yes, I do agree with her analysis that the Tucker Carlson being as prominent and central of a critic of Israel is a problem for not just the left, for this country, right? Like, that is a problem. But I would consider people like Hassan to be of somewhat similar size, at least in their consistent returning audience, if not like name recognition necessarily. I'm gonna need to ban that guy in just a second.
Do you not worry that by upholding like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, for example, as these exemplars of like anti-Zionist, being anti-Zionist
She didn't mention Candace Owens. You mentioned Candace Owens.
champions, by allowing,
And also, that's what she was doing. She was saying, I'm concerned because he's one of the biggest voices on this right now. She's like, yeah, he is fronting this position that is like obviously many people support. And that's concerning because it means that the Democratic Party isn't willing to do the same. Like, she's saying, aren't you? She was like, yeah, it's really concerning that Tucker Carlson is the loudest voice on this right now. And then Contra is like, well, but aren't you concerned that Tucker Carlson is the loudest voice on this right now? You seem to be supporting and platforming him. Like, again, she's engaging in some fucking abuser behavior shit remains undefeated.
people on the far right to take that by giving them the credit of that rule. Don't you worry that this has the potential to kind of blur the leftist claim to anti-Zionism with a right-wing anti-Semitism?
You said it right the first time. First you said allowing, and then you said giving credit for. So let's go back to allowing. I'm not giving credit for anything. I'm ringing the warning bells loud that the Democrats are allowing, which is the word you used the first time, which is correct. They are allowing Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens to be the best anti-Zionist voices and the most high-platform anti-Zionist voices in the country. They're allowing it. And yes, I do think that's a problem.
I mean, but shouldn't left-wing anti-Zionists be eager to distance themselves from right-wing figures whose
oh my fucking god,
very likely to blur into anti-Semitism, right?
It's possible. It's possible.
Why would anybody associate the left with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson in the first place? Like, she's literally just doing the neoliberals bidding for them. But aren't you concerned about being associated with these white nationalists? The left, I'm definitely an ally to your movement. Doesn't it concern you that they're the face of anti-Zionism? You should really stop being anti-Zionist. That's what she's arguing. She can't argue in favor of supporting Israel, so she's arguing by association against being anti-Zionist.
That's a significant risk.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because you raised that as a concern with Joshua as well. That you anticipate a backlash of genuine anti-Semitism as opposed to just the anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism against Jews here and in the diaspora as a consequence of seeing so much carnage that's been inflicted by the Jewish state on the people of Palestine and now the greater region,
That's
Lebanon,
not bad.
Iran, etc.
Now I have this other worry.
Oh, hey, it's Contra. I knew this was going to come up at some point because I did see this interview that Contra did.
Where I've caused myself to become an arch villain of the online left recently, is I also worry that
it's funny that I think she realized how fucking pathetic she sounds by making all of this about the online left. So she's couching it a lot better now, by being more evil. But, you know.
There'll be a backlash to that as well.
And backlash to what?
Well, a backlash to the visible spectacle of Israel's ethnic cleansing, which kind of, I think, has led many people to have an almost obsessive...
Gosh, she's such a fucking neoliberal. Like, it's foreseeable that there would be a backlash to Israel committing an ethnic cleansing, a genocide.
Fixation on Israel and Zionism as like the great Satan, right?
Which it is, by the way. Oh, you have such an obsessive fixation on this genocide that's happening. Words cannot describe the hatred that is, or rather words probably could describe, but are currently failing me to describe the hatred that's forming in me for ContraPoints.
Right, which maybe I'm overactive in my anxiety about it, but maybe I'm not. I mean, I think that
there's no maybe you're not. This is entirely formed based on your irrational anxiety and hatred of the left.
For the hundreds of videos they've seen of children being blown up.
Oh yeah, I got it.
That sort of worries me.
I know.
Not just for the victims of the retaliation, but for the continued like escalation of violence that it implies.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? I'm gonna need to replay. Chat, Gotron. I'm gonna need you to verify before I replay this. Did she say she's worried? Like, she's worried about the obsessive like brain state of the left because because they're seeing all this carnage, and she's not like actually worried about the carnage itself. Did I hear that right? Too busy reading things? Okay, then I'll replay it because I intended to either way. Rewind 10 seconds. Thank you.
Children being blown up. That sort of worries me, not just for the victims of the retaliation, but for the continued like escalation. The hundreds of videos they've seen of children being blown up. That sort of worries me. Some people are going to want to retaliate for the hundreds of videos they've seen of children being blown up.
Oh!
That sort of worries me, not just for the victims.
So she's not worried about the hundreds of children being blown up. She's worried about people retaliating to that. Like, I'm worried people will be so upset about this genocide they'll want to go and take drastic action about. Oh, you're worried about that, huh? Or like, what are your thoughts on the genocide then? You don't think that's like a little bit more important?
It's the retaliation, but for the continued like.
Talk about revealing your true colors, Jesus fucking Christ.
Escalation of violence that it implies. I don't have an answer. I don't know what to do about it. It's just the thing I'm watching.
That is because you suck. That is a skill issue. I do know what to do about it. And my answer for what to do about it is to volunteer, to get to know people in my community, to make sure that nobody forgets that there is a genocide happening, to elect progressive candidates who are willing to say that there's a genocide happening, who are willing to cut ties with Israel. Imagine saying this in front of our camera to people. They talk about it like it's fate. Fate or fake? I can't... Autocorrect it didn't butcher the words that hard, but I think the sentiment got really lost in the random word choice that the autocorrect chose.
Like a train wreck. In the same way that I think on October 7th, when that news came in, of course, I was horrified by the attack itself and the victims.
Really, October 7th. Oh, you're so mortified by October 7th, but you're concerned about the retaliation that might ensue. Not the retaliation that Israel engaged in after October 7th, starting to in earnest commit a genocide, bombing out civilian areas in Palestine, but rather the retaliation that the average person might be more willing to take in the face of a genocide unraveling. Not the genocide itself, but rather the event that gave justification for... Oh my fucking god. Like, calm down, stop acting like you have power. Yeah, apparently, but at the same time, they want us to believe that we have just enough power that everything is our fault somehow. I grow increasingly tired of these people.
Also, was overwhelmed by.
But you knew that
fear of
already.
What Israel was going to do next, which would likely be worse. Is how I felt.
It has been.
And it has been. Yeah.
Well, would likely be.
My problem with doing this show is that the topics that interest me are all of the most thorny topics that the online left gets extremely aggravated by.
Yeah.
So.
The classic, go on somebody's show just to left bash a bit.
I've noticed.
What do you make of that? What do you think about that?
Well, so my view is not that like, oh, we should all ignore that there's a genocide happening because it might cause people to be anti-Semitic. Of course, that's not what I'm saying.
That is what she's saying. She is not bar for bar because it would cause anti-Semitism, but what she is saying is you should all be less concerned with the genocide because, like, I don't know, something retaliation against Israelis or against Israel, that she is saying we should ignore the genocide.
Like but I do think many people on the left sort of.
Yeah, it is like, you know, it is like the hypocrisy of fascism, and all of this makes a lot of sense. Like, oh, didn't you say she's a liberal? How is she fascist? Fascism is in many ways a political ideology, but it's almost better understood as a mental disease, you know, like a mental illness that you incur from diving too deep into the depths of your own irrationalism and emotionally rooted hatred for a group of people. You know, like, it leads you to excuse incredible abuses because, oh, that's affecting somebody that I personally disapprove of, you know?
Underestimate.
And Contra is engaging in that right now. She has dodged every single point because, you know, conceding on anything would have to mean admitting that the left is correct. And she would rather excuse genocide than admit the left had a point.
The risk, or not underestimate, but completely dismiss the possibility that there's some potential issue between when it comes to the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism getting sort of blurred. And I feel that risk is sharpest when you see...
Which, by the way, is a thing that the Democrats are actively contributing to and trying to do. They are trying to blur the line between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. You know, they have been on the anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism shtick for a long time. I was going to say something else, but I kind of forgot. Oh, yeah. And another part of this, underrated part of this, which makes me hate Contra, is that she actually is being so dishonest that, like, the fucking absurdity of what I had heard about this interview, like, going into it, actually, like, kind of made me overlook the fact that, like, oh, yeah, I'm probably, like, forgetting some shit about Brianna Joy-Gray, because, it was such a bigger deal that Contra was this far into the weave, right? Like, ugh. Like, the fact that she's making Brianna Joy-Gray look good, when Brianna Joy-Gray, you know, you can tell from this, has a soft spot for Tucker Carlson and, like, other such people in that vaguely anti-war aesthetic sort of space that aren't actually meaningfully pro or anti-anything, you know?
Alliances being formed with people like Tucker Carlson, where I do not trust Tucker Carlson to maintain.
See, it's all about people to her. It's all about, like, individuals. Institutions don't exist to her.
The most, like, insidious kinds of anti-Semitic conspiracy theorizing about,
like, the consequence of her, like, saying, oh, the left always wants to critique power, is that she ends up, like, by emotional polarization in the arguing, like, in the position of arguing, actually power structures don't exist. It's so, or like, it's like a fish in water. They're not real. It's just a matter of people and candidates, individual fucking virtue or vice.
Jews controlling.
Yeah, like institutions exist when they're convenient to her, when she can argue that you should fall in line with them, but they don't exist when you're critical of them conveniently.
The media to corrupt the white race or whatever. Like that is the direction I can see him go. I see him going.
You put a lot of stuff in there together. So in his New York Times interview, again, I'm not defending Carlson, but I think that if you are going to critique Tucker Carlson, you have to be very specific, because Tucker Carlson is very smart about what he does and does not say. And if you critique Tucker Carlson in a way that is perceived as bad faith, I think we on the left can lose credibility, and Tucker Carlson only gains.
This is oh, actually I was going to say, like, this is just like personal politics bullshit as well, but no, Brianna Joy Gray is actually correct here, that like if the left if the left commits the way the Democrats have way too hard to acknowledging Tucker Carlson in any capacity, actually, to debunk him extensively or whatever, that just makes the left look less credible, because the thing that we would be debunking Tucker Carlson on is a thing where he's correct, So the only correct answer there is that, yes, Tucker Carlson is correct, but he's also not an honest actor, and you have to, if you're going to like engage in any discourse around the things that Tucker Carlson's also talking about, you have to acknowledge that he's correct, and there's a reason he's correct. He's chosen to be correct because he knows that the entire fucking political power structure has 100% committed to being incorrect, because it serves the interest of capital, right? I gotta get first. That's kind of nuts.
More. So I'm pointing this out as a factual matter because I think we have to be.
I'm at 3 hours now. I think that's got to be my last race.
To maintain our own credibility. In that New York Times interview, Tucker Carlson, it is insinuated that he's an anti-Semite by the interviewer. He balks at this. He says, "I'm not an anti-Semite. I never have."
Which, by the way, solely based on the contents of that interview, there is no, like, you couldn't really, there's nothing in that interview, despite the fact that he gets some stuff wrong, which is more in keeping with what I believe his ideology actually is, to the extent that he has one beyond just grifting. Nothing in that interview would point to him being an anti-Semite. Nothing. Like, it would be, if you had no context for who Tucker Carlson was, and you solely looked at that interview, there would be nothing to indicate that he's anti-Semitic.
Have been. I respect.
But obviously other context does exist. But what's important about that is that if you understand that, you can understand that the New York Times reporter is also being immensely dishonest. Tucker Carlson was hiding his power level, but the New York Times reporter was actively avoiding the topic of conversation, which was like, fuck, I have to talk about Israel. I can't just defend Israel, but I have to, fuck, Anyway.
Jewish people, I have Jewish friends, whatever you think of that kind of line of argument. And he's very specific to say that I have priorities as an American. I want the interest of Americans to come first.
But I think even though I've caught Brianna Joy Gray mid-sentence there, I think that's a good spot to end it off. I've gone for 3 hours now. Let me hide the React Andy window so y'all can... Oh, actually, I don't need to hide. I can just close this window. Just remember, I was 2 hours, 1 minute. Okay. I'll be back next time. Let me see who is live on Twitch at the moment. Got sidetracked last night. I get distracted very easily these days, and I don't like that. I'm trying to work on it. But I am back, and I'm quite happy to be back playing Mario Kart. You see, the reaction to ContraPoints and Brianna Joy Gray has grown arduous. But arduous in kind of a fun way, where it's like, oh, I'm reacting on stream, right? Like, I'm reacting on stream. People like that, the chat certainly likes that, I think, my YouTube channel tends to like that. But like, I am also suffering a bit. Like, it is fucking crazy. It's like, I have to suffer through the absolute dishonesty and leftist mental illness that is Brianna Joy Gray, coupled with the neoliberal dishonesty and mental illness that is ContraPoints. But at least I have Mario Kart and the fine folks of the Retro Rewind Worldwides to keep me company, right? And on that note, I think I'm just gonna start it up real quick. Like, I'm just gonna get into it. Okay, cool. We got it up. Nice and good. Now let me pick out the custom skin. I think I want to continue going through the skins of different characters. So probably go with Pirate Bowser Jr. Perhaps. Wait, no, back. Fuck it, I'll be Kamek. Sure. Kamek is funny. I'll do Kamek this time. Maybe I'll do Pirate Bowser Jr. next time. Anyways. Hello, Mr. Good Time. Welcome to chat. I see it's your first time here. We can do a brief introduction before I get started with this, continuing with this react. I've been doing this the past 2 streams. Oh boy. Been playing Mario Kart and kind of analyzing my ability to drive. Trying to drive while reacting is a skill set all on its own, so buckle up. Thank you. Yeah, of course. Always happy to see new faces in chat. Let me just hit play. Feel free to, by the way, this is at the same time as I'm playing Mario Kart and reacting to this. Feel free to ask questions. I've done this before with various other videos. You can check them out on my YouTube channel. So I have my fingers primed to press the pause play hotkey. It's all part of the process.
Tucker Carlson, it is insinuated that he's an anti-Semite by the interviewer. He balks at this. He says, I'm not an anti-Semite. I never have been. I respect Jewish people. I have Jewish friends. Whatever you think of that kind of line of argument.
There's a little bit of overlap between where we left off with this last time and where it picked up now. The current subject that they're on is Tucker Carlson and his sort of adoption of anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, pro-Lebanon rhetoric in the face of the current media climate, not because he genuinely believes that, but because he knows that he can sort of build a platform for himself and essentially Orifarm in the face of a New York Times and CNN and whatever other news outlets that are complicit in the genocide occurring over there right now. Which is why you'll hear Tucker Carlson say a lot of things that are correct, but then interspersed in there will also be white nationalist talking points. But the news media can't acknowledge any of the correct things that he's saying, because if they did, they would have to acknowledge the genocide that Israel's committing in Palestine. So they're left to sort of whinge about how he's anti-Semitic, which is not necessarily wrong, but can't exactly be gleaned 100% just from his commentary on Palestine. And nonetheless functions more so as browbeating to try to discourage people from adopting any anti-Zionist positions or rhetoric. Tucker Carlson even functions as a complicit functionary of this pipeline because, him being on the far right, the more the news media talks about him, the more he sort of becomes a major face of anti-Zionism, right? Thankfully, it hasn't really worked that he's, making him the main face of anti-Zionism, because most Americans are anti-Zionist. There are big online figures who are anti-Zionist like Mehdi Hassan and Hassan Piker and Vosh and, various politicians as well, like Zoran Mamdani, Graham Plattner, Abdullah Sayed, right? There's not exactly a shortage of figures that people might know who are anti-Zionist, but nonetheless, the objective and the tactics, the strategy is there, and that's sort of what that's the subject of discussion right now. And for the potential new faces to sort of catch people up on where each of these people stand. ContraPoints, famed video essayist from YouTube, is on the very neoliberal side of things. Sorry, I'm back. My phone died. Yeah, no worries. So anyways, Contra is acting the part of the neoliberal, where her only interest in this conversation is to effectively browbeat the left for not being pragmatic and realistic, all the while she refuses to acknowledge the pragmatism that the left has engaged in. And Brianna Joy Gray is playing the part of the leftist. How genuine she is up in the air, given her history with forming this podcast with a right-wing, like alleged child groomer, and having a soft spot for Tucker Carlson, and generally hanging around on the sort of Nosbull circles online. Anyways, that's enough yapping in the abstract. Just play the video, put the react in the bag.
And he's very specific to say that I have priorities as an American. I want the interests of Americans to come first. It's very clear that this foreign policy of protecting Netanyahu in Israel does not behoove Americans in the least. I told Donald Trump we should not go to war with Iran. He seemed to have done so reluctantly, and that's a problem.
This is one of the, I don't know if you caught that, but this is one of the minor ways in which Tucker Carlson lies in order to build the sort of right-wing persona of being anti-Zionist, which I do believe, like, he's anti-Zionist, at least that to the effect that he has a presence, that is what his presence is, right? But given that he's on the right and that the right-wing views Trump as God, he can't really directly impugn Trump if he wants to be relevant on the right. So when he admits some fault on the part of Trump, it has to be, he reluctantly did this because he's compromised or captured by these other sets of interests. His hands are tied, that sort of thing. Absolving Trump of agency for the things that he does.
And what you just did there when you said, Jews control the media and it's for the purpose of, whatever, elders of Zion. I mean, you didn't say that, but the New York Times
elders of Zion type
elders
stuff.
Of Zion.
Elders of Zion type stuff.
Tucker bristled at that.
Concern. Yeah.
Tucker bristled at that, and I gotta say I bristled at that too, because we have to be willing to talk about Zionists controlling the media when they do. When the Ellisons buy TikTok and Nexstar and
here we go.
Paramount and all.
But fucking don't here we go me. I'm actually so mad at Contra for how she's acting. It is true, like, people will try to browbeat you if you say that Zionists control the media, but it is just 100% true. Keep in mind that Zionism and Jews have nothing to do with each other, except insofar as the purpose of Zionism is to say it is the secular Jews' turn to do the white supremacist genocidal ethno-state, right? Has very little to do with Judaism as a broader cultural identity, right? Zionism is an ideology, and the class of people, the wealthy class of individuals, groups, consultants, businesses, etc., that contribute to media, that own these media outlets, that dictate what can and can't be said on air, all of these people are ideologically Zionist. For some of them, it may be because they are themselves evangelicals and want Israel to be occupied by the Jews so that when the day of rapture happens, God will slaughter all the Jews so that the faithful can be raptured up to heaven. This is what a not insignificant portion of Americans believe. Or they could also just be motivated by business interests, motivated by capital, in which case they believe in the Zionist project, not purely from a religious perspective, but rather from the perspective of Israel is where they test out all the new AI and surveillance stuff. And it's like Israel is essentially an outpost for capital and the military industrial complex. All that to say, the interest that, like, Zionism is the ideology of the ruling class. So obviously Zionists control the news media because the news media is controlled by the ruling class, and their ideology is that of Zionism, that of a sort of a colonial corporate rape state, if that makes sense. I got bumped as hell.
And explicitly say they're doing so because they want a Zionist point of view, and they hire Barry Weiss with no qualifications to do Zionist control at CBS.
Yep.
When I'm fired from my media job at The Hill, explicitly because I've been fighting for, not explicitly because they never said anything explicitly, but after having fought for 6 months,
it's an okay shot for me.
Any coverage of Israel, despite the fact that the Israel coverage was critical, Israel coverage was driving our views and making the company money. We have to be able to talk about the way that Zionist media is out of step with popular opinion and, frankly, the truth.
So I think that it is possible. So look, it is possible that I'm wrong, right? It's possible that I'm overreacting.
She doesn't believe this.
And it is possible that people like Tucker Carlson.
Contra doesn't believe this. She's inducing the language of it's possible that I'm wrong to give the veneer of being reasonable and pragmatic, as she's done this whole conversation, right? Remember, we're 2 hours in. But every time that, like, she's sort of said, oh, I'm willing to be critical of the Democrats, or I'm willing to be budged on this, and, like, some watertight argument is brought forth from, like, oh yeah, here's what Americans believe, like, this is not popular, you know, clearly the politically pragmatic thing, the electable thing is to better reflect what the majority of Americans believe, etc., etc. Every time an argument like that is brought up, Contra defers to, well, I feel like the left just isn't pragmatic. I've characterized it as sort of like an NPC dialogue tree, where she's incapable of engaging with the subject matter in a meaningful capacity, because that would mean she has to capitulate or concede to the left in some capacity that the left was correct. And because she's been beefing with the left online, primarily over how they're too upset with the genocide going on in Palestine, which I'm not joking, that is her beef with the left right now, she can't, like, concede anything. You know, so it's resulted in her just completely
will in fact be disciplined anti-Zionist.
Her being essentially, like, her being non-responsive, if that makes sense.
Who are savvy about not allowing their anti-Zionism to metastasize into some kind of protocols of the elders of Zion type nonsense.
Also, anti-Zionism doesn't metastasize into that because anti-Zionism has nothing to do with anti-Semitism, because Zionism has nothing to do with Jews or the Jewish people. You know, to assume that anti-Zionism naturally becomes anti-Semitism is just to be Zionist, is to be pro-Israel to begin with, to assume that Zionism equals Jews and Jews equals Zionism, or like Israel equals Jews and Jews equals Israel, that sort of thing. You know? Like, the whole reason that this pipeline exists is because you have to put in such an effort to manufacture a pipeline from anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism. If your priors naturally lead you to being anti-Zionist because, oh, look, there's a genocidal state in the Middle East that's killing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of civilians, like, if your priors naturally lead to that, your priors naturally lead away from anti-Semitism.
If that's the case, I will look stupid. However, I'm willing to...
And she already does look stupid. There's no will about it.
Take that risk. Because I think that the odds of this metastasizing into some kind of protocols of the Zion nonsense are fairly high.
I would be clear. My disagreement is not that there's not risk about where Tucker's going to take this.
So, and a lot of what Contra has said recently as well, like leading up to the 2-hour mark, Contra's increasingly just been lying and pretending to not understand, like like pretending that Brianna Joy Gray hasn't made arguments that she objectively has, like laid out in plain English, pretending not to understand things that are inconvenient for her preferred argumentation on this issue and that sort of thing. So not entirely surprising when she's been playing a lot of word games, essentially.
But that if we start saying, oh my God, every time someone talks about Zionist media influence, that's Elder of Zion stuff, well, then the only person who's going to be taken seriously, and the only person who's going to talk about the true thing of Zionist media influence is going to be Tucker Carlson. And when he goes and takes it, if he goes and takes it in a genuinely anti-Semitic direction, then everyone's going to go with it. So what I'm saying is we have to be able to talk about...
Yep, that's exactly what I outlined earlier. The purpose of trying to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is to make sure that the only anti-Zionists are the anti-Semites, right? And a lot of times the anti-Semites aren't even anti-Zionists. A lot of Nazis in America are pro-Israel because they respect strength. Israel is ideologically a Nazi state. You know, they do Holocaust denialism. They fucking, they respect strength and despise weakness. You know, they've increasingly lately been talking a lot about ethnic whiteness and how the swarthy barbarian hordes need to be exterminated for white society to thrive and stuff like that, right? So to ensure that sentiment spreads in America is to sort of pad the margins by which Israel can continue its activities in the Middle East. Which is the purpose of conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, which Contra is now doing. Faithful neoliberal that she has become, I suppose.
Yes, Zionists are buying up the media to shut down people's support of Palestine. This is an explicit discussion that was had by people like Jonathan Greenblatt and the TikTok purchasing battles. Right? This is happening.
Yes, congresspeople and senators, politicians have openly admitted this. That they're trying to marginalize left anti-Zionism. And that's the reason that they forced the sale of TikTok.
And if we aren't willing to talk about that happening, then of course the only people who are going to talk about it are people who could weaponize it to bad ends.
I mean,
What the fuck happened to her? I loved her channel years ago and sit there and watch long-ass videos and always walked away with something new. Me too, honestly. Lately, she seems like shell of her old self, not gonna lie. She almost sounds like she's doped up here. First off, hope she's okay. Secondly, really need her to get her letters together. She sells a lot of influence. She's leading people down a trash path, especially with her takes on Israel. I actually think that her influence has waned lately because of the beef that she's been engaging in online with the left. And I don't know if you've noticed as well, but the recent quality of her videos has actually dipped significantly, particularly with her last video essay about anti-feminism with simply the masquerading aesthetic of femininity behind it, where she does all of this very deep research into the history of the feminist movement and the counter movement against feminism, and then concludes it with like, honestly, we should just all block J.K. Rowling. Like, that's the conclusion, is, like, honestly, we should just block J.K. Rowling. And it's just, yeah, it is quite sad, but, like, I try not to get particularly parasocial about it, because, you know, the nature of online existence is quite transient. You know? And also, personally, I prefer Philosophy Tube anyways. Yeah. And I don't think she's necessarily doped up. I do have a hypothesis that I think explains quite well why she sounds the way she sounds. ContraPoints is a video essayist, which means she's used to doing research, writing a script, and then reading off of a script to the camera. She's not used to, doing it live. She's not used to engaging in front of the camera in real time, which is why she sounds very sort of, well, like you said, doped up and is stuttering a lot and doesn't sound as confident, doesn't sound very coherent. And frankly, she's also like, Contra has engaged in so much browbeating in this conversation that I kind of wonder how much of this malignant personality was present throughout the rest of her career too. Like, legitimately, this stuff has been such a stain on Contra's career. The beef with the online left, and now this conversation, that it like actually makes me wonder, has she always been like this? It sort of makes me start to question the quality of her earlier content or what her analysis was being motivated by.
I accept the criticism that it is important not to overreact, and if as someone coming from my position, in other words, to be cautious about anti-Semitism.
Because her takes on Israel, to use something with which we're probably all familiar at this stage if you're watching, to use her takes on Israel, her framing is entirely individualistic, anti-institutional, moralizing, and like virtue signaling. Her critique of the left on Israel is that they are too upset that a genocide is happening. Not that there are institutional powers that are responsible for this genocide. She's not as upset or as interested in critiquing the institutions responsible for creating these conditions as she is in critiquing the people who are despondently fretting because thousands are dying every day. You know?
Anti-Semitism accusations, because
it legitimately makes me wonder.
Anti-Semitism accusations to shut down any criticism of Israel has given, I think, many people a fatigue when it comes to even discussing the concept of anti-Semitism at all, right?
Yes,
because they're used to they.
That is true. There is a lot of anti-Semitism fatigue because like the goal of like ideological Zionism is to make it just sound like completely meaningless, is to make it into nothing. So where people will be more accepting of, well, I guess I'm just anti-Semitic, which is then further grounds to browbeat about it.
We've grown accustomed to it being used in this disingenuous way. This is how it's often used in Israeli media to describe any opposition to anything that Israel does whatsoever. It is characterized as anti-Semitism, right? Yeah, so I think that's a real problem. But the pendulum can, in fact, swing too far the other way. And I feel like I've seen that already happening in certain areas. And I think that I'm unable to suppress my knowledge about who Tucker Carlson is as a person and like what
this
his,
track.
the types of agendas.
It's hard for me to tell where to go.
To. I do not trust him to be a voice for anti-Zionism that does not devolve into some kind of neo-Nazi nonsense.
So I have gotten some flack from my own audience for saying this as well, but I think I should.
So then, if that's really how Contra feels, then why is she so dead set on critiquing anti-Zionism on the left? Like, she seems to be saying to the left, no, you're not doing anti-Zionism correctly, which leaves Tucker Carlson. But then she's saying, like, none of you should be listening to Tucker Carlson either. Functionally, the underlying position, which she might not necessarily personally believe, but that nonetheless is the inevitable conclusion, is just she is not okay with anti-Zionism. You know? Like, her brand of anti-Zionism is so particular and ineffective that nobody will ever adhere to it.
Share your concern. But I think the reason you got pushback for that particular clip from the Cinderella interview is because it felt like, and maybe we'll clip it in because I don't want to misquote you, but it came out sort of like, because people are seeing so much carnage out of Gaza, it's going to cause an anti-Semitism flare-up, as though the way to prevent that is to simply not look at or to somehow suppress the truth of what Israel is doing in Gaza. Yeah. I know that it's not, but
that may not be her stated position, but like I said, that is the underlying position. She has devoted more time and interest on her part to condemning the people who are upset about the genocide, for being upset about the genocide, than she has to talking about Israel and the institutions responsible for committing a genocide.
I do think that is part of what was so frustrating, like what part of the backlash was about.
Yeah, well, I think I maybe need to be clearer about what exactly I am saying there, right? I mean, I think that people have often. I wrote a very.
Who's ready for 3 for 3 sand hop?
Post a couple
while my brain is
ago,
melting.
I think a lot of it people have reacted to. I mean, of course, I'm not suggesting that Palestinians should not record what is happening to them and disseminate it, right? Of course, I'm not suggesting that we need to suppress the reality of what Israel has done in Gaza in order to prevent anti-Semitism. No, that's not the case at all. Right.
Oh, damn. I'm schlagging everywhere.
I do think that this energy needs an outlet that is constructive, right? Or that is not going to kind of devolve into sort of like, well, an almost a kind of like anti-Semitic inquisition, right? Where like every Jewish person is like.
Contra made this up. What she's describing is not happening. Certainly not on the left. Darn. There goes the 3 for 3. What she made up is not real. It's fake. People are, like, remarkably, people are actually putting their disillusionment and anti-Zionist sentiment into productive places. Look how many anti-Zionist political candidates, like progressive political candidates, are gaining traction. People, like, there are more activist resources available for young people, and young people are getting involved in politics at rates like that, like, kind of contradict the current climate of political apathy. The people who are interested are very interested, right? You know, volunteering, making phone calls, all sorts of stuff. What Contra is, like, effectively what Contra's advocacy here ends up being is that people take less effective political action, because she has advocated earlier in this same conversation that progressives simply fall in line with whoever the Democratic candidate is when it comes time for an election, in a primary. She is, like, I think word for word, she said that the primary is not the appropriate time to air your grievances with the Democratic Party, you know? So to her, there literally is no appropriate time to air grievances of the Democratic Party, of these institutions. So there is literally no appropriate action that you can take that would be critical of power in this instance, you know? So she gets stuck in an ineffective loop.
Demanded to, like, prove their, like, that they are not morally suspect or guilty until proven innocent. What does that look like?
Essentially, what this conversation, I think, has revealed thus far is that Contra's issue with the left is not that they critique power too much, it's that they critique power at all. Let's just do the DS version.
Would it be fair to ask a new acquaintance, you know, hey, I'm gonna say I'm on a date, and it comes out that the guy is Jewish. How do you feel about Palestine? Are you a Zionist? Are you an anti-Zionist? Do we think that's kind of an inquisition?
I'm not going to tell you what to say on a date, but I have seen people on social media, for example, like,
well,
you know, under any.
You can't. This fits with the theme of Contra discovering that she can just say shit on camera, it just kind of, like, dishonestly and just disingenuously, because, like, she was just talking about how, like, oh, you go and assume that every Jew is an anti-Zionist, how morally repugnant of you. And then, like, Brianna Joy Gray is like, well, what if that comes up when, you know, in conversation, like, tangentially, wouldn't you want to know? And she's like, I'm not gonna tell you what to say in conversation after I just told you what you or can't express socially around other people, you know? Known socially well-adjusted person, Contra, who has made her entire identity for the past year about hating the left, and has talked about it, like, has gone on various news podcasts to talk about it. You know?
Jewish sounding actor posting, like, oh, I hope they're not a Zionist, are they a Zionist, blah, 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 blah. And I do feel that this creates this kind of, like, atmosphere of, like, default suspicion.
I feel like he might have slowed down and hit me on purpose.
Sort of is an echo of
which is unfortunate.
centuries long dynamic.
But I'll get a box, so it's fine.
I mean, I think that
oh, hey, nice.
I mean, again, this remains sort of a peripheral cultural issue.
Rewarded?
I guess I'm more concerned about figures like Tucker Carlson.
Also, it is perfectly normal if you think that there's a possibility that somebody might be a Zionist. It is perfectly normal for you to be like, oh God, I hope they're not a Zionist. You know? Like, oh, I hope they're not on the far right. I hope they're a fucking normal human being. You know?
And the way that they are going to kind of... I'm worried that the energy, the anti-Israel energy that people have is like an exploitable energy by some sinister people, right? In the way that, I don't know, like disillusioned like young men on the internet turned out to be a dangerously exploitable energy, right?
It is, Natalie, but like, what are we gonna do? Like, this is why I'm so frustrated with the Democratic Party. You and I can't do anything about that, right?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not promoting Tucker. I'm in fact, to the extent that I'm playing Tucker clips, I don't even really retweet Tucker. I won't, but except to say something.
At this point, Brianna Joy Gray is actually getting a little defensive. She does like Tucker Carlson, I think, or she has a soft spot for him that trends on like political wantonness, if that makes sense.
Sometimes, gosh, how embarrassing that Democrats aren't saying this. How embarrassing that he's making a stronger statement on this than Bernie or AOC.
And that is an absolutely fair critique to make. Like, God, it's embarrassing that the nominally left-wing party is not using this kind of rhetoric. Like, they're actively discouraging it because now you've ceded this to the realm of Tucker Carlson, you know? Oh, shit. Oh, no! I thought that would be able to get me there.
That's like giving him too much credit. Like, why?
No, it's the opposite.
Tucker Carlson framing of himself.
Because the reason I'm doing this, Natalie, is because that is the truth of what's happening. Whether I say something or I say nothing, the truth is that.
I'm not familiar with this version of the track. Remember what I said earlier about Contra, like, having no iota of institutional critique or any thoughts on institutions. Everything is about interpersonal stuff to her. Brianna Joy Gray was like, well, no, like the issue with Tucker Carlson and using this correct rhetoric is that like there's an institution that should be using this rhetoric that just isn't, and they've sort of consigned it to Tucker Carlson, and she like. Contra is incapable of acknowledging that, like, oh yeah, that is a problem, that this institution that has a lot of political power and messaging power isn't adopting any effective rhetoric on this issue. She completely, like, leaves it to the realm of the interpersonal still. Get around this turn, then I can... Oh.
Credibility is being earned on the right and lost among Democrats. And I can say nothing. And Tucker
I know
Carlson
many people who would happily vote for Tucker Carlson
like,
before AOC. Yeah, like that's
Tucker Carlson is driving through.
That's indicative of the kind of politics that Brianna Joy Gray has. But like in this conversation, she's clearly dog walking Contra points. It's true that some people on the left may do that because there are some sections of the left that are pretty dumb. But, yeah.
A 7-lane highway. And it will be a cakewalk because nobody else, including a lot of Republicans, right? He's now like breaking from Trump and the MAGA, are willing to occupy this lane. And so I think it would be a dereliction of our responsibility as people who don't want Tucker Carlson to have that authority and to be leading in this area, to try to get other people who do have the possibility and the platform and the microphone to have similar kinds of authority to take up the mantle.
Notice Contra's body language has been a particular way all throughout this, and I don't want to draw too much from it, but like every time Brianna Joy Gray has said something where Contra has to either agree and cede ground to the left or double down on neoliberalism, she's sort of looked away and started thinking like, fuck, how do I respond? She's already decided that she's disagreeing with what Brianna Joy Gray has to say, irrespective of the contents of the statement, because the statement requires her to agree with the left on anything. You know?
Why isn't AOC or name someone else? I don't mean to put it all on her. Who's this particularly articulate person on the left?
There's really not many people on the left. The Democratic Party has unfortunately been pretty successful at crushing this sentiment in in the halls of power, where like it doesn't even occur to anybody that there might be a politician that would offer this sentiment. I might suggest maybe Chris Van Hollen. He's been very good on a number of issues. Maybe ask why somebody who's otherwise a quite strong progressive like Chris Van Hollen isn't offering their thoughts on Palestine and using language as strong as Israel is committing a genocide. This is a very simple and uncontroversial statement to make, that Israel is committing a genocide. But there are like not even the most progressive members of Congress, except for Rashida Tlaib, I think, who is herself Palestinian, have offered this language, this incredibly baseline language, and that's because the Democrats would rather spend political effort and capital suppressing that than doing any one of a million things that would help them win, because they're compromised to the interests that want that genocide to continue, either for religious or military industrial reasons. And, they would rather retain their relationship with that set of interests than enjoy any degree of political effectiveness if they had to choose between the two. And they have had to choose between the two at various occasions. And consistently, they have chosen Israel over winning and making the country better. Once I release this turbo, I can...
Rokana, I don't know.
Yeah.
Why aren't they speaking in the same passionate
Rokana's another one.
terms that
I do like him, though.
Carlson and Candace Owens are speaking in?
Because Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are like harnessing this rage for like their like sinister like right wing like borderline like Nazi conspiracist gibberish. Right.
Kelly, that's not fair. We all share the rage against Israel. You can't have a heart.
So Contra's like, well, yeah, but they're actually mad at Israel, where my enlightened anti-Zionism is I'm not mad at Israel for committing a genocide. It has to all be interpersonal for her, because she can't acknowledge the existence of larger institutions that are actively suppressing this sentiment, because that's the main contention of the left at times like this.
Eyes and not, frankly, detest the state of Israel for committing the worst humanitarian crisis of our lifetime, live stream on TikTok.
But that rage needs to be usefully put to work towards actually achievable political end.
And it is. Contra is all over the place here. This is directly in contradiction to her being upset at the left for being upset. It's also in conflict with earlier how she's like, the left isn't pragmatic. The centrists are the real pragmatists. Meanwhile, the centrists are completely ignoring the genocide in Palestine. Meanwhile, the left is mobilizing in various cities and states to get progressives elected to office. Legitimately, the left right now is more politically effective than I've seen it in a while. Contra's just kind of, she's very intent on pretending the left is in a state where she gets to feel better than them.
And like conditioning aid or denying aid to Israel, or even more aggressively, even sanctioning Israel, right?
All things that the left has made their key issues. Mind you, earlier in this conversation, ContraPoints was poo-pooing the left for saying, yeah, we're not willing to support the Democratic Party if you're not willing to condition aid to Israel or stop aid altogether because Israel's committing a genocide. She talked shit about the left. She had negative things to say about the left because they're like, no, we're not going to support you electorally at the federal level if you're intent on supporting a genocidal state. But now she's saying you should be using that leverage. There's no set of circumstances. There's nothing the left can do that would make Contra happy. Nothing will ever be good enough for her because, again, this trends into how she uses abuser language. How you're engaging interpersonally with somebody that you are either know casually or in a relationship with or whatever. Nothing they do will ever be good enough.
These are things that could actually be achieved.
Right.
Unlike
and
whatever,
yet they were not supported by our Democratic candidates in 2020.
Right, which is a failing. I agree, that is a failing, and I think that is something that we'll need to shift.
And there's an ongoing debate about whether or not candidates in 2028 will do so, and any candidate that's currently even campaigning with Hassan Piker is getting the Atlantic smear treatment and the New York Times smear treatment. And frankly, there is very little difference between how institutions like the New York Times and the Atlantic are treating.
She's again, like I said, Contra's like, yeah, that's a failure and we should change it. And then earlier this same convo, she was like, but you like the way you're trying to change it is wrong. Like, what? Excuse me? Engaging in politics is not how you like doing it, but we should do something. But you're doing it in a leftist way, so that's wrong, actually. Like, I don't.
Tucker Carlson and how they're treating someone like Hassan Piker, who is an off-ramp for what you're concerned about, who is a left version of the rage against Israel that is fundamentally.
And also, I mentioned Hassan earlier. So.
Not anti-Semitic, right? Or do you think that Hassan Piker is?
It's unavoidable. She has, gosh, she's so drama brain that she's thinking like, fuck, if I kick the like Hassan Hornet's nest, she has to acknowledge that Hassan is out there doing good work. And he is.
I mean, I think, I would certainly rather have Hassan Piker than Tucker Carlson.
But
let's put it that way.
What's your reservation? What's your reservation about Hassan Piker?
Oh no, here comes the.
We'll see.
Like,
I think that. I think that, again. I mean, I'm frustrated with.
Watch her. She's not going to address this, I bet. Fucking yeah, Hassan Piker is better than like yeah. I think we should. What was it? Brown Joyker said.
I think that, again. I mean, I'm frustrated with Hassan for various reasons, some of which are.
We've had our differences, but I'm curious what your concerns are.
Well, some of it is related to my frustration with him.
Our differences, but.
I mean, I'm.
What was?
I think that.
What does that mean? Reservation about Hassan Piker?
I mean, we'll see.
But
let's put it that way.
What's your reservation? What's your reservation about Hassan Piker?
I mean, we'll see.
What's your reservation about Hassan Piker? We'll see. Her issue is just that Hassan is on the left.
We'll see.
And is criticized like shitlibs or something.
I think that, again. I mean, I'm frustrated with Hassan for various reasons, some of which are.
We've had our differences, but I'm curious what your concerns are.
Well, some of it is related to my frustration with him, that he's taking a somewhat similar position to you during the 2024 election. Some of it is more. Just
of course, it is. Her issue. I have various issues with Hassan. For example, he's too critical of the Democratic Party. Oh my fucking god, dude. So she claims that, like, her issue is just that Hassan Piker is a leftist. Her issue is just that, like, he shares opinions that a lot of people on the left have and are like actually pretty widely held opinions in this country. Like most people in this country don't self-describe as socialists or leftists or whatever, but like if you take any individual opinion that a leftist has, like usually the basic stuff, right, that the Democrats are way too far to the right and they need to fight harder against the Republicans, they need to cut off aid to Israel, right, all really basic shit, and your average liberal agrees with this. Contra, and like, that's why I hesitate. That's why I don't want to call Contra a liberal, because she's not. She's a neoliberal. She's an insult to political liberalism. My God. Yet, fucking socialists are better than better liberals than liberals theory fucking vindicated yet again. In the same way that liberals are better fascists than fascists. Or I guess I should say neoliberals. My God, dude.
Against him. Well, see, I mean, so honestly, I appreciate you, for example, actually talking to me, because many of my critics on the left won't talk to me. They just they accuse me of genocide from their their doggy torture chambers.
Yeah, why the fuck? If your main argument with the left is you're getting mad at them on Twitter for being too upset at a genocide, who would want to talk to you? Why would you expect them? Why would you feel entitled to their time and attention if your problem is the left is too upset with a genocide currently happening? I outlined this last time, but like at about 30 minutes in, like 30 or 40 minutes in, is when she starts talking about how like the left is too mad at Israel, or like the left is being counterproductively angry against Israel. And that's about the point where I would just like get really confrontational and then probably kick her off my stream. If like in this hypothetical where I'm talking to somebody saying similar things, that's about the point where I would kick her off the stream and ban her for life. Because like, yeah, if anything, I think you could potentially argue that it speaks negatively to Brianna Joy Gray's character for being willing to talk to ContraPoints when the thing that she is upset enough to talk about is that the left is too upset about the genocide and willing to rock the institutional boat domestically to do something about it.
Sad. Like,
now, Natalie, you don't think he actually tortured his dog.
I mean,
Nobody thinks this. This is one of the like disingenuous things. If I recall correctly, it's like, oh yeah, like his dog had a vibration collar or something. I had some family that lived in like a rural area who also had a similar thing for their dog. When it would just do like, you know how if you have like an Apple Watch, or even if your phone is set to vibrate, it's basically like that. It's like, oh yeah, here's the perimeter, and it gives a little vibration when the dog goes, like when you're out too far from the house, right? Because there's like wolves out there and shit, you know. Basically, they saw that like his dog got a little surprised by fucking vibration notification on their iPhone, and then we're like, oh my god, Hassan literally electrocutes his dog. It's like, it's not serious discourse. The only people that I even see talking about it at this stage are the NAFO pro-Israel types and like Nazis. Which I guess shows you the depths with which Contra has sunk. If her primary concern with Hassan is that like he gave his dog the iPhone vibe notification collar to like, I don't know, tell her when it's food time or something.
I'm kind of yeah. This is like petty. This is petty nonsense.
You know he loved that dog.
I know. If it's so petty, why are you talking about it? Why are you letting it get in the way of nationally relevant activism? That's a skill issue on Contra's part, you know? Like, I have disagreements with Hassan. My disagreements are motivated more by, like, a difference in analysis, right? I disagree with some of his takes on Ukraine and like foreign relations. I think he's a little bit more pro-China than I think is would be politically kosher for me. But I don't think this like really meaningfully compromises his like activism in America. Like, he's done good shit, you know? And then like, obviously, oh wow, so like what then? Your problem would be every leftist has to agree all the time. Like, that has never happened in any political movement for all of human history. I guess I'm getting kind of triggered by this specifically because I've heard so many drama cycles about this from when I was like college aged. About this sort of thing that I've just lost all patience for it.
This dog.
I'm kind of joking. Yeah, this is like petty. This is petty nonsense.
You know he loved that dog. I'm sure he does. With Hassan because I don't think he has enough in my camp. I think that he has been too pro-Democrat and been too much of a sheepdog, ironically.
So we all think that he's a traitor. Well, I'm different. Okay, so now I feel sympathy for Hassan because.
What? Okay. What the fuck? See, nothing's ever good enough for Contra. Like, oh, well, I have issues with Hassan too. Here's my issue with him, is that he's like a little bit too moderate for my taste. Brianna Joy Gray being like, you know, hanging around the Nazbol types typically online. And then Contra's like, well, now I'm going to defend Hassan because you have a critique of him from the left, and I don't want to be associated with the left. Like, essentially, Brianna Joy Gray has said, well, I consider myself to the left of Hassan, and now because Hassan is comparatively less to the left, Contra's inclined to defend him. It would be hard to make her clearly interpersonal dramatic gripes more evident. You might be able to do it, but it'd be difficult.
because I empathize with the position of being hated from all directions.
But I can still.
So genocide was obviously manufactured by the U.S. State Department to slander its enemies. Hassan Lamau. Was this about the Uyghurs or something? Yeah, that's one of the things that is like, that's like pretty fucked up. That like I can't overlook, obviously, but that's not as relevant in the political discourse right now as it was in like 2021. Yeah, it's a real problem. I want to make sure that, well, okay.
Still say, I mean, I don't think it's the left eating itself because I don't publicly. I don't think
But I think like nowadays, I think Hassan is sort of, he's acknowledged that he at the very least has acknowledged like there were a lot of human rights abuses to my best recollection. I don't watch him super frequently. I'll raid him on occasion just cause like he's usually live, but yeah. No, yeah, and that constitutes a real issue. You know? It's like, what is it? It's like, Zoran Mamdani said, like, I was joking, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, like, it, he's said some comparably pro-China stuff. It, like, but I might be so, like, super surprised. I might be pretty surprised if he was that direct, but I do know that he had some very problematic takes on the Uyghur genocide, particularly. You know, that doesn't stop me from recognizing how much activism he's done in the United States on behalf of workers' unions and like the Screen Actors Guild and that sort of stuff, and how like he's been a political boon to the left and that sort of thing. And it, like, with the exception of the cases where he has very campus biases, he has very humanitarian tendencies, right? And like you'll notice that Contra didn't pick that. Contra didn't pick that as an issue of contention for her. She did not pick how problematically pro-China he is. She didn't pick him talking about the Holodomor and the Uyghur genocide. She picked out of a hat, he shocked his dog, parentheses, he didn't actually, but that's the drama.
I don't try to publicly smear or really criticize him. I speak to our differences. I would love to talk to him. I agree with you. I wish we could all talk to each other. I was very glad when you agreed to come on here. And I really enjoyed talking to you. I've always liked you and respected your work. And my goal in this was, I would love for you to be persuaded by me in some small way, or at least to, understand the left's position more in a way that maybe gets that meme of yours used a little bit less.
She understands it. I think, honestly, I don't think Contra cares. I don't think she cares. Her beliefs are clearly malleable enough for her positions to change at a moment's notice, depending on which would be more convenient for her to use as a cudgel against the left, a group of people that she dislikes and has been beefing with online.
Well, I have no control over this meme, to be clear. Like, this is a throwaway line in a video from 2021 that sometime in 2023, people, I don't know how. I mean, there's no accounting for the way a meme works. So I don't take responsibility for how it.
I don't remember why it was. I don't remember what exactly it was in 2023, but I think there was something particular that happened at that time where people started to use the like, oh, the left just wants to endlessly critique power sort of thing. There was like, if you're familiar with the terminology of woke 1.0 and woke 2.0 or dark woke, I think that meme was being used a lot in the transitory phase in the early 2020s, going from woke 1, which relied heavily on identity politics and was largely manufactured by the consultant class for Israel, no joke. And it was like the transition from that to most people adopting what we now understand as like woke 2, which is, you know, understanding that identity politics are inherently reactionary, and that like you should be genuinely progressive in your priors and be motivated largely by outcomes and institutional critique and that sort of thing. And that is impossible to weaponize in favor of Israel, you know? And I think that's the environment in which that meme started being used a lot. Yeah.
How widespread that meme is, I think that there's a lot of situations where people feel that it applies. Not
genuinely, being an archaeologist myself, I would love to see some future academic study be sort of devoted to that transition, where the dominant sort of left aesthetic went from being overly sensitive, like performatively sensitive and woke scoldy, to being much edgier, but motivated by ultimately much more progressive priors.
That's why that had the popularity that it does. But this again is not like the central. I don't think this is like central to my message.
Also, is the fucking Celtic Trinot? Okay, no. For a second, I thought that was the Celtic Trinot. That was the symbol, but it's just some shapes.
But I do continue to be frustrated with. I mean, we'll probably continue to clash over as we get to 2028. I mean, we'll see. I'm going into 2028 with a very like neutral attitude towards. I mean, I'm sure I'll support someone or another in the primary, but
who are you liking?
Honestly, I think that's, again, it's like unintentionally damning that like Contra's like, I have a very neutral view of the Democratic Party going into 2028. Do you now? We did Cheap Beach. You know, the Democratic Party that is pro-genocide and that spends a lot of money and effort icing out progressives.
I mean, obviously there's a lot of discussion about possible, so we kind of know who the field is going to be.
Yeah, I like AOC, I like Ossoff.
That's funny looking emote.
I'm willing to tolerate anyone, however. I know people on the left hate when I say that.
Okay.
But
yeah, because it's bad politics. She said this earlier where she's like, if there's a line for who I wouldn't support in the Democratic Party, I have not yet found it. And that speaks to the ineffectiveness of her politics, which is that she will put up with unlimited concessions to the right and concessions to capital from the Democratic Party, which means fundamentally she does not believe in anything. Celts? What problem do you have with the Celts? Are you racist against the Celts? The fuck? They're like an almost extinct culture. Or a set of cultures, I should say, like cultural and linguistic family. No, like, what I was gonna say is like that this is bad politics, where she's like, yeah, I would potentially be willing to, or not even potentially, just straightforwardly be willing to stomach infinite concessions to the right and to capital if it means like getting somebody with a D next to their name in office. Like, complete failure to understand why the D next to the name is important, you know? Because I assure you, like Gavin Newsom, somebody like Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris would not be meaningfully different in terms of their political or policy program, would not be meaningfully different from Donald Trump, right? We know this from what Kamala Harris said on the campaign trail. She promised nothing, right? The only line that she took was Trump is anti-democracy and like $25,000 credit for first-time homebuyers, which would have done nothing, by the way. Having read like almost a dozen studies on housing policy and affordable housing development, that is like that's like a joke. Like with the anti-democracy stuff, she openly admitted after the fact, yeah, we didn't actually believe that Trump was anti-democracy. We don't actually care. And the one other thing that she said on the campaign trail was like, yeah, we should have the most lethal military in the world so we can check Iran. Like, she's literally unprompted, apropos of nothing, did hawkish rhetoric against Iran, campaigned with Liz Cheney. Like, they're the same. They would fundamentally operate the same. You know? The Democrats would simply govern more competently at the federal level. Of course, at the state and local level, there's much more latitude for progressives to get an in, essentially. Celts, Romans? Nah, it's actually the other way around. Romans were pederasts, and Celts were bisexual as fuck. The Celts were flaming bisexuals, and had, like, pretty egalitarian social structures from what we can glean from archaeological evidence, and the Romans were fucking, let's put it this way. The biggest improvement that the Romans made over previous empires was that they offered you citizenship if you assimilated to Roman culture before they burned down your entire village and killed everybody. You know? So. But, you know, too bad, bitches. Cultures aren't monoliths like that.
So now,
it's true.
Natalie,
It's true.
Natalie.
Like, I'm openly not taking any. I'm not black. I can't. Yeah, I feel like I'm not in a position to be making demands because I'm like
so subservient. Oh my fucking god! I'm not in a position to make demands. Who the fuck? Why? Why? You just don't want any change. You don't want to advocate any change. You just want to be a good girl for the libs, the fucking consultants, whatever the fuck. Like, what? I'm feeling myself getting mad again.
I am the hostage. Is how I feel.
You're not the hostage.
Yes, I am.
You're the client. You're
This, oh my fucking god, the performative victimhood. More like abuser rhetoric. I'm just a little hostage. I can't do anything. Meanwhile, I chide the left for being too resistant to being hostages politically to this political system. Does she hear herself? I mean, I know she doesn't, but...
I can't, yeah, I feel like I'm not in a position to be making demands because I'm like, I am the hostage. Is how I feel.
You're not the hostage.
Yes, I am.
You're the client. You're the client.
Also, remember, she did say earlier that the primary is not the time to litigate your differences and political grievances with the Democratic Party. So to her, there's literally never an appropriate time to advocate for change, and there's never an appropriate way to advocate for change in the Democratic Party if you are the left. No matter what she says her stated position is, every time somebody offers, what if we do this? What if we do this? She essentially offers nothing but shut up and accept your political lot.
The Democratic Party is the hostage. I think this is our fundamental.
Like, I can't sit here and pretend that I'm just gonna like allow that I'm gonna like not vote and let JD Vance win. Like, because I'm not gonna do that.
It's not pretending if you mean it. Like, you have.
I'm never gonna mean it.
But when Chris Head just talks about the power of the people and the politics of fear, it can't be an empty threat. Like, I don't want to not have to vote for a Democrat. Right? Like, I would love. When people look at me and they're like, well, you're just doing symbolic politics and you're just expressing your feelings and that's not real. I would love to be the one that gets to sit around and say, Zohran Mamdani's adorable. I'm rooting for him. Kamala Harris seems like a really nice lady and a great chef, and her hair always looks fantastic, and I'm rooting for her.
Kamala Harris actually seems like a fucking awful piece of shit human being. She's so vacuous. I've heard her speak. It is so uncomfortable.
That would be like, do you know what that would do to my nervous system and my adrenal glands to be able just to sit and like,
yeah, cortisol levels fucking increasing with every sentence.
Ride the wave and like play my little part at the voting booth and go about my life.
Maybe you
should. Do you think I enjoy
join us?
Getting in fights literally everywhere I go? Ruined my friend's birthday party the other day because the conversation about who we support in 2022. I didn't ruin it. This other woman ruined it, but never mind. My presence ruined it because I know my position is a galvanizing one. That being said, I think I am doing the fascism. I am a handmaiden on fascism if I don't, at very least, in 2026, create some litmus tests that have the possibility of pushing the Democratic Party into a winning direction.
Yeah, and that, like, fundamentally, that's the right mindset to be adopting. What Contra's doing, I think Brianna Joy Gray puts it well here. Contra is handmaiding the arrival of fascism, or at least 21st century fascism, which is really just neoliberalism with a sort of edgy Agartha edit coat of paint, into this country, further ingraining it into this country, right? Because she's not willing to support any effort to push the Democrats to the left. Brianna Joy Gray has mentioned that she's like very third party pilled, and to an extent for local elections, I can see an argument there, but for like state elections, I think, you know, the two-party system is called the two-party system for a reason, right? There is a definite way to show the Democrats, hey, centrism is bad and left progressivism is good. And the way to do that is to support the left-wing progressive candidate in the primary, if there is one. That is how you send the message over and over and over and over again that, like, hey, Democrats, if you want to remain politically relevant, you have to more closely resemble these, like, this crop of candidates. You cannot keep fucking fronting people like Hillary Clinton, Terry McAuliffe, and like Kamala Harris. You know? And like I've mentioned that Brianna Joy Gray is like in some ways fairly, in some ways unfairly critical of Zohran Mamdani, but Mamdani is a great example of this. In 5 months, with no support from the Democratic Party, except for Kathy Hochul, who saw that like Zohran Mamdani was capable of shit that could potentially save her career, Zohran Mamdani, in 5 months, filled a shitload of potholes in New York, created like city jobs programs that paid people livable wages, and like balanced the budget, and created the fund that will now fund universal free childcare. He's been mayor for 5 months and he's done this already. You know, that's the power of progressive politics, you know? And that is evidence more than anything that centrism is not pragmatic in the slightest, you know? And Mamdani did all this in the under the Democratic label, you know, with the D next to his name, despite the fact that his party actually hung him out to dry, as did the Republicans for their candidate. A little off topic, but have you seen the Make America Healthy Again workout video? I have seen. I don't know if I've seen the latest one. There might be a more recent one that I haven't seen, but yes, I am aware of the existence of that video where RFK Jr. is like, what, he's like at the airport or something, and in his suit and like doing pull-ups or whatever the fuck. It's such a joke, and he probably smells like shit.
When Haas and Piker,
it's really funny, and it lays pretty bare that this government is just fucking full of grifters who are chasing a bag. Like, none of these people are serious.
Loved when he said to Jennifer Welch that he wasn't going to vote for Gavin Newsom. Now he says he'll vote for Tom Kritzer, a billionaire whose brother's cousin's in the Epstein files, and a bunch of other stuff that I think is silly, and I would love to talk to him about at some point. But at very least, I think it is a very responsible position to draw a line in the sand 2 years out from even the primary and say there are some candidates who are not acceptable. And
yeah, this is like leading up to the midterms 2 years out from presidential election. This might be one of the best possible times politically to be drawing this line, to say like, look, we're not going to vote for any like oh no, there's a new one. There's a new one. Oh shit, I have not seen that one. Feel free to link it. I do permit links in the chat. You can link it, and maybe I could get around to looking at it after I watch this video. Though that might have to be next stream because this video is long and my reactions are longer.
And if you want to win Democrats, you have to listen to us. Every other constituency group gets to do that. If I were Elise Slotkin.
Yeah, notably, I've mentioned this at various other points, but Republicans do this. The Republican Party is significantly more responsive to their base. Now, the reason that they've done this is to engineer cult-like circumstances so that their base will do whatever they want. But Republicans had to keep listening to their base and keep engineering political circumstances that would properly appeal to their base in order to make that happen, in order to secure the base that they have now with the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. The Republican Party is more internally democratic than the Democratic Party. They listen to their constituents more. Trump was a product of a similar slump to the for the Republican Party to this current slump for the Democratic Party. Republican strategists and politicians were like, shit, what are we going to do about this? We kind of got our asses beat by Obama twice, you know? How are we going to come back? You know, like, and in the primary, they didn't play favorites. They let the field play out. And most Republicans didn't like the fact that it had to be Donald Trump, but they were like, look, this is what it takes to win. This is what it takes for our party to be politically relevant. So they went with it. Modern fascists are such a joke. They are, but they definitely are, you know, especially the types that like, get into power and then they keep wanting to be like the edgy populist podcast, bro. It's like, dude, you are the fucking secretary of whatever, like, you know? No, but like, as much of a joke as fascists are, they know how to take power. They are more capable than neoliberals of engaging with liberal democracy. And I think that makes it all the more embarrassing that liberals lose to fascists. You know? The Republicans got smoked in 2008 and 2012. And what did they do? They came back in 2016 and to a certain degree ever since then as well. In 2016, 2024, the Democrats got smoked. And the Democrats have failed to adapt because they've had the opportunity to adapt. You know, they've had to, you know, make some decisions that maybe they wouldn't be so willing to stomach. But they've said, you know what? We would rather keep losing. Seriously, the Democrats have said, I think various consultants and Democratic politicians have said on various occasions, we would rather, like, we know that Bernie Sanders would win, but, like, we have to prevent him from getting the nomination under all circumstances, under, like, any means necessary. We would rather run somebody like Hillary Clinton and lose than compromise with the left and win, you know? They'll phrase it like, oh, we don't want to compromise our values. But the question is, do you compromise or do you lose? And their answer is, I guess we'll just lose. You know, the fascists are more willing to adjust. They're more willing to be dishonest, you know? But yeah, you know, none of this is at all mutually exclusive, with fascists being an absolute joke, especially modern fascists. You know... But I guess both the neolibs and the fascists are just massive jokes, and we're all the punchline for having to live in the country that's where those are the two main factions.
Sitting in some
At least I am. I don't know what country, you know, you live in.
Over doing more arms sales to Saudi Arabia to get my vote. But let Hassan Piker say, hey, can I have a little health care, please? Can we do a little less genocide, please? Can we not have a guy who, like, who gets hard off of rounding up homeless people off the streets of Los Angeles, please? He's enemy.
That's true. Gavin Newsom did personally go to break up homeless encampments, which is a fucking psychopath behavior.
Number one, because he's saying, hey, there's lots of people I'll vote for. Gavin Newsom just isn't one of them.
I maybe would have felt this way in 2015. In 2026.
What?
I just feel.
Bitch, we're 2 years out from the primary. This is the best time to be talking about this. Like, yeah, there are a number of people I would vote for. I'd vote for somebody like Ro Khanna. I'd vote for somebody like Bernie Sanders. Even somebody like AOC, though I'm uncomfortable with the degree to which AOC has sort of compromised to cozy up a little bit to Democratic leadership. You know, I will not vote for somebody like Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. We're 2 years out from the primary. There's plenty of time for the Democrats to hear that and be like, okay, you know, we'll have a primary and maybe we'll put forward somebody that's not Kamala Harris again, because remember, she fucking lost the last election. Or, you know, Gavin Newsom. They're actively squashing this sentiment, which is why, if you'll notice, no real potential candidates have emerged with the sort of requisite support from the Democratic Party. They don't care enough to field somebody.
I feel like a hostage. I feel completely demoralized with it. I don't feel like I'm in a position to make any demands whatsoever. I'm just gonna vote blue no matter who. That's just where I'm at.
Natalie, you're a fucking cuck. My God.
For someone who's so interested in psychology, like, what do you think was
and
going
she's
on there? Like, kind of like,
God, the fucking audacity to say that and then scoff at like knowing that the other person's going to say like you don't have any standards at all, like you're going to say I don't have any standards. That doesn't make it fucking wrong. Oh my god.
That makes you kind of take the approach that you're taking, and I'm taking the approach that I'm taking.
Well, I think I feel very like beaten down from watching Trump win twice. It has sort of like
these are the words of somebody who hasn't learned anything from Trump having won twice. Oh, I feel so despondent and defeated. Yeah, and that's reflected in your politics. Your politics are the politics of somebody who has consigned to eternal defeat. Do I sound like I've given up after Trump won in 2024 and the Democrats keep fucking shooting themselves in the dick? You know, the left, the left has sort of redeemed itself in my eyes, much of the online left, because it really does not sound like they have given up. If you like hear the sort of tone struck by leftist discourse online, they're not they like, sure, people feel defeated by the election, whatever, but like the main tone coming from the left right now is anger, dissatisfaction, like aggressive dissatisfaction with the political system, you know? Meanwhile, the tone of liberals is not just descriptively, there's nothing we can do, right? Like, it's one thing to have those feelings. You know, everybody's felt defeated and despondent and felt like they can't do anything every now and again. That's natural to feel that way when some really bad shit happens. Contra is asserting this as a prescriptive, telling people they're wrong for being angry and wanting to do something about it. You know, and I don't mean that in like the Fed posty sort of way where people like commit acts of domestic terror. No, I mean like she's discouraging people from acting on political anger in constructive ways to unseat the centrist Democrats from power.
From my capacity to like hope that America can be a better country than it is. I mean, again, I'm like the last.
Oh my god.
Party messaging, as you see, because what I'm saying is, of course. What I'm saying is emotionally honest. It's not good political messaging, and I know that, right? Like, I know that what I'm saying is not good
RFK and fucking Kid Rock, it's so fucking Jover. You know, we used to have, like, well-educated people in positions of power in this country. That used to be a thing, right? Didn't that used to be great? Fuck, I wish I was alive for that. I'll have to look at that later. I think I've seen a screenshot of that, but I didn't like watch it. Ugh. Cringe. Thank you for sharing though.
Every Democratic candidate,
the White House uploaded this. Yeah, the White House social media account does all sorts of like, yeah, like they're aura farming, but they just continually look more pathetic. Like they attempt to aura farm and somehow every time they hit the like an even bigger aura loss than the last post. Because like, you're the fucking White House account. Why are you aura farming on Twitter about how based and red-pilled and trad-pilled RFK Jr. is? Like, come on.
Candidate should listen to me. Because the way I talk is not... It's like the opposite of how someone should campaign. But it's just I'm just being emotionally honest about where I'm at, right?
Then what? Okay.
I'm so defeated at this point that I'm just
if you're willing to acknowledge that you shouldn't campaign on this rhetoric, then why are you running a personal campaign against the left using this rhetoric, right? Why are you insisting that the left, you know, fall in line with this defeatist vision? If you're like, this is not good political messaging, then why do you keep using it like it's political messaging?
I'm willing to take anything that's better than this.
But you know... You know that there were enough voters in 2024 that didn't agree with you, that weren't willing to take anything, that Donald Trump won, right? Enough Biden 2020 voters that didn't agree with you, that ultimately Trump won.
Yeah, they didn't feel inspired or whatever.
So let's say that those voters
or whatever. Yeah. The Democratic Party like didn't offer them anything or whatever. Ugh, the nerve. And for those who are not familiar with the numbers, I remember seeing the election numbers on election night and after. There are 12, I think it's somewhere on the order of 12 to 13 million people that voted for Joe Biden in 2020 and did not vote for Kamala Harris in 2024. And Joe Biden, for reference point, got something like 90 million votes. And Kamala Harris got less than 80 million. Right? Like, that is not something where it's socially acceptable to go online and start being like, you should have voted for the Democrats harder. No, that is a failure of the party. And in my view, basically any critique of the party from the left is acceptable if they ran a campaign so bad that a full 12 to 15% of their voter base stayed home. Do you have any idea how big of a deal that is electorally, that from one election to the next, the Democrats lost 15% of their base? And that's not to say that these are like consistent voters, right? But like, people would be sounding the fucking alarm bells in any other more reasonable country or circumstance if your party got like 55% in one election, and then the next election dropped to 40% in a two-party system. That's like, it's fucking over territory for the party, you know? But not only did the Democrats not care, they actively squashed the release and publication of the autopsy report, which leaked anyway, and revealed that, contrary to what Contra has anti-factually asserted, Gaza was the reason they lost. Or at least a large enough reason that it was make or break.
Let's just concede that for the sake of this argument. Knowing that they exist and that they're irrational and they're conceited and they're willing to take the party hostage, there's no party that says, fine, let me lean into that direction. Because if I can get the party to move to where they are, the party can win.
You know, I really do hope, I've hoped for a long time. I mean, I hope this in 2020 in a way. I hope that the Democrats do nominate, like, a leftist.
Oh, you do hope that, but you're not willing to act on that, and you're very critical of people who attempt to make that more likely to happen. So your politics are the politics of empty hope and empty despair. Great, got it. Fucking do nothing. Piece of garbage.
A progressive left is. But in part, if for no other reason than to actually try the experiment. Like, will they win?
Try the experiment, as if there haven't been like a large number already of very successful progressive candidates across the country, many of whom have actually gone on to do some really good shit. Like, as if Bernie Sanders doesn't exist and hasn't had the fucking prodigious legacy in Congress that he has, despite Congress's best efforts. As if fucking Zoran Mamdani hasn't been absolutely like twerking all over the centrists in New York City, making life better for everybody. As if people like Katie Wilson don't exist. As if people like Graham Plattner don't exist. You know? This isn't some lab experiment. You know, social democracy of the type that modern populists are now running on was a known quantity before the turn of the 20th century. You know?
Love to know.
But
literally just like...
Because again, Natalie, you've accused us on the far fringes of the left for not being sufficiently rooted in materialism. I've tried to bring up several times in this conversation the material reasons why.
Like, literally, this is her, like, she's calling the politics of FDR a lab experiment to discount their pragmatic effect and value. Did I not hit the K key?
That will never happen. Largely being the donor base of the Democratic Party is a corporate donor base that's largely contiguous with the Republican donor base.
But I just don't understand what I just don't. I feel like you're not able to paint an attractive alternative.
That's what she's been doing. I feel like I don't understand what you want the Democratic Party to do. Brianna Joy Gray and myself have both outlined. I mean, I'm not in the conversation, right? I'm reacting to it. She has outlined several times what the Democratic Party could do to present an appealing alternative. Contra is pretending that she hasn't specified the alternative because the presence of that alternative is inconvenient. She just pretends it doesn't exist.
For me.
Okay. So
like, she's said this numerous. She's addressed this numerous times directly in no unclear language.
The idea, so two things on this. The analogy I used before was that even if I don't know if there's another football to kick, I know for a fact that Lucy's going to pull the football. So anything else I try is more likely to succeed than doing the thing I know to be futile. So that's one argument that I will make here. A second argument that I've made during this conversation is that put aside my own personal politics, even if this is kind of a grand bluff.
Oh God, this rainbow
Democratic voters who like the Democratic Party and just want the Democratic Party to be better, who don't have real lofty aspirations for Medicare for all or any of the things that I care about, who don't actually want to end capitalism or anything like that, at very least should say that my vote is conditioned on populist policies and make the argument that you're more likely to win if you agree with it, too. So I think that's a clear strategic argument to make. And if you do it loudly, I tried to make this argument earlier.
The fucking defeatist, yeah.
The reason that this hasn't worked historically is I think that there needs to be...
You know, it's really funny to me that Contra tonally sounds more defeated when Brianna Joy-Gray suggests that better things are possible than she sounds when she's saying that, when she's agreeing that, like, yeah, the Democratic Party doesn't seem like they want to do anything, you know?
The Democrats give... They label and give a message to non-voters, like they ascribe politics and a message to non-voters because they're not organized and they
can't very close to using that.
I think the uncommitted movement was very, very smart, and insofar as that they said these votes are gettable, you can get them. Here's how. And so it became very obvious that the Democratic Party was choosing Israel over women. I think we need to do that at a grander scale, and
that's a really good example. The uncommitted movement.
Sitting it out.
Especially because the uncommitted movement continued to the general election in some capacity, but it started in the primary. Like the first and foremost, the uncommitted movement was part of the Democratic Party primary, where they said, we're not going to vote for Joe Biden, the only relevant candidate running in the primary. There were like a couple other minor ones. They're like, we're not going to vote for Biden in the primary until you change on Gaza. This doesn't have any electoral consequences on you yet, but it's going to if you don't change. And the Democrats were faced very straightforwardly with, okay, we could either choose to stick with supporting Israel and we could lose and not get these voters, or we could acquiesce to what our voter base wants here and win. And they chose, you know what, we would rather stay with Israel and lose.
Because it's much harder to pretend that Green Party voters secretly wanted the country to move right than it is to pretend that non-voters wanted to move the country to the right and that we just need President Slotkin to save us.
I don't necessarily... I don't necessarily agree with that argument from Brianna Joy-Gray. The country is very polarized in a way that makes it, like, pretty obvious to most reasonable people that, like, parties don't lose votes to each other, they lose votes to the couch. So everybody knows, including the Democrats, and they have a hard time pretending otherwise, that when people stay home a lot and like don't vote for Democrats, what that actually means is that the Democrats are failing to gin up enthusiasm, not that they're losing votes to Republicans, you know?
2012, I don't know. If we were talking about like an Obama versus Romney situation, I feel like I would be much more willing to entertain this.
Well, we're never getting Romney again. Because of vote blue no matter who. Because vote
this
blue
is true.
Who says yes? Vote blue no matter.
Yes, this. If you're familiar with the ratchet effect is a basic version of what has happened. You know, the vote blue no matter who effect. Republicans move to the right. Democrats block movement to the left. That's the role of those parties, right? Because moving to the right in a more polarized world, adjusting to political circumstances where people are increasingly disaffected is more convenient for capital, military-industrial complex, consultants, businesses, etc., right? So there is substantial political infrastructure for the country to move to the right in its like governing structure, and to block the country from moving to the left. Because movement to the left is very inconvenient for capital.
No matter who says the Republicans move to the right, Democrats move to the
scoffing again. That's all she can muster.
Right. Republicans move to the right. Democrats move to the right. For if someone occupied the Tucker Carlson lane, right? If a Democrat occupied that lane, then Republicans would have to be serious about getting into this anti-war debate and come back to this position. If Democrats owned if they own Medicare for all, Trump wouldn't be able to get away with this. I'm going to improve the ACA line that he used to win, right? It was bullshit, right?
Plan.
Like, I'm not going to, it's obviously bullshit. Concepts of a plan, exactly. But why did he even have the space to make that argument? It's because Democrats are sitting here trying to sell us Mitt Romney's Affordable Care Act plan from 2009.
That's true.
These horrible, the ACA did drive up people's premiums. People are paying out of their ass for healthcare. It is not a good situation. And just it was better than before.
This is all true, by the way. Many people might not know this, but the thing that what we call Obamacare, the system of like the ACA marketplace and whatnot, that is actually Romney Care. That's actually was a fucking right-wing, like Republican, private sector friendly plan for healthcare in America. And it is still responsible for like insurance premiums being pretty high and like insurance costs being pretty high. I can offer some personal experience to this extent. Obviously things were worse before because we literally just didn't have anything before. To give you an idea, a kind of low bar plan on the ACA marketplace would have you pay something like $700 a month in premiums, which is more expensive than what you would be paying if you just didn't have insurance at all. In my case, I have a couple prescriptions, and I have therapy regularly. Some of that stuff runs me more than $100 per use, per visit, whatever. And it would still be, the straight up cost of those things would still be less expensive than if I paid for insurance on the ACA marketplace. Causing chaos on the platforms here.
Or is not an argument that wins you elections.
I agree that I think the economic populism is a winning argument at the moment, right? The combination of affordability, healthcare, these types of issues for sure.
No,
I don't necessarily know that I think a leftist Tucker Carlson, whose like primary thing is like channeling rage against Israel. I don't know. I feel like my experience of median voters.
I don't know. Despite literally all available evidence that says that people fucking despise Israel, I don't know. I got fucked up on that section.
Just give me that they're like a little bit detached from these geopolitical things.
But that's not.
That's not true. That is a myth. That myth was thoroughly debunked. A lot of liberals actually cited this, like contemptuously and condescendingly cited that, like, oh, you know, it's just international relations. People will be over it by the time of the election, right? Like in reference to Gaza. Also,
come on now.
I fucked that up.
That's conventional wisdom. That foreign policy doesn't really matter.
How did I fuck that up?
Things. And Israel has turned that on its head. I don't know how many times I can read this IMEU study or point to other confessionals or statistics about how gone at it too sharp Israel was. But it is. I just had a candidate running in the Bronx for the House on saying that he talked to a voter. It was a Richie Torres voter. She had always voted for Richie Torres. And then he asked her, okay, how do you feel about Israel? And she said, I hate what Israel is doing in Palestine. It makes my blood boil. I hate seeing those kids. Fine, give me a leaflet, and stormed back into her apartment building. Like, things are changing. And to your point, like, I don't think it should be the only issue, because number 2 on that IMEU poll, right, was the economy. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I think that I guess it.
And you'll start to notice a pattern where Brianna Joy Gray is a very smart person, despite her probably, you know, her not being of the most sound political predilection. In some ways that might be more subtle in a conversation like this. And she's offering almost exclusively correct arguments, objectively correct arguments that are supported thoroughly by data, and not just data, recent data that's like pretty extensive, data that has context around it that makes the argument even stronger. And every time that she uses one of these arguments to say, like, yeah, we really should be critical of the Democratic Party, we shouldn't just endlessly permit them to move to the right, Contra just says like, yeah, well, I feel like, and then she redirects to some other issue that's been addressed a dozen times. Like, we've been on this point so many times, probably so like enough times that I couldn't count it on just one hand throughout the course of this conversation. And every time Contra has just pretended that Brianna Joy Gray didn't make this point, or pretended that this hasn't been addressed yet, you know? She is truly just saying shit.
I just wonder why it didn't cost Trump very much.
Well, I don't think Kamala offered very much on costs either is the problem.
Yeah.
She did. What was her message on affordability? What was she going to do?
Yeah, well,
healthcare is an affordability issue, right? Mm-hmm. Minimum wage is an affordability issue. These are issues that the Democratic Party has long abandoned.
Well,
that's true. It is actually,
yes.
It's actually insane to me that the Democrats abandoned something as fucking easy as the minimum wage. You know, the minimum wage. The minimum wage in the United States is still $7.25 an hour. And if you're in a country that calculates that monthly, that is, let's see, 7.25 times 40. It's 40 hours a week. That would be, let's see, 10. That is 280 plus $10. That's $290 a week. That is like only like 1,000 something per month. That is not enough to fucking support yourself working full-time anywhere in the country, you know? And it's been like, the federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009, and they haven't changed it.
The kitchen table issue should probably maybe come back and forefront of Democratic.
Oh, what kitchen table issues, huh? We're going full centrist.
I don't think that the pro-democracy thing worked. So
yeah, it really didn't.
It feels like abstract-minded people like me who are like concerned about some like principled maintenance of like the functioning of our institutions or whatever, but like the average voter doesn't give a shit about that. I don't. At least I think that's.
Damn. So why are you so like? Well, I guess I kind of know why she's so haughty about like insisting that people accept that the Democrats do nothing.
The impression I got from the results of the 2024 election, that it was not effective.
I know.
So I do think that economic. I agree. Economic populism would be a good pivot.
And to be so clear, healthcare, all of these issues, like
I think healthcare is part of economic
elder care.
Yes.
Sorry, I had to.
I
had to check something real quick. That's my B. The video just blurred.
There's an episode. I'm not like.
I agree with you on that.
I agree with you on that. But like, I had a guest on who ran down the drivers of inflation. Like, inflation is not this abstract thing. It's like prices are going up, and they're going up specifically in certain sectors. And it is transportation, it is food, it is healthcare, it is education, right? So those are policies.
Yeah, that's true. Inflation itself is a fake number. But it is created by aggregating a bunch of real numbers in order to obfuscate how bad the economy is, essentially. It's the CPI. Literally, the way they calculate inflation is they add up the price change of every single item that is sold, the market rate for every item in the United States. They add them up and divide them by the number of items there are to take an average. And whatever the percentage average is there, you know, like something changes by 1%, another thing changes by 3%, the average will be 2%. They do this for every item. And the average number from that is inflation. This obviously like does not do anything to account for the wild fluctuation in prices that actually does occur as the result of a decentralized market system, and it also does a lot to obfuscate the price of things that poor people rely on more, because oftentimes those things will increase in price more than many other things that primarily higher income people or really wealthy people rely on. But both things are counted as one item. For example, sandwich bread, right? Let's say the price of sandwich bread increases in 1 year by 15%. That's a lot, but the average price of like yachts, you know, luxury yachts and like real estate commodities per square footage or something like that, each only increased by like 0.5% or like 1.5%. That's 18% across 3 items. So the inflation number you get from that is 6%. You know, so like a lot of goods that are disproportionately not present have a role in making inflation look less bad than it is. You know, this is one of the flaws of using such abstracted metrics like that. Similar issue with GDP, because the GDP counts like fake wealth and debt and that sort of thing. Yeah.
People don't know what to do with their professional life, through vocational school. Like these are things that you can run and win on, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like all of it, and Democrats are not doing that. And in fact, Joe Biden chose to abandon his student debt promises and lift the student debt moratorium that Donald Trump had put into place in 2020, a month before the election. Like these are all.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. That was actually insane that he decided to do that. That was one of the big issues with the Biden admin, was like clearing student debt, and they just decided not. They just kind of didn't. They just didn't.
All choices, right? And I can make a case that I think Biden did that because of his his financial interests as the senator from Indiana, the Delaware senator who was deeply embedded with the banks and who was responsible for student debt being the only kind of debt that's non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. And that he has a long history of being on the wrong side of these things. And then none of this is an accident. The Democrats do rotating villain theory to make it seem like they're always trying to do the right thing, but narrowly losing. And that's why I have no confidence in the Democratic Party. But I don't want to belabor that point. Natalie, I know I've had you here for a really long time, although you're famous for...
We got about 20 minutes left. Hopefully I can get through that.
Doing really long form.
Without crashing out too hard.
Jabbering endlessly. Yeah.
Not at all. Not at all. But I did want to hit 2 quick points before we wrap. Quick.
I've gotten so mad. I'm going to keep it so for real.
Quick. This question of violence, political violence came up with you and Joshua Citarella. And it has also been a mainstream kind of, I don't say talking point because that sounds like I'm belittling it, but like a point of discussion, let's say. It was a recent discussion point on an episode of Pod Save America where this journalist
paying $100,000 in tuition, so I'm gonna be almost $500,000 in debt by the time I graduate. My condolences. I'm so sorry. I hope you're trying to get as good an education as you can. You know? Yeah. That's, one of the ways in which this country is deteriorated. Trans Jupiter, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. It's so fucked up, honestly, that there's a lot of people who have, like, college debt still. There are fucking people who are my parents' age and haven't been able to pay off their college debts yet, even though they didn't take on that much debt, like, initially. It's just the interest just fucking kills people. And the Biden administration, despite objectively in the letter of the Constitution, which I have read, have the authority to just forgive those debts because those debts are federal loans, they just didn't. And they like used an obscure, they used basically the only legal channel that could be successfully challenged at the Supreme Court to essentially kill the momentum of people asking that student debt be canceled. The power of the purse has it laid out that obviously that's Congress's job. Congress's job is finances, right? Congress is charged with like I said, the power of the purse and budgeting. The federal government has discretion on how to enforce such legislative decisions regarding finances, right? It's Congress's decision, as per the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, to vend these loans, right? To set aside money that can be loaned out to people. Then it gets passed to the executive, to the Department of Education. Their authority objectively permits them to decide how they will met these loans, how they will apply these standards by which loans are given, right? Congress writes the law, the government enforces them. It is the law that like, oh yeah, we give you loans and then you pay them back. The federal government has the leeway to interpret that law, to enforce or not enforce it how they deem fit. right? So the federal government objectively has the authority to say, yeah, we recognize these student debts are crushing our country. People cannot support themselves economically because of this debt. We are going to make the executive decision to be significantly more lenient on enforcing these debts. In fact, we will clear these debts. We will purchase these debts. This is, again, something the federal government can do once it has money from Congress. The federal government asks for money from Congress. Congress gives them the money. The federal government already has the money. You know what they could do? They could purchase that debt on the cheap and light it on fire. They just have the authority to do that. They can do that. They do that for companies all the fucking time. But they don't do it for students. And then they're going to look you dead in your face and say there's nothing we can do while they vend out massive fucking subsidies.
Named Peter Hamby was on talking about an article that he had just written for Puck about this growing tolerance, as he characterizes it, on the left for political violence, whether it's through the shooting of healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, or these assassination attempts on President Trump, or the murder of Charlie Kirk.
It does seem to be like an emergent property of the amount of vitriol, hate.
I have a soft spot for the Pod Save guys because there was an episode of Pod Save where one of the like abundance pilled dudes was talking to this insufferable fuck ass limousine lid from California, this lady who's like on the city council or whatever, and she was saying like, oh yeah, you know, we successfully lobbied to get a mid-rise apartment cut down from 6 stories to 3 stories. Like, we successfully lobbied against affordable housing, and you know, we made a nice parking lot or whatever. And the guy was like visibly crashing and like trying his best not to crash out on the spot. And I was like, you know what? Same, dude. So
lack of empathy, cruelty on the internet and beyond. I think that Trump is both a cause of and a symptom of. And I struggle with how you think about those two things, but the comfort that people have, right? Whether it's the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO or
start using this here.
The killing of Charlie Kirk, that is morally wrong before you even get to whether it will encourage future violence. It said something really ugly about our politics and our culture, and I do think that is right?
Completely.
Whether it's the shooting of the United Health cause of and a symptom of. And I struggle with how you think about those two things, but the comfort that people have, right? Whether it's the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO or the killing of Charlie Kirk, that is morally wrong before you even get to whether it will encourage future violence. It says,
I don't think that's true. I think that like whether something is morally wrong is much more contingent on outcomes than this person, than this guy is saying here and is like suggesting. And ultimately, like, should we not be happy that Hitler's dead? Right? That's the question here. Should we not be happy and be like, haha, Lamau, good riddance when Hitler dies? Right? And if your answer is no, then I don't respect your political motive analysis. But like I said, I have a soft spot for Pod Save because they are pro affordable housing. So yeah. I do think it's okay to make jokes about the Kirkening though. Like, that's fine. What's up, HBG4?
Something really ugly about our politics and our culture, and I do think that is real. Yeah. So that's the thing I struggle with.
And there has been some discomfort.
I got fucked up this race.
Liberals and on the left, you know, you and Dr.
You mean your MKW friend code?
A growing left-wing appetite for that.
If you type !FC, then you can get it without even having to get it directly from the horse's mouth.
Kind of violence. I found myself. Do you think have I characterized your position well?
Well, I guess the point that I would object to is that I'm actually not sure that this is specifically left-wing appetite, because it seems to me that a lot of these assassinations are like sort of deranged centrists.
That's true, actually. First thing that Contra has said that's actually like good analysis. Yeah, all the assassination attempts have not been lefties. They've all been like, okay, I can add you in a bit. They've all been like Republicans or crazy NAFO-centrists, which is incredibly funny. The people most likely to whinge against the left about political violence are themselves more likely than the left by 2 orders of magnitude. If you look at terrorism and terrorism statistics, political violence statistics, and some such, 2 orders of magnitude more likely than the left to commit acts of political violence. You know?
So I don't know that
they were all pink-haired.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like cheered on by people on the left, but I feel like the left is not.
It is.
I mean, with
rightly
Luigi,
so.
that was like almost across the political spectrum. The people responded positively to Luigi.
Yeah.
I don't think it's specific to the left at all.
So in Peter Hamby's article, he does a lot of like wheel spinning first about how, of course, most of it is right. Most of the political violence historically, even now, is from the right, and you know, he the caveats it pretty heavily. But still, I think there is this like. Well, let me just put my cards on the table. In these discussions, I find myself frustrated because...
I hate the Scorch and Double Dash. I hate it in Double Dash too, but I like it here. It works a lot better in engines that aren't Double Dash.
Acute moments of violence invisibilizes the much greater volume of violence that is done, but because it's not hand-to-hand combat, gets accepted and grandfathered into how
What's that shortcut?
works.
That shortcut is usually very easy, but I was contending with... That shortcut is usually, like, pretty easy, but I was contending with somebody else and fucked it up. I've been known to fuck it up on occasion, but, like, yeah. You just have to hop and then trick. That's, like, all there is to it, essentially. In fact, tricking actually makes it a lot easier, because tricking gives you a boost in height. You can't do it when you're small, obviously, but... Watch.
Until proven guilty. Is because for once there seems to be a rough justice that's done that acknowledges the gross injustice that is being done by a healthcare system. That is not a healthcare system, it's a health insurance system that puts so many people in the position of having to make financial arguments over the phone when they should be into the life or death of their loved one.
I've had to do this before. For myself.
I mean, I agree. That's why.
You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was frustrating because it didn't seem like that was, and I know that you know this, and I know that you know Joshua knows this, but there's this way that I feel like people who are public facing feel the need to.
I'm disappointed. Double Dash's Rainbow Road.
Political violence.
Well, I don't think.
The way you talked about
Retro
it,
Rewind. I actually think that the Retro Rewind interpretation of Double Dash's Rainbow Road is really good. Again, better than Double Dash's interpretation of its own Rainbow Road. Like, it works so much better in the Mario Kart Wii engine. It's not accurate, should be 3 laps. Buddy, the track would be unplayable if it were accurate and 3 laps. I would know. I've played on older versions of the custom track. I think you weren't watching my stream at this time, but before I played Retro Rewind, when CTGP was the premier custom track pack, I was playing CTGP, and CTGP I'd been playing since 2012. There were older, more accurate versions of Mario Kart Wii, like Double Dash Rainbow Road in Mario Kart Wii custom tracks. They were so much worse to play, it is not even funny. This is, like, Retro Rewind has been a massive improvement. By ZPL or Talk, buddy, these Double Dash Rainbow Roads are from before ZPL's era of making custom tracks. These are from before ZPL's time. Right?
Tarantino films. Like, we're being given these permission structures to enjoy violence.
Anyways.
Well, that doesn't strike me. I mean, no, I'm not wanting to defend Tarantino. But when I think of a movie like Django Unchained, I don't think of it as wanting to defend, like, enjoy the violence. We don't enjoy watching the violence that is inflicted on the slaves. We enjoy the retributive violence that's done as people are being...
I stopped playing CTGP. So did I, and so did most of the player base.
...violent to get free from slavery and oppression.
Well, the violence against the slaves in that movie functions to make the violence against the slave owners feel sort of
justified,
like a purgation. Yeah,
And is it not?
Sure, Rewind should have 24. I'm fine with 12 personally. If they implement 24 players, it should be an alternate game mode, in my opinion.
That's the question. Is it not justified?
Violence against the slave owners feel sort of
justified.
like a purgation. Yeah,
and is it not? That's the question. Is it not justified?
This is a very fundamental philosophical discussion that, again, Contra is on the incorrect side of. If there is a massive oppressive force that is responsible for mass misery, mass death, etc., would the oppressed masses not be justified in using violence to depose such a social order? And the answer is an obvious yes. You know, in the case of like the modern day, a very small class of capital owners are destroying the world and to the detriment of everybody else. Would violence be justified in an organized fashion to depose of them and change the world order? Yes, obviously. It's like a philosophical question. And like violence is a normal part of politics. Every time a law is passed, laws are inherently violent, you know? They are backed with the threat of legitimate force if you violate those laws. Sometimes laws are good, sometimes they're bad. You know, but to argue that violence is, if for a system such as chattel American slavery, like American chattel slavery, antebellum South type shit, to argue that violence would not be justified in getting rid of such a system is to argue that slavery is more justified than the necessary means of getting rid of slavery. There's no two ways about that. I just wish they used that one. Let me see this. She and Rainbow Road by Talk. This is closer to the older version that I played. Yeah, this is significantly more similar to the older version that I played. It's probably better scaled though. This is new one though. This is newer though. This is the 2019.
I mean, the thing is, like, is it justified as is that
like 2019 port?
Yes.
Yes, it is a port of
is
the original.
Killing Hitler justified? Yeah. I guess with that video though, part of what I'm pointing out though is that these are entertainment spectacles, right?
Sorry, friend of mine is DMing me on Discord, but I'm streaming right now. Not now, gamer. Mommy's streaming. Type shit.
It's like the theater of justice that Tarantino stages is functioning to kind of, because I think my argument with Tarantino is that this is a man who's fixated on the sort of pleasure of violence for its own sake, right? And I point to his like earlier films like Reservoir Dogs where there's...
This is somebody who does not understand Tarantino. Certainly he may have had that in his earlier films, but this is spoken like somebody who has not watched Kill Bill or Django Unchained or Inglourious Basterds. Like you would have to have not seen any of those three movies to understand Quentin Tarantino's perspective on violence, at least in those instances. Type, yeah. And luckily for me, I've actually seen all four of those movies. Kill Bill Part 1 and 2, Inglourious Basterds, and Django Unchained. And they're really good movies. You know, there's an underlying acceptance that violence is justified in the face of inhuman evil at an inhuman scale, right? And that's important. That's an important part of those movies. But there's also very important parts of it that Contra is overlooking that are also central to why that violence is justified, depicting that evil as mewling, pathetic, incapable of justifying itself morally, and only capable of governing society when it has power so uncontested that it can get away with such horrendous abuses. Seen every Tarantino movie. I'm not sure whether to congratulate you or again offer my condolences, because there are some weirdo shit in there, but I guess generally that's cool.
there sort of isn't that level of justice, or there isn't that.
Which is why, by the way, that analysis I've offered of those Tarantino movies, which is why it's so painfully disappointing that Tarantino ended up being a Zionist. You know, you wouldn't think that he'd be a Zionist if, with the politics of the movies Django Unchained and Inglourious Bastards, like that obviously would not have been my first guess, because Zionism is fundamentally the same ideology as Nazism.
That level of retributive framing. So I think that what I'm suggesting is that
Lamau, it is a little bit of a lol,
Lamau. That no violence is ever justified. Of course, it sometimes is, right? I mean,
not go back. What's up?
There sort of isn't that level. This is a man who's fixated on the sort of pleasure of violence for its own sake, right? And I point to his earlier films like Reservoir Dogs, where there sort of isn't that level of justice, or there isn't that level of retributive framing.
Oh, did you mean go back to the room? I'm sorry. If a room gets smaller than 4 people, I make it a point to leave and try to find a bigger room. The closer Mario Kart Wii rooms get to being 1v1s, the less I enjoy them. Things start getting generally pretty well, I guess I'm back in the fucking this room, right? Add me in due time, I'll do it at the end of stream.
So I think that what I'm suggesting is that I'm not suggesting that there's that no violence is ever justified. Of course, it sometimes is, right? I mean, I think everyone thinks that it sometimes is, whether they explicitly acknowledge that or not.
Yeah.
But I think it's more just sort of examining the conditions under which people feel good about violence and the way that morality interacts with that, right? The way that I think morality there's a kind of aggression.
This is lib shit. This is lib shit stuff. We'll play next time? Yeah, next time. This, Contra's kind of lib shit posting here, because similar to how she's acted in other portions of this, oh, of course such and such is justified. I simply oppose every single individual instance of when it might be justified, right? Oh, I'm not against critiquing the Democratic Party, but I am against every individual critique that everybody has ever offered of the Democratic Party, right? And what's it in an actionable sense, right? In the same way that racists will be I'm not racist, I simply happen to oppose every single thing that benefits minorities. See you soon. See ya. Also, I will be at SmashCon, by the way. It's happening in Baltimore this year. So
oppression and violence is part of morality itself. And I guess there's a psychological exploration of that.
Don't know if I'll be on stream, though. Might get blown out before I get the chance.
I think it's a dynamic plays out in all kinds of situations. Sometimes,
I won't be there.
The argument.
I kind of guessed because you're in Europe and SmashCon's in America. Yeah.
About whether the violence is in fact justified is sort of separate from the psychological analysis of how it works. Because I think a lot of violence that we find abhorrent is perpetrated by people who think. I mean, the IDF is a great example, right? Don't you think that how does the IDF live with themselves doing these things? It doesn't.
Yeah, America, Morocco. Yeah. Oh, you're Moroccan? I did not know this.
It comes from some sense of victimhood and avenged.
Travel.
Right?
Yeah.
They think that that's what they're doing, right?
And they are allowed to do it because the
of both nationalities. Oh, okay, cool.
Manufactured.
Now you know. Yeah.
This narrative, but that's the problem. I think the problem is we are told to say violence is wrong, and we are forced as interlocutors in this space, or they try to force us to condemn Hamas, when there is never a commensurate push to condemn the state of Israel. And in fact,
yeah, it's worth mentioning. A lot of there are a lot of people who sort of disingenuously style themselves the pacifists who are curiously more concerned with the left, not really caring to condemn Hamas, which I don't either. rather than the immensely larger threat that the IDF poses to, you know, the Palestinian people, as well as like everything and everyone else in the region where they operate, right? Like, oh, I'm against violence, but I'm more against you being against the violence of Israel because you won't condemn this significantly smaller scale of violence that Hamas committed against Israelis, and I think it was a music festival. There were some Western tourists there and so forth as well. I'm gonna check this for, well, okay, or it could break on nothing. That's cool too. Ah! Damn it. I tried to unpause, missed the key, and hit the wall. As truly the worst of both worlds.
We have expressed concern that even telling the truth about the
Taking
actions
really
of the
bad
state of
lines.
Israel will gin up blowback against random Jewish people in the diaspora.
To be clear,
Right.
I don't think that we have any kind of obligation to conceal the truth about what the state of Israel has done, because out of fear of blowback. So I
fell
do
off.
feel some obligation, I think, to
Plus L plus
in
ratio.
addition to telling the truth about what Israel has done, to do whatever is in my power to mitigate that blowback by being cautious again around my framing
Sure.
and by not like becoming allies with Tucker Carlson.
But the focus that I'm trying to have is what happens. We all know, I think we all understand the rhetorical dance that is the rhetorical effect of do you condemn Hamas and how it reframes the entire conversation around the, you know, the debt, what it means to have a dead Israeli versus what it means to have many, many more dead Palestinians and a whole community that's been under apartheid for almost 80 years now, right? We kind of understand what that question is intended to do. And it's a similar reframing, wittingly or unwittingly, that I think is happening when liberals sort of rush to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk or Brian Thompson or whomever. And it's not that, like, I don't believe in the death penalty, right? I don't believe in state-backed violence. But I also have been struggling with, as a leftist sitting here, knowing that every single revolutionary moment and everything that has ever been achieved for the left has come with violence, whether in the context of a war or labor actions which have turned violent, in which people defended their rights.
Yeah, politics is violent. To be against violence categorically, with little regard to the other like surrounding circumstance, is to just be against all positive political change, because the only people who would care about whether violence is good or bad are the people who would want to affect positive political change. The people who are like very okay with turning society in a negative direction are immune to these critiques of violence. They feel nothing from the browbeating of liberals because they would know they were the ones responsible for creating that browbeating rhetoric to begin with, to curtail the left's ability to do activism against like state violence, essentially, right?
With their fists in chains, and to tell my side of the aisle that we are only in the position of condemning an action, condemning a tool that is being actively, repeatedly, and at a scale that is unmatched in the history of the world, inflicted on us in return through the U.S. military, the Israeli military, the surveillance state, U.S. imperialism, all of that. And so the way that violence, condemning violence, when we have, again, 2 million people sitting in prison, I mean, it all strikes me as a kind of giant, do you condemn Hamas?
But I mean, isn't it just, I guess.
That's actually really well put. Yeah, it is kind of like that. Especially because I think the context that the thing they were just talking about that they moved on to here was the political assassination of Charlie Kirk, as well as the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And like, these both represent massively harmful forces in American politics, and arguably so. I didn't mean to pick Bowser's Castle again. And so like, yeah, it's like, oh, do you condemn violence against Hitler? Like, it's just a do you condemn Hamas type shit. It like, they're not interested in the politics of nonviolence and critiquing systemic violence. They're interested in browbeating you for not caring that a CEO got murked.
As I see like Democrats condemning political violence, I see it as like a fairly cheap and easy political win to take, right? Like,
it's not a political win, by the way. Oh shit, I actually got that was so sketchy. I did not think I was gonna get that.
I mean like when there's assassinations, do you say, I mean, especially when it comes to like, you know, people attempting to assassinate Trump, or like, I think it's fairly like, why shouldn't Democrats simply say all lives matter? Like in reaction to that, you know, in reaction to that, in effect, which I feel like is what they often do say, right? Is like, political violence is always wrong. Like, I feel like that's like a fairly like easy thing for a politician to say, and like, I don't really see there.
I don't know if Contra's aware of this, but she is in fact all lives matter posting right now. Because she's like, oh yeah, you know, that's easy, condemning violence, you know, you should do it. Like, all lives matter. She literally used the all lives matter example. I don't know why she would do that. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That was a much better version of that section.
But they don't say that killing 68 million people every year from a lack of health insurance is political violence. And they don't say that America funding the Iron Dome in a way that it's insulated Israel from accountability for its genocide and apartheid is political violence. And they don't say
gay laser.
Or if the
I've always said this.
Of other cities in the country that have bad water, or where people are living next to these data centers or nuclear power facilities, or they're building highways through low-income brown neighborhoods, is political violence. And they don't say kicking Green Party candidates that actually support populist parties is
there's the Green
violence.
Party bit.
And they don't say war on drugs is political violence. And they don't say that funding the poppy fields in Afghanistan is political violence. And on and on and on and on and on. Well, so what does it mean to condemn political violence? It means at the end of the day, you're often just condemning political resistance. Violent resistance. The same way Hamas and Palestinians have a right to violent resistance under international law.
That is true as well. I noted, I talked about the browbeating in the context of direct violence, but I didn't specifically mention that, like, the same people who will ask you, do you condemn Hamas, will very seldom act as though the administrative violence that we are all subject to every day, they pretend that that's not violence, you know. 60,000 deaths, preventable deaths from lack of medical care per year when we have the ability to provide medical care. 40,000 deaths from traffic collisions, you know, car-related deaths every year. 40,000 gun-related deaths every year. They might be willing to acknowledge that one because guns directly are violent. But policy failures are themselves a form of violence as well. Give me Boo Lake, please. You know? Because people die. What is the death, you know, the ultimate question is like, is the death of 60,000 people a year when they don't need to die, is that not violent? You know? And of course, like, because it leads to broader systemic critique, most liberals don't really want to acknowledge that. Most neoliberals, I should say. Your average liberal is like... again, I said earlier, you could pick a lot of issues that leftists are sort of diehards on, and a lot of liberals would actually agree with them, like average liberals.
As an occupied people, that's not something that ever gets discussed.
But don't you? Okay, so I mean, I feel like on some like theoretical way, I probably agree with what you're saying. But like, should a politician say that? I feel like, you know, there's forms of like Trump immigration policies I would consider to be extremely violent.
Yeah. And just like that, Contra has, I don't know if you noticed, but Contra's actually failed the test. His immigration policies are violent. Yes, because that involves video that you can directly watch with your eyes, where immigration agents go door to door and physically remove people from their homes. The violence in that case is spectacular and not administrative. That's why Democrats actually have a very hard time navigating around their support for ICE and frequently just elect not to talk about it, right? But we're talking about the violence that isn't necessarily something that you can just see, like readily available to you on you know, TikTok or any other sort of social media, right? Like, this was a test of, like, are you capable of recognizing banal violence as violence? And Contra failed because she picked a non-banal example of violence.
They're also popular. Like, in that...
No, they are not. This is neoliberal fantasy. Neoliberals live in a fantasy world where Trump does things that are popular, like broadly popular.
There's forms of like scapegoating and mass violence that the political right sort of...
How did I get that box? That's crazy. Flip that later.
Sort of harnesses the violence of mass deportation now. That seems to work to their advantage, right? So yeah, I mean, I do think that the violence of this should be pointed out by Democrats on the left, but I think that, like, you know, pointing out the nuances around the causal reasons for political adventurism from disgruntled people, like, I feel like there's fairly little to be gained from politicians being like, you know what, I support the assassins. Like, or at least like, I don't know. I feel like it's like fairly generic politician behavior to be like, we condemn political violence because, like, it is, because
this is, again, Contra is showing her inability to sort of analyze the nuance to political violence here. She's, again, sort of failed the test. This time not a direct test, but like a test that I kind of perceived. The options that a politician has to deal with, like, oh, do you condemn this political violence? Or not just I condemn it or I don't. You can say a lot of things, you know? Most politicians, like, or not most politicians, like a politician-esque response that is, like, still correct can be crafted for something like the killing of CEO Brian Thompson. Like, yeah, like, sort of, yeah, nobody should turn to violence. However, you know, we have to acknowledge that the reason this happened is because there's immense violence being perpetrated against the people who would elect to do this in the first place, right? You know?
Because if you start saying that, if you start like sort of softly defending,
this and like the sort of soft defense where it's like, I don't support this, but like obviously you have to understand why this happened, and like if you actually don't want this to happen, you shouldn't be like browbeating about condemning violence and whatever. Like that is a very correct way to respond to that and would not get you very much flack politically, except maybe from the donor base, which I think speaks again to Contra's politics and why she's more concerned about the reaction from the political hand that abuses all of us than she is from the people who are en masse being abused by said political hand or hands or whatever. You know, it's sort of like the complicit victim type shit, which I guess fits with the psychological profile that I would imagine Contra fits over the course of this conversation, where she's used a lot of sort of passively accepting rhetoric to accept the you know, a very ailing neoliberal system and to like criticize very directly, harshly, and consistently and willfully the left for like wanting to change it and not just submitting, while insisting, oh, I only want what's best for your movement, person who hates you and your movement, you know, that kind of thing.
Adventurism and assassinations, it also sort of like contributes to sort of an intensification, and
yes,
you know, but then you also have to do with people assassinating leftist people.
You and Joshua Citarella are not politicians. Neither is Jon Favreau and Peter Hamby.
Normal
right?
M.
Yeah.
So it's not that I don't expect, you know, Zoran or Roe or Barack Obama to say anything else but
pro-assassination.
Right. But I do wonder, it seems like there's like
almost
a rush to seem like the adult in the room among people who are not even being asked to weigh in. And when you have leftists, people who are liberal, left of center, seemingly feeling the need or urge or push to talk ad nauseum about how bad it is to kill Charlie Kirk the way that Ezra Klein did, when they spend none of that.
Yeah, Ezra Klein is a really good example of the fucking pretend I'm against violence, but only when it's like not, only when it's individual one person to one person violence, and not when it's like violence committed at in a banal manner by systems that have mass consequences for tens of thousands.
That time, talking about how bad it is that Charlie Kirk fomented so much hatred and supported against all kinds of groups of people, and supported
And to borrow this example of the Charlie Kirk assassination, a correct example like of how you could respond to this is like, yeah, don't like assassinate people. That's not good. However, no love lost for Charlie Kirk. He was a piece of shit. You know, like, he sowed hatred and racism. You know, so I will not personally mourn his loss. Still don't do political violence, though. Like that's the appropriate response. Whereas Contra is not just condemning the violence, but she seems eager to also say, like, people should do the appropriate amount of state-mandated crying at Charlie Kirk's funeral, right? Like, that's what this is ultimately. Because if you refuse to acknowledge that the sentiment even exists, that guarantees that it will happen again.
In a way that has such direct real-world effect, I think we're playing their game. And I also, one last thing
you should take this up with Ezra Klein. I do not speak at length condemning.
Well, you do have the same opinion on this as Ezra Klein. So, no, I think she's perfectly within her rights to take it up with you. And also, you're both talking about this same subject right now. You should take it up with this different guy so I don't have to talk about it. I think I'll take it up with you, thanks.
The assassinate. I mean, I've never condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I've never said I supported it. I've never said I supported it.
I think it was Brian Thompson, sorry, the healthcare CEO that was the subject of the conversation between you and Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I think I analyzed it as, you know, seeking to explain why people felt so supportive of that assassination. I don't necessarily endorse it. I don't necessarily condemn it. I just understand it.
It was very close.
Which I think is a position that many people already would consider extremely pro-violent, implicitly, right?
Pierce Morgan certainly would.
He would, yes. He would see that as me tacitly endorsing violence, murder.
Okay, my last.
Like, I think that my position on this would be seen as like,
no.
Like military.
I tried to move out of the way. I really did.
Although not on the left, not on the far left.
Not on Bad Faith Podcast, but I'm with you. I hear you on that. Okay, last quick question. I was very intrigued to hear you weigh in on this question of the manosphere and asking Josh, are women lonely? I've tried to have this conversation a couple times in this pod with more or less success, but I very much agreed with you when you said something along the lines that it seems like every time we wonder if this is a broader phenomenon that includes women, or try to kind of focus at all on what's going on with women and if they're being affected in similar ways. There seems to be some hostility around that reframing. Yeah. How do you answer that question? Are women lonely? What do you think's happening?
The answer is yes. Like, if you look at comprehensive data about the current epidemic of like loneliness and antisociality and isolation, it affects both men and women. I think it affects men more than women, if I'm remembering the data right, but it is a problem that affects everybody. You know, people call it the male loneliness epidemic because, well, the guys fucking erupted about it first. And frankly, the ideological and political consequences of the men being isolated and lonely have been more disastrous. They've been significantly more prone to, because of a number of reasons, mostly having to do with patriarchal masculinity and the identity of like strength and emotionlessness, etc. Like, they tend to fall down the far right pipeline more and at faster rates and like more consistently. But no, like, women suffer from this as well, and this has been borne out in data many times.
I think women are lonely. I think women, I mean, I guess the reason I get so frustrated with the male loneliness epidemic argument is I feel like there's an often implicit assumption that men just kind of matter more than women, and like men's feelings matter more, and men's votes matter more, and men's opinions matter more, so that
there is some of that, but frankly, I don't see it very much. I think what's more prevalent for people who describe the male loneliness epidemic, particularly those who are on the left, right? For people on the right, obviously, they don't think women are people, so they don't give a shit, right? But like for people who have generally progressive or left-leaning tendencies, who do frequently talk about like the male loneliness epidemic or who are affected by it, mostly for them, they're generally not aware that it's also happening to women, you know? Like they do think, like genuinely a lot of them do think that it is a male-specific phenomenon when it actually isn't, you know? And those are the people that you should concern yourselves with, are the people who are like genuinely like, oh, I didn't know that. That's bad that it's affecting, you know, everybody. It's bad it was bad when I believed it was only affecting guys. It's bad, arguably it's like even worse when I believed that, when I found out that now like it's affecting everybody, right?
men are treated as this kind of like elevated class that needs to be like won over and cultivated and protected and cared for, and then women.
With respect, this is second wave thinking and not really true anymore. Socially, it like there are some elements of this that may still exist socially in some circle. Like legitimately, the gender parity right now is as high as it's literally ever been. And no, just no. If anything, people are sort of getting increasingly radicalized against men because a lot of the loneliness epidemic has resulted in men being like incelified, to offer a shorthand, and like nobody fucking cares what incels think. They're incels. They're loser trash, right? They have a, I'm not going to say a no profile in the current culture, but like their cultural influence is disproportionately small relative to how many of them there are, because incels don't fucking go outside, you know?
Women's job is just to do all that caring for and protecting and just be quiet about your own concerns. Like I feel
like legitimately it has been a long time since I ever heard anybody talk about the male loneliness epidemic, quote unquote, like this. Most people now just acknowledge that it is a broader crisis of antisociality.
I mean, a minor level of resentment, I would say, but a noticeable level of resentment about this, because it's frustrating to constantly be told that like it's men's feelings that are the ones that matter, and like everything needs to be like focused on that.
Yeah, I would tend to
oh,
agree
shit.
with that. Go ahead,
yeah.
go ahead.
Oh, this is
like,
beta
I
Waluigi
understand why, and I do think like, do men's feelings matter? Yes. And like, should we be concerned that men are lonely? Sure. But it's so often framed in this way where it's also sort of implied that it's like women's fault somehow.
That's it. That's what I was gonna say. That's it right there. Because
like, is it women's job, an obligation of women to make men less lonely? By what? By what?
Yeah.
I think it speaks to the flaws of a patriarchal social system that such a crisis exists at all, because like I'm gonna follow this guy. I'm following the leader right now. Because like there are like for a lot of the comparatively incelified guys that I've referred to, they do sort of default to I need female companionship, but then they get resentful and they actually like fucking hate women, which is really funny. But it's like, can you not like be friends with a guy? Like, is that just out of the question? Can you not go turn to another guy, like a guy friend, to alleviate the loneliness that you feel? And like, if the question is sexuality and stuff, that like straight people, right? Like straight people don't even fucking like the opposite sex. It's kind of crazy, but like, have you considered jorking your friend sloppy style or anything like that, it's probably a fun time. You know what I mean? Okay, I understand how to race this track a lot better now. Oh, they ain't gonna know what hit them.
This is what I keep asking. Like, I'm willing to. I'm interested in talking about this. Like, I'm interested in talking about a lot of problems. I'm very interested in sort of like the socioeconomic roots of men feeling like they don't have value in society. Like, I'm down for all of that. Like, I don't want anybody to be upset. Like, I think people like you who have, you know, pulled people back from the brink, unbred to people like Hassan Piker who are like this attractive version of masculinity that's not hateful and stuff. Like, I'm all for that. But we get to a point in the conversation where I start to feel like I'm being told that I'm somehow responsible. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do about this? I don't
You're
have a child.
You're supposed to be a mommy. You're supposed to be a mommy to every man. Right. I mean, I do feel that's...
There's not much for me to say about this section, ultimately.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure we'll... That's bound to be the most controversial part of this, where, you know...
Not even a mistake. Bad item pulls cost me that race. If I had just gotten a banana, I would have been fine.
If we hadn't lost various parts
Still
of
game
the
VR,
arguments up until this point, now everyone's mad at us.
But yeah, no, I do think that, like, there's a bit of second wave sentiment left over here that deserves to be put in the dustbin of history. That a lot of the the sort of social and conversational treatment of the male loneliness epidemic revolves around it being a male loneliness epidemic and not like a broader social crisis. Like, their framing seems a little bit both behind the times in the case of Contra, but like also they're sort of projecting a comparative benefit from society onto men that like isn't exactly there. The social, like, one of the biggest successes of social progress is that the expectations on women have loosened progressively more. You know, women are allowed to be more things, wear more things. Not too long ago, it was frowned upon for women to wear pants. And not too long before that, it was illegal for women to wear pants in public. You know, and of course, this is a social battle that we continue to fight. But they're talking about this in a way that suggests that, that there haven't been massive consequences for the shift in social attitudes. Like, by which I mean, like, social standards have sort of been relaxed for everybody, which also means there are fewer guardrails for people that might need them, right? The consequence of, like, social coddling is not a benefit that men, like, have. That's not a benefit. They're, like, guys are actually being done super dirty by being so socially coddled, and people need to fucking stop that, you know? It's like the politics of, like, oh, patriarchy is when men enjoy all the privilege and women enjoy none of the privilege. And it's like, no, it's a very complex system. It's kind of like how white supremacy now means that whiteness is very elevated, but it doesn't mean that every white person is riding high or has a good life. Many white people, in fact, white people as a bloc, are also harmed by white supremacy, because white supremacy is the justifying narrative by which we construct all sorts of systems of colonialism, exploitation, capitalism, etc., right? I promise you guys are not, like, benefiting from society in the way that second wave feminists would sort of have you believe that they are. And I guess I win.
So we can go down with this ship together, Natalie. Maybe
I don't know. It seems like they're reading framing that isn't really there anymore. When it's like, oh, poor men. When in reality, it's like, I from what I've seen people online acknowledge, which I could be a little bit out of the loop here, it's more like, wow, poor everybody. The social landscape right now just generally fucking sucks a lot, you know, and we need to fix that. And the only people talking about, oh, it's a male loneliness crisis, are people that you already shouldn't have been taking seriously. Does that make sense?
on with me for my next dating episode, Valentine's Day.
Oh God, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Although I mean, I've been in a long-term relationship for a few years, so I feel like that tends to like not generate the level of exciting stories that being on the dating apps does.
It's true.
And by the way, the dating apps are fucking blighted. They're horrible. I've seen a couple of videos about it where it's like, because these apps operate as part of a market economy, like platform capitalism, whatever, there's such a dehumanizing aspect to browsing a dating app, you know, for literally everybody.
I tend to want to always select for single people, but my audience is always like, you need to get married people on because you single people don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, okay. So I always do have married people on. Like FD Signifier was on the last one. He's been on a couple actually. And so that's not disqualified.
Okay, well, we'll have to talk about that come Valentine's Day.
Amazing. Love it. Very excited. Natalie Wynn, tell the audience where they can find more of you and your work on the internet.
I usually go by the handle Contra Points on YouTube, on X the Everything app, on Instagram, on Patreon. So
God, X the Everything app is way funnier than we all thought it would be, I think.
Having a conversation with me.
Yeah, and thank you for being so generous with your time. I always want to talk. I wish maybe you and I are both in the DC area, right?
Oh shit, clan tag.
I'm still in Baltimore. So.
Maybe we can convince Hassan to come out to us, and we'll do it in person.
Do it. Let's do it.
We'll be a literal spectrum sitting in a line.
Okay. If he agrees to that, I promise I will never accuse him of dog torture.
Again with funny haha, but like.
All right. Natalie, you're such a trip. Okay, thanks.
I drive a hard
for
bargain.
tuning in.
Yeah.
I think you might accept that bargain.
She is still funny, true to form, I guess.
And for listening to this episode of Bad Faith Podcast, you know you can get an additional episode every Monday by subscribing at patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. As always, take care of yourselves and remember to keep the faith. Hey,
Okay.
YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a podcast.
Outro shit. Okay. And we did it. We watched the thing. I'm playing a really fucking dangerous game right now, not gonna lie. Okay. May as well exit out. Shit, okay. Alright. Got my work cut out for me. 3 mushrooms, not bad. Can I get the box, please? No, I missed it. Give me this. Thank you. I think I'm going to use this here. There's a lot of grass to cut off. Yeah, okay, that was probably a good decision. I might... Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to save this mushroom for the shortcut. Even though I'm almost positive somebody is going to use the shock there. We'll have to see. Or not. Somebody was holding a bullet. Oh, I guess nobody had the shock and I just get 6. Okay. Alright. It is done. Exiting the game now. I'm gonna add HBG 4. Of course. Holy shit. Holy shit. I need to cool off on that, and then I'll offer my last thoughts, and then I can end the stream. Cool. Yes. Okay. Cool. Guys. Why did I do that to myself? Thank you, Mr. Good Time. Oh, and it's it's fucking... What's her name? Margot Robbie is Harley Quinn? Thank you. Oh my fucking god. Hello, Kayla the Furry. I'm sorry, we literally just finished reacting to the full fucking Bad Faith podcast conversation between Brianna Joy Gray and ContraPoints, which I had heard about and intentionally avoided watching material on until I could see it for myself. Oh my fucking god. That was so much more insufferable than you could even imagine. That was so much more insufferable than I ever thought it could be. ContraPoints was actually worse than I expect. What the last I had heard of ContraPoints was she was beefing with the left. Who's number one? Contra I've seen like once or two times. That's okay. I can explain real quick. Brianna Joy Gray is a lefty podcaster to varying degrees of genuine politics. As I rediscovered about halfway through the react, I remembered, oh yeah, she started this podcast with a fucking right-wing, like, alleged child groomer. And she's like very oddly cozy towards Tucker Carlson. Not in the way that she talked about him necessarily in that interview, right? But I've seen her presence online. I remember, oh yeah, she's like really cozy with the sort of horseshoe theory types. You know, that's her political profile online. ContraPoints was a lefty video essayist. She's not really active on YouTube that much anymore. She had been, the extent to my knowledge of the kind of ideological state that Contra was in was that she was beefing with leftists online because, like, she I think it started with, like, she did this weird-ass long Twitter post about Gaza, and she somehow made it about her. Yeah, she's extremely, like, she basically just went full neo-lib mode. She started this beef with the left by talking about the Palestine genocide, like the genocide in Palestine, and for some fucking reason, which she could have just shut the fuck up and stay in the background and incurred no consequence, she made it about her, which is the most devious and, like, narcissistic thing imaginable. And then proceeded to, for the next, I think, year, this happened like a good long while ago, started beefing with the left basically continuously because the left was too upset that the genocide was happening and that she was insensitive about it. I'm not joking. That is her critique of the left. And this culminated in this talk with Brianna Joy Gray, where Brianna Joy Gray probably smelled content in the water, as do we all, I'm sure. Contra just continually bent into the most stupid pretzels imaginable to avoid conceding any amount of agreement to the left. It was just a perpetual NPC dialogue tree. I don't like the left. I think they're not pragmatist. I think it's not pragmatist to be upset. I don't think it's pragmatic to be so upset about this genocide and to not want to support a Democratic Party that's pro-genocide. You know, I have my critiques of the Democrats, but, you know, this is just electorally necessary. And then she was shown data like, oh yeah, here's the data that shows that, like, the majority of Americans think that there's a genocide and hate Israel. Well, like, what else did she say? Like, oh, well, I just feel like the left is being so, like, impractical about pushing the Democratic Party to the left. And like, around and around and around in circles. The election wasn't rigged. Okay, so we should change it, so that, like, or election, the primary wasn't rigged. The Democratic Party plays favorites in its internal elections. Like, oh, no, they don't, because their preferred candidate won. I'm not joking. There was, like, an argument that, like, what was it? It was like, oh yeah, they were talking about the 2016, 2020 primary, which of course were rigged by the Democratic Party so that their preferred candidate won over Bernie Sanders, right? The Democratic Party plays favorites like that. It's not illegal, but it is scummy and it's bad, right? And Contra's argument was, no, the primary wasn't rigged because the candidate that the Democrats wanted to win won and like got more votes. Which in 2020, by the way, might not have even happened because of the way that delegates get appropriated and counted, right? But like, oh, the election wasn't rigged. The one person got more votes than the other person. I shouldn't have to tell people this. That is not how rigging an election works, unless you're in Liberia or Syria. Even in Russia, the actual counting of the votes, like, I do genuinely believe that if you counted the votes that were cast and deemed legitimate, 70% of those votes would have been for Putin. That's not how people rig elections anymore. They do it by saying, oh, these ballots are illegitimate for this reason, so they'll be cast out. These polling places will be closed for this reason. We'll blockade these roads to the polling places, right? Voter suppression is the name of the game. And when confronted with that sort of thing, she's like, well, you know, I'm not opposed to challenging the Democratic Party, but it has to be on something other than, you know, the way they conduct their primaries. She gets challenged on that. Okay, what about the genocide in Gaza? I don't think that's pragmatic, but a majority of people support this and it's not happening. Like, the Democrats keep running to the center and it like hasn't worked ever since Bill Clinton. And even then that's like questionable. And again, I kid you not, Contra's argument was, if it's such a bad strategy, why do they keep doing it? I don't know. You tell me. They haven't won with it yet. Discounting, again, maybe Bill Clinton. Why do they keep doing it? Since it's clearly not an effective political strategy. You know? Why doesn't the... Oh my God. Around and around and around like that, the NPC dialogue tree, and Contra at various points pretended that something that she said hadn't been addressed. Like, the reason it went around in circles like that for so long is because something would be addressed. Like, they bring it up. Oh, you know, the primaries. Like, yeah, the Democratic Party plays favorites. They hate progressives more than they want to win. So given the choice between winning and snubbing a progressive and losing, they choose losing, right? And later she would bring up the same point as if they hadn't talked about. She would just pretend that that point hadn't been addressed yet. It legitimately felt like she was learning in real time that when you're on a live camera, you can just lie and you can just say shit. And much of the behavior that Contra engaged in, because of how much of it sounded like and was neoliberal browbeating, made me shudder as to what she personally is like. You know, she was so sharply interested in interpersonal critiques and moralizing, despite her insistence that she wasn't making exactly the arguments that she's making, or that she was making, and acted like institutions just didn't exist whenever the left was saying, hey, this is an institutional problem, we should fix this, it's not fair, you know? This has been me subjecting myself to, I don't know how many hours of torment for the enjoyment of Twitch and YouTube. Thank you to everybody who tuned in to watch. I guess the only conclusion, I usually want to offer kind of a rounded out conclusion. Oh, you're forgetting something? Oh, do remind me, please. What is it that I'm forgetting here before I offer my conclusion? Also, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. Follow, subscribe, etc. We love you. Oh my God, thank you. I love you too, Twitch chat. You give me the parasocial floaty butterflies when I get to yap about stuff on stream and feel like I'm helping people learn about politics. Thank you. My conclusion to this is effectively like Contra fell off. Plus L plus ratio. This is what happens, good girl. My weakness, my one weakness. Well, I have several weaknesses. That is one of them. Thank you. Yeah, I guess Contra just kind of fell off. Plus L plus ratio. Literally, I think she has been ratioed on Twitter a couple of times regarding this. She's like made her whole identity about being contrary to the left because she's beefing with, mind you, an incredibly small subset of the online left. And because the left is right consistently, this leads to her not only being wrong consistently, but being sneeringly wrong consistently. There were several objectively correct arguments that Brianna Joy Gray made, complete with data to support them, that Contra just sort of scoffed at. Literally, she let out audible scoffs and sighs of exasperation when she was like, I guess I have to respond to this. You also forget the link I sent you? That's right. I do intend to look at that link. This is just me concluding this React segment, right? Yeah, that's my conclusion. So, Demon Mama level size. I remember Demon Mama. She's cool. And I actually liked Demon Mama, and she was cool. She's doing her own thing now, and I'm happy for her with that. Yeah, future me, cut the segment there. This is going to be a hell of a fucking YouTube upload, potentially rivaling the Haas versus Trevor Loudon shit in length. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, even donate to support the channel. It would really mean a lot to me.